Okay, welcome everybody. Sorry about the delay. My name is Brian Keithley. For those of you who don't know, I'm the facilitator, third-party facilitator for the Rules Advisory Committee. This is our 12th meeting. Before we get going though, officially with the RAC meeting, I want to turn over to Jason so he can provide just a kind of an update response to some of the permit decline letters that recently were released.
Thanks, Brian. So, as everybody is probably aware, there were some permit decline letters that went out that regulated folks off certain wells on certain water rights off over the last couple of weeks. Folks have been receiving those letters. There was about 17 letters that went out to different landowners, impacting about 48 wells. You know, really super rough estimate could have been up to around 5,000 acres worth of water rights. I talked to, between Dally and I, we talked to most of those landowners and a few other folks and realized, you know, the department moving pretty aggressively on those. Reason being that we had heard from a number of organizations in the place-based planning space and other community members that we needed to address illegal use. So that's what we were doing. We were attempting to do that. We realized the timing wasn't great and it put a lot of hardship on folks for this coming irrigation season. So after some conversations with Mark and a few other folks, we decided to go ahead and push that out to 2026. So all of those landowners that received those letters will be receiving another set of letters, one that withdraws that initial letter and then reissues an order to shut off in 2026 to give people some time to explore other options that might work for them, like the CREP program or voluntary agreements, and just, you know, provide a little bit of breathing room for folks. So want to, you know, thank everybody that gave me a call and talked to me about that and discussed it. It definitely helped you know, bring us around to start thinking about, you know, how we need to approach this kind of stuff in the future. We're looking to have a meeting about those regulation letters or permit decline conditions on around the first part of February. Alexandria, the 10th is what we're thinking.
Shooting for the 10th.
Shooting for the 10th. So we'll have some advertisement out for that, but definitely invite anybody that's interested in those or has questions, come to that or hit me up anytime on a break. Happy to answer any questions about that. We'll talk more about any of that process. So,
We have a raised hand.
haven't reported. That's another thing we'll talk about in February. For those folks that haven't reported, there will be another letter going out shortly after that meeting that will regulate people off that have not reported. And so if they do report, they can turn back on at least through 2026, even if they did that decline condition. Tim, did you have some?
Lisa has a question on
Stuff?
Lisa, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, well, that's obviously disappointing. But my question, leaving that report aside, is just, so these, I think you said 48 wells. Is this a subset of the wells that have tripped the decline condition? Is the universe bigger than this? And if so, what's happening with the remaining wells that have tripped the decline condition?
These 48 are all the wells that have tripped that we have information for at this point. So when we get some additional reporting, as I talked about those water level reporting requirements on other permits, as those go out and we get more information, we may discover there's other wells that have tripped and those will be in this group as well.
Okay, but basin-wide, it's 48 that have tripped that have also complied with their reporting condition.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Mark.
I want to say thanks, Jason. I think it's important in this community to have that year to work through this as we can incorporate them into the conversation. If not all the water is going out through voluntary agreements. So I appreciate that. It's bad governance, in my opinion, when you have a permit decline condition that's been there 30 years and you have no real communication with the department except thank you, maybe you send in a report or nothing if you didn't or send in a report. that you get a letter in 60 days and you're shut off. So I appreciate the grace in giving us a year to work.
Thank you.
Okay, and we could probably just take another minute. If anybody else has maybe one more question to help clear anything up on that topic before we begin the RAC process. Good online?
Good online.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and begin our RAC meeting then. We'll start out with introductions. Jason, if you want to just go ahead and reintroduce yourself.
Jason Spree, East Region Manager for Water Resources out of Baker City.
John Short, water rate consultant.
Ken Benz, a RAC member.
Mark going.
Sabrina Mackey, sitting in for Andy Red.
Jess Winnick, Mountain Refuge. Rob Frank, Hardin County Commissioner.
Kristen Shellman, RAC member. Laura Sissinghos, RAC member. Barbara Howard, RAC member.
Travis Singhouse, RAC member.
Zach Freed, hydrologist with the Nature Conservancy.
Brenda Smith, RAC member.
Karen Moon with the Watershed Council.
I'm Derek Boschman, I'm a hydrogeologist with the department.
I'm Tim Seymour, I'm the Assistant Manager for Groundwater, I'm based out of Pelton.
Ben Scandella, I'm with the Water Resources Department, the Senior Groundwater Data Developer.
Sorry. You guys can hear us online, right? I'm just saying Ken cannot hear us, but everyone else can. I get a thumbs up or a yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Kelly Mines, Water Policy Analyst, Rule Writer, Coordinator for this process.
Thank you. And then before we go online, other OWRD staff members that are here, Alexandra, we can work our way around that way.
Yeah, Alexandria Scott, Community Engagement Coordinator for the East Region.
Ian Tiller, Assistant Water Master.
Galveston Water's Water Master.
Doug Woodcock, Deputy Director of Water Resources Department.
Great. And Bobby?
Hey, everybody, Bobby Cochran, Oregon Consensus.
Okay, well, thank you. And let's go online. Who do we have from our RAC online? Kelly, if you can.
Yep,
help me with that.
Andy, go ahead and introduce yourself, please. Okay, we'll circle back to you, Andy. Lisa, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, Lisa Brown, staff attorney with Water Watch of Oregon.
Okay, Andy, do you want to speak in? We have Andy Root online.
Boy, that's why we have a
He's
stand.
not super technical.
So it's good.
He
All
probably
right.
put it on and mute himself,
That's all right.
so.
And then anybody else from the department online that'd like to introduce themselves?
Laura.
Good morning, Laura Hart. I'm a water policy analyst and I'm helping Kelly out today and obviously having trouble like coming back on video myself. So I sympathize.
Thank you, Laura.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody, for being here. We'll get into the process today, the agenda, before we get going into our discussions. So Kelly, if we could move forward. So ground rules, just for everyone's awareness, we're here to express our own viewpoints, treat each other respectively. There's a lot of different interests in this room, which is the value of these types of groups, but we also need to recognize that our opinions and our perspectives may differ, but we appreciate hearing what others have to say. Please raise your hand if you can, so that I can identify who has a question. I'll make sure and get you up in the order that you put your hand up. Same with online. Folks online, if you can keep yourself muted so we don't have any background noise, that's helpful. But if you use the raise hand function, Kelly will note that and let me know, and we'll make sure and bring you into the conversation. RAC only participates in the RAC meeting, so those are all of us around the horseshoe that are members of the RAC. Anybody that's not part of the RAC, we have seating in the back, so we appreciate everyone utilizing that. We have 2 public comment periods scheduled, so that'll be an opportunity for anyone that from the public that would like to provide some comment to do so. Okay, next slide. Okay, so again, just kind of the operating guidelines. RAC's role is to attend and participate in the meetings at the horseshoe or online, provide input and advice, and help the department consider various perspectives. The role of the public, listen only during the presentations and the RAC discussion from the audience or online, and provide input and advice during the designated comment times. Role of the department, foster meaningful dialogue and conversation, consider the RAC and public feedback, and ultimately draft the final rules. Facilitator role, myself, foster meaningful dialogue and conversation by all RAC participants. Ensure all parties have a safe space to express their viewpoints in a respectful environment. Okay. So we got a long day today, so we appreciate everyone sticking with you. We'll try to keep coffee going, and there's lots of snacks in the back, so stick with us because there's a lot of important things to go over today, and it's you know, kind of in the home stretch in the sense that we have a lot of work to get done before we can wrap this up. After we get done with this, we'll do a quick recap, you know, really quick, just to kind of go through these items that we're going to be talking about today and give everyone kind of a reminder of the steps that led us to this point. We'll spend some time on fiscal impacts, our consulting group that was brought on board to do that work. We'll present what were the findings of where they're at and what results were of that process. We'll spend an hour on adaptive management. That's something the RAC asked for to be inserted into this process. And so the department spent a lot of time identifying how that can be done. So we'll walk through what's being proposed there. We'll take our first public comment time. So we just have 5 minutes there. So I guess just right now, is anybody here in the room from the public intending to provide public comment? Just raise your hand and it'll give me a note. Maybe, okay. Yeah, and I'll ask again. I just trying to get a sense of how many people might want to provide comment. Anybody online intending to provide comment during that first time, if you can raise your visual hand. What's that?
Chris Hall.
Okay, all right, so we got a couple. So there'll be 2 comment period times. We'll just ask that folks to provide comment, try to limit that to about 2 minutes so we can stay on the task and give everyone the opportunity. Take a break. We'll explore modeling behavior. A lot of work's been done from over the last couple months since November. Then moving on to lunch, I believe we get back from lunch, we continue that model behavior conversation and then look at the, well, as part of that, looking at the proposed language that the department's put together as far as path forward.
Yeah, so the federal government rule language, we don't have specific rule language written. We have an outline of what we plan on putting in the rules, and we're looking for feedback on anything we might be missing during that conversation. To be a little bit clearer.
Yeah, and then similarly with the SWAMPA, the serious water management problem area rules. So those are 2 areas of the draft rules where draft language has been prepared that we can review and get your feedback. A second public comment period time, and then we'll look at our next steps, where we're headed for the next meeting and then the following meeting. And those are the only remaining that we have left on our calendar. So March and April. So coming down to, like I said, the home stretch. So our goals today: provide a recap on the process so far, build a shared understanding of the relationship between groundwater reductions and their economic impacts, present a plan for adaptive management and gather your feedback, build a shared understanding of how and what we learned with the model runs, present a proposed management scenario and gather feedback. So that's sort of the culmination of all these model runs and where the department's putting something on the table so that we can look at it and react to it and provide feedback. Gather input around the critical groundwater area rule language area, gather input around the draft WAMPA rule language, and then gather input around the draft classification rule language. So like I said, a lot of goals. We want your participation. There's a lot of opportunity here to provide reaction and feedback that's going to help inform the next steps for the department between now and March. So thank you for being here. Okay. Okay, recap of the process so far. So this is just an overview. This is on that the International Association of Public Participation spectrum we've looked at in the past. This is just at the informed level. Just trying to give you the information so that you're aware of where we've been and where we're headed. But for each one of these, there'll be more opportunity to have some discussion. So maybe give Kelly a chance to just run through this to catch everyone up to speed, and then we'll get into diving into each one of these after that.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm late January and I still have holiday brain. So this kind of section is gonna just be a recap of where we talked about in November, a long time away, and where we are today and how we got here, just briefly. just keeping it at an overview level. So kind of as a reminder, for our November 13th RAC, we talked about a lot of things. We talked about the criteria to evaluate the management scenarios, the results of the 5 prescribed management scenarios. We talked about the optimization of those scenarios. We had a conversation around a serious water management problem area. Some outstanding questions that were identified by the discussion group, and we gathered input around that. We had a discussion on a physical impact, specifically just the Echo Northwest has kind of presented their methods of findings. And then we talked briefly about the voluntary agreements guidance document. As far as discussion groups between now and our last November, we had 2, and one was an all-day discussion group around understanding results of the 5 management scenarios. And the other discussion group was around the adaptive management topic that we'll be talking about today. So just briefly going through this, for the model run results for the 5 management scenarios, in RAC 10, we developed those management scenarios with the help of the RAC and some discussion groups. In RAC 11, we then presented those results to the RAC. There were questions asked at us that identified some gaps in our knowledge, as well as during our discussion group conversation, there was some gaps in knowledge there that was identified. So in between those discussion groups and the November RAC, we ran what we call sensitivity models to fill those gaps in knowledge to understand how the basin will respond to certain conditions. And so we're going to be talking about that today, about what we learned with those sensitivity runs. Then we also, during RAC number 11, we did that criteria exercise, where we asked you to weigh certain criteria. And what we did is we, in between this RAC and last, we built 2 model iterations around the results of this criteria. And we ran those, and we're going to talk about those iterations today and what we learned and a reasoning on why we did it. Adaptive management. So we had a conversation in the discussion groups in December, as well as a conversation in RAC number 10 around adaptive management. We heard that there was a want in the community around some sort of form of adaptive management. So in between those last 2 months, we kind of explored our authority of what we can do for adaptive management. And we built our plan around adaptive management, which we'll be talking about here soon. And so we're going to present that plan today, and we're going to gather input, specific input around that plan for adaptive management with you guys. For our proposed management scenarios, kicking it way back to RACs 2 through 5 in 2022, we had a management scenario that had 15 sub areas, and we were going to take 6 of those sub areas into the contested case process. And between now and then, a lot of things happened, but kind of sum it up, the model was published, the Hardy Basin groundwater model was published. We started using that model to understand how the groundwater basin was responding. And with help from your conversation and discussions that we've had throughout this 1.5 years, we have now a proposed management scenario based on what we learned and what you have provided input on. So we're going to talk about today and gather input around that. Serious water management problem area. So in RAC 7 and 8, we had an agreement on what the boundary was going to be, which was, for the reminder, it's going to be the groundwater study area, and it's going to include parts of Grant County, mainly around Seneca. And RAC number 11, we talked about those outstanding questions. We gathered your input. We, in between the meeting, we considered the input, and we included what we thought, yep, that sounds good, into the rule language. So we're going to talk about that today, about the rule language, and gather more input around it. Classification, we haven't done a lot of conversation of classification. RAC 7 and 8. Last year, we got an agreement around the boundary. And today we drafted language between now and then. Today, we're going to be talking about that and start gathering input in the classifications. And as far as physical impact, during RAC 10 and discussion groups, there was a request to hire an economist for assessment of the economic impacts from our regulations. The department hired Echo Northwest. And in our last RAC during 11, Echo Northwest presented their how they plan on doing that assessment. In between now and then, 2 things have happened. OWRD gathered economic info on domestic wells and how to assess that impact. And Echo Northwest continued their work in assessing. So today, Echo is going to present their preliminary findings, and I'm going to talk about our plan for domestic impacts. All right, next steps. So what this all means today, we're going to be getting a lot of input around classification, swamp, proposed management scenario, adaptive management. We are going to take that input and consider the input, start writing rural language around critical groundwater area, adjust swamp on classification language based off of input we felt like was a good input. We're then going to discuss that next March. We're going to discuss rural language specifically next March and gather more input. And we're also going to have a physical impact statement ready for you guys to look at to gather your input. And so that's kind of a summary of where we're at. Let's get into our next topic here.
Yeah, it's any questions about the process? Where we've been, where we're headed. Okay.
Lisa's got a question.
Oh, Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, as far as the rule language goes, will we get that in advance, enough in advance of the meeting to be able to review it? I mean, it seems like we're getting a pretty tight timeline between getting the draft rule language and the end of the RAC. So I just want to make sure people have time to actually review and weigh in writing on the proposed rules. Or you go to the hearing draft for the commission.
So right now we're aiming for a week in advance, and I'm hearing that's probably not far enough.
No.
What's advanced to you? Like how many days would you think is necessary?
Well, is it just you're going to put them out and then we're going to have oral comments at the RAC meeting, or is there going to be a written comment period?
Maybe we should outline March and then on to the.
Well, I would say 2 weeks is fair to
Okay.
give people.
Yeah, I mean, certainly you in between now and then, if we get it to you 2 weeks, written comments are always welcome from any of the RAC members. We'll share it with the rest of the RAC, of course, if any comments received. And then we'll also be talking about it in the March meeting as well, the rule language. So those are kind of the two avenues of how you can comment.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just want to make sure we have enough time to think through that language.
I appreciate the input, Lisa. Thank you. All right, throw it back to you, facilitator.
Okay, fiscal impact. So let's move on to the next slide. So we'll bring in Eco Northwest here to share their information and what they found. The goal here, build shared understanding of the relationship between groundwater reductions and their economic impacts. Present the plan for assessing impacts on domestic wells. So we'll start with Eco Northwest. We'll bring in, and Kelly will pick up after that. This is kind of involve consult level. We want your feedback, want to hear what you have to say, so we can make this insert this appropriately moving forward.
Okay. And this is just a recap of what we just talked about. We're gonna go, Fred. Nate, are you online?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can, yeah.
So before you go, Nate, just so you know, there's a lot of information on these slides. They're pretty text heavy, but you have it in front of you. I don't know that Nate or Kelly are gonna, read or go through this and this, the amount of detail you see on the slide. So just know that you have the slide deck in front of you to reference.
Brian,
Yes.
maybe it's just me, but is there a way we could have at least the person that's presenting on our screen? I know this room is not
Yeah.
awesome, but it's just sort of unnerves me to have a voice
Have a-
from the wall.
Right, I hear you. Yeah, I think we can set that up. I mean, it will reduce the size of the presentation slide, but you have it in front of you, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. That's a good suggestion. Thank you, Brendan.
Okay.
Bear with us online. We're just changing kind of the presentation style up here.
Stop share. Here. And someone post the PowerPoint presentation in the chat for those who are online. So those of you online, we're gonna post the PowerPoint presentation Online?
Would you like me to just share?
I think we still need to share it on here because so if Tim shares the presentation and runs through it,
Yeah.
then the folks online will be able to see it.
Let me close a few things first.
Oh, your Amazon shopping list goes there.
That's right, Kelly.
That's what state machines are good for.
One second, Nate, we'll let you know.
Okay,
They're asking for the PowerPoint chat. You send that out or did they not have it? Yeah.
One thing at a time.
Okay, everybody. There, it's,
Yeah, that helps, thank you.
That helps. Okay.
All right, Nate, I think if you go ahead and start speaking, your window should pop up.
can you see me now?
No, hold on. There you go.
Am I visible?
You are, yeah.
So thank you for having me here today. So ECHO was hired to do a detailed economic analysis to help inform this draft rules process, with enough detail that we could understand what the impacts would be to the economy of Harney County, local government property tax revenues, potential impacts to small businesses, domestic well users, and ecosystem services. We were asked to conduct our analysis using existing information, as well as, so we used information from Bill Jager's Harney hydroeconomic model and informed that model using information we gathered from local farmers and stakeholders. And then we used the information from our analysis to parameterize an in-plan model, which would help us estimate the potential effects to Harney County's economy. We were asked to understand how different groundwater management scenarios might have different economic impacts. If you go to the next slide, please. So we looked at two possible future considerations. The way we structured our analysis was to calculate a baseline economic value of agricultural production in the area based on what the agricultural production looks like before groundwater reductions would start, and then our changes would be based on after groundwater reductions had been implemented. And we use this information again to look at economic effects as well as effects on local government revenues. OWRD provided us with two example management scenarios. The first possible future was managing by 6 different sub areas. So this would be less reductions than if doing it by the entire groundwater area of concern. And all the reductions would be completed at the end of a 30-year period. And then the second possible future was managing the whole area of concern, which is larger reductions spread over a larger area. And all reductions would also be completed by the end of a 30-year period. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just some assumptions for our agricultural impact analysis. We used the agricultural information at the parcel level from Jager's model. However, we did update crop yields based on interviews with 8 farmers across the 6 sub areas, so we could understand how yields vary across the sub areas. We also used a more recent crop price for alfalfa to represent a 2024 value, where previous work had used a 2022 crop price. Using that parcel level information, we took the groundwater modeling output from OWRD and matched it to the parcels. And from here, we were able to calculate the change in irrigated acreages based on these 2 different example scenarios. Basically the only toggle the only dial we were turning was the amount of acreage that could be irrigated given the amount of groundwater available. For simplicity, we did not model changes in yields or water application to fields. We assumed that yields would remain constant as well as water application. However, in reality, farmers could find a different crop to plant, could implement crop rotations, apply less water and get less yield per acre, but it's difficult to model individual behavior. So it's easier for us to just make these assumptions to understand the broad impacts of groundwater reductions. Next slide, please. So on our preliminary findings, the changes in irrigated acreages associated farm revenues are one-to-one with groundwater reductions. So, for example, if you were to reduce groundwater by 10%, that would translate to approximately a 10% reduction in irrigated acreage and a 10% reduction on on-farm revenues. The reason for this is the area's pretty dependent on one crop that's highly dependent on water. If you were to look at a more agriculturally diverse region, say up in the Hood River that grows a bunch of different varieties of crops, that linear or that one-to-one relationship probably wouldn't hold. So the reductions in irrigated acres and revenues, they vary across the two scenarios based on well location. So for example, in the 6 sub-area example, some sub-areas have larger irrigated acreage reductions than others. And then based on this modeling, the farm revenues from both the baseline, so before groundwater reduction starts, and then the future management considerations would be used to estimate the economic impacts in an M-plan model. Next slide, please. So just a refresher for people that haven't been at one of the previous meetings in which we talked about this. M-plan is a regional input-output model used to assess economic impacts of various projects. This model models the linkages between 546 different economic sectors, and it basically models how money moves through an economy. There are 3 different impact types that can happen. There's direct. So that would be the impacts directly associated with agricultural production. So this would come from farmers purchasing seed, fertilizer, equipment. The indirect impact is those supply chain effects. So that would be the impacts of the expenditures that suppliers of fertilizer, fuel, equipment, how their spending would impact the local economy. And finally, the last impact type that is measured is the induced impact. So this is employees from the agricultural operations or from those supply chain businesses taking their earned income and spending it in the local economy. So you can think of this as your small business effects, employees spending money at the grocery store, on entertainment, for fuel, etc. And then the measures of these impacts are output, which is just the value of all goods and services produced, jobs, so the average number of employees that are both full-time or part-time, and then personal income, so it'd be both employee compensation and proprietor income. Next slide, please. So another part of our analysis was to look at the potential impacts to local government revenues, so Harney County property tax revenue. This analysis is informed by the changes in irrigated acreages from our ag impact analysis. In conversations with the county tax assessor, for the purpose of our analysis, land would fall into 3 different classifications. So land class 2 would be a parcel that has pretty much its full irrigated capacity. A lower valued land class 3, which I've labeled some irrigation. The county assessor told me that this is land that still has some irrigation, but it's reduced enough that it would impact your yield. And then finally, the lowest land class valuation, which is land class 5, which would be a parcel that no longer has any water and is not able to grow an irrigated crop. I used used an average tax rate for the 6 sub areas that will be potentially impacted. I used, so each parcel land class has its own specially assessed value that the assessor uses to calculate total assessed value as well as the property tax due. So I used the average, especially assessed value for each of the land classes. And then I looked at the total property tax revenue collected by the county. And this total revenue is what it ends up being distributed to schools, hospitals, and through the general fund. Next slide, please. So our preliminary findings for the local government revenue analysis is the reductions in property tax revenue are not one-to-one with groundwater reductions. So using that 10% example of reduction in groundwater pumping, it yields less than a 10% reduction in property tax revenue. And this is because land will still be taxed, but at a lower rate, even if it isn't in production. So regardless of whether the parcel is fully producing, somewhat producing, or is moved on from irrigated production, it will still be taxed just at a lower rate. And then also the reason for this not being a one-to-one relationship is because some parcels would stay at that highest land class valuation. You would have some that would move to the lower land class 3 valuation, and then another grouping that would move to the land class 5. Next slide, please. And if my colleague Mark is on, he could talk about this, and if not, I will. Mark, are you on?
I am, yes. Yes, for the ecosystem service analysis, this was a qualitative analysis. We had less information to work with than Nate was able to describe for the economic, some of the irrigation related impacts. This was primarily based on expert interviews and literature review, what's already understood for the region and what the expectations would be with changes in groundwater withdrawals. So this was really a qualitative, categorical analysis, thinking about how the different scenarios would compare in a relative sense. Some of the key points that we wanted to dig into are how springs could generate various benefits and costs in terms of impacts, and then how those can connect to some of the direct and indirect effects that people would care about in terms of stock water availability, wetland habitat quality and stability, migratory bird population habitat impacts, some fish and amphibian impacts, and maybe how those could translate through for the local community and local economy. We did also try to explore the recreation impacts. Okay, go to the next slide, please. So from a high level preliminary perspective, we do recognize that springs are important, especially the O springs and their potential contributions to base flows in surface water. Direct impacts on recreation associated with groundwater management seems likely to be minimal in a positive or negative direction based on information that is currently available. There is a nexus with migratory bird populations for ecological as well as recreational bird watching categories of benefits, but the net consequences of changes in groundwater availability for those effects are difficult to quantify. We recognize there are likely directional effects, and in the long run, potential for those effects to change, especially in a cumulative effects context. But as I'd mentioned earlier, there are several ways that we can qualitatively and categorically track the spring consequences for other characteristics and resources that people care about. And as more information becomes available about the springs, we could potentially have more detail on the magnitude of these kinds of effects. That's all for that slide.
Yeah, so our next steps and key takeaways are, so the Harney County economy is dependent on agriculture, which is dependent on a hay crop that needs water and has an economy that is quite isolated from other economic opportunities. Like I discussed with our 2 example scenarios, a percentage reduction in groundwater use is pretty close to the same percentage reduction in agricultural economic output and overall economic output. However, it is important that our analysis assumes that there is no adaptation. So we're not trying to model changes in farming practices, other businesses or job opportunities that might come into the county. Our analysis is based on if your behavior today continued into the future. what would happen. And our next step is we have reserved budget to be able to do a final analysis based on one more groundwater management scenario that the RAC and OWRD lands on.
So before we move to the next step of this agenda item, just any questions about the work that Eco Northwest did or any clarifications on what they presented? Yeah, Kristen.
In the in-plan slide, I find it disheartening that livestock industry really isn't mentioned or given any specific consideration due to the direct impact that the alfalfa production has on the livestock industry. I feel like they've missed a key point in our economy. Our economy is agriculture and livestock here. And somehow that appears to be terribly overlooked.
Thank you. I don't know, Nate or Mark, if you have any feedback on that, about if that was considered or if it's somewhere else.
That is a great question. So when it comes to in-plan modeling, livestock's kind of hard to deal with. Our plan is we do have information from local farmers about livestock production, and we're going to talk to that more in a qualitative manner, more so than modeling the direct impacts through in-plan. So we do recognize that livestock production will be impacted as well, and we do plan to talk about that. It's just a difficult thing to measure using in-plan.
We need to find a way to measure it for this process, because if in this RAC process, we do not get to that, that is part of the significant impact to this community that we'll be seeing, especially as you look at a 30-year window.
Okay, we'll take note of this. I'm sure you guys are taking notes as well and see if maybe there's another way to skin the cat, so to speak, and find a way to pull that in.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much data from this county that wraps around the livestock industry. It is not hard to get these kind of numbers and information of the type of impact it will have. Your hay prices are going to go up, it's going to have a direct impact on your livestock. We're at the lowest stocking rates in decades for cattle in the US. We're a major contributor to the livestock industry from this county.
Yeah. Well, that's helpful. I think so. Let's take note of that and see if there's something we can't do. Any other comments? Yes.
I felt like the delivery of these economic findings were kind of ambiguous. Some of the most hard numbers in there were, for example, if there's a 10% decline in groundwater usage, there may be a 10% decline in the economic revenue. Do you have some more substantial statistics or numbers that you can share with the group? And another question is, could you speak a little bit more to those direct and indirect and induced factors in the in-plan? Because if we are going to have a discussion about, for example, how the hay production will affect the livestock portion of the agricultural industry, I think if we have a better idea of what's included in the indirect and induced, we may have some more valuable feedback for what we should be looking at.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we do have example statistics from these scenarios, but since it is not the final one that the RAC has landed on, as well as these are just example scenarios to see how our modeling would behave in response to this, they're not really worth sharing because they will change. And in terms of your second question about the impacts, so in-plan uses, it models what like the average business in a certain sector, what inputs they buy, where those inputs are located, and basic spending patterns. So it would factor in livestock production and some other things. When I model alfalfa as a hay crop in in-plan, it would take what the average for a county similar to Harney County is and how those direct impacts would move through the local economy. So indirect would be your upstream. So that would be everybody that supplies the agricultural operation. And induced would just be employee income spending at local businesses. In-plan does not model downstream effects. So it doesn't model what purchasers of the hay crop do afterwards, or what any purchasers of livestock would do afterwards. It's an upstream model. So basically it starts at the endpoint, so at the farm being the endpoint, and then works its way backwards, if that makes sense.
So what is the type of model that would include those downstream scenarios? Because, like I say, it's like your agriculture and your livestock are married.
Mhm.
Your spouse loses its job. How does that impact the other spouse?
So yeah, downstream impacts aren't included. And the thing is with the in-plan model, it just models what stays in Harney County. So if any hay or livestock is sold outside the county, that's considered a leakage and not benefiting the county itself. So it's better to model the local economy based on the supply side, which we have learned from farmers of where they purchase their inputs.
You gotta keep in mind that even if it just stays in county, we feed hay for almost 5 months out of the year to cattle here. And you have how many thousands head of cattle being fed that alfalfa hay, and that alfalfa hay is a major contributor to the health of livestock because of the quality that it brings to the feed. There's no other crop that steps in and takes alfalfa's place in feeding your livestock. There's no other replacement in the industry that can make up for it. And so it's got such a huge impact that you guys, I know because you aren't in the livestock industry, that you don't understand. But when we look at the significant impacts, it is a major player.
Okay. I've made note and I will figure out a way to try to model in the livestock production side.
Mark?
Thanks, hey, just 2 questions, I mean, how much difference does it make when Jagger modeled 2012, which were very high alfalfa prices, to 2024, which are very low alfalfa prices? Does that make any difference in the long-term analysis?
Not really, due to the fact that his, I think we've had this discussion before, the yields he assumed were lower than what people on the ground experience. So I upped those yields to be more reflective of what's on the ground. So the increase in the yield that I modeled versus the decrease in the hay price kind of netted each other out. So the impacts are a little bit larger due to the substantial, I would say, increase in yields that I had to change from Jager's model.
Thanks. Second question, when you went through that, 10% reduction in water is typically a 10% reduction in the land, and that's the regulatory process, that makes sense. It doesn't make sense on the class 3 some irrigation. So are we looking at the anomaly when a tax lot has more than 1 water right on it, and only 1 water right will be shut off, so therefore there'll be some irrigation on that parcel? Because if we go through the regulatory process, it's not partial water, it's either on or off.
Okay. Yeah, I can easily change that to just do the 2 and the 5 from the analysis. Because yeah, since we weren't modeling changes in water application and yields, it was kind of hard to estimate when something would fall in that land class 3. And I was just saying, for illustrative purposes, 75% of irrigated land was taken out of production. So that would obviously impact yield. That if it is just going to be turned on or off, then I would just model a change from a land class 2 to a land class 5.
Thank you.
Lisa, go ahead. Lisa, you have your hand up? She has trouble with you. You looks like you're still muted, Lisa, if you have a question. Maybe if you can, if we're having some audio issues, put it in the chat and we'll try to share it. Any question that you have that way. Okay, any other questions for Eco Northwest before we move on to the second part of this agenda item? Okay, Kelly? Thank you, Nate and Mark. It's supposed to stand by. We'll see if there's any other questions for you as we move forward this next section. Give me 1 minute, folks.
You want to take back over?
Yeah. Okay, so now we're gonna kind of talk about our plan for our domestic well impacts in Harney County. So we have a bunch of in-house data available to us from a couple of different fund sources. So one is for the Well Abandoned Repair Replacement Fund, the WARF. We have specific Harney County local data in the WARF Fund. And then we also have the Harney Domestic Well Fund and the Greater Harney Valley Groundwater Area of Concern, or the Harney Domestic Well Fund, HDWF Fund, which was we started awarding last year, and we have specific grant information from there too. Other main information that we have available within our business case assessment for the case study in Harney County, we had an economist evaluate a proposal that the collaborative had around delivering water to 1,208 households, basically building a cistern or also building community wells and connecting them. So we have that evaluation too. So first, we're going to start about talking about these funds information that we have. So within the Well Abandoned Replacement Repair Fund and the Harney Domestic Well Fund, we have, yes,
It's not changing up here.
that's good.
Yeah, one of these days that's gonna work. Yeah.
Yeah, unplug it,
But kids
turn it
got-
on. turn it on.
Sure.
Why does it always say domestic wells? What about stock wells? Are they gonna be included in this or are they excluded? I came across this with the grants for, drilling, another domestic well. It's always for domestic wells, not for stock wells, so.
So that is based on how the fund was created, and it's generally done by the legislature. So the legislature specifies what we can and can't do with the money. And so if the legislature specifically says domestic,
Legislators got to.
So it's just for houses and the kettle's excluded.
yeah, the department does have some latitude in how we implement. We could probably connect you with our grant folks and have them specifically talk to the specifics of the fund. So, Mark, I saw your hand come up.
Thanks, Jim. So maybe a little subtlety to some of that. The Tim is correct on the well abandoned repair fund. We got that set up in 2021. It was for domestic potable water. The legislator does not have the full discretion. Most of the time, the department will go through a rulemaking like this or do some policy analysis themselves. There are some discrepancies in what I thought the intent was in the WARF and what I thought the intent was on the domestic well fund in Greater Harney Valley, but they're small. But the department does have some discretion. But if you want to get it changed, come to us, we'll take it up and talk about it.
Not working.
Right, so.
There we go.
There we go. There we go. Any other questions? Thanks, Travis. So far, so good. Okay, so within our information that we have available to us, it kind of breaks it down into different types of costs. So we have repair costs, which are deepening costs, installing pumps. We have replacement costs, which is drilling, pump, trenching, electrical, et cetera, stuff like that. And we have abandonment costs as well. So when we analyze this data, we find that the average total cost to repair and replace a well is about $24,987. The maximum cost is $39,980, and the minimum cost is $8,700. Any questions on that?
And that's based on how many, what was the total number that you're averaging?
We've had 7 awarded grants for the Hard Domestic Well Fund, and for the WARF Fund, we had 7 awarded grants as well.
So 14 total, but we think that they are representative of the type of work that you need to be done for domestic wells. So that's,
I will say this data might be biased low, because there are limitations on the different funds, and there are requirements for matching. So it is possible that wells that were very costly to repair or replace may not be included in this data because people may have chosen not to repair or replace that well due to financial constraints. So this data may be biased low. And we do recognize that, so.
and that bias will, thank you, that bias will be called out in our physical impact statement as well, recognizing the limitations. Okay. So as far as the business case assessment for the Harney Collaborative, Harney Basin Community Planning Collaborative, they contracted out an economist to evaluate a scenario for delivering water to 1,086 households. They had two alternatives that they assessed. One was building a 4,000 gallon cistern that would be filled 26 times a year using 12 trucks that would be filled up at a fire truck filling station. And they assessed and rolled up, they assessed that to be a total annualized cost. So that's O&M, so that's maintenance, to be $10.5 million a year, and an annualized cost per household to be $9,600 per year for those 1,086 households. Kristen, I saw you grimace, not to put you on the spot.
Well, I was kind
What's
of wondering,
getting you to-
what year that was, because I know, like, if you're filling up in City of Burn or City Pines, their costs have gone up recently. And so, how that's rolled into this, is a question.
Sure, thank you. I will look into that. Mark, please.
This came from the community-based water planning. Karen probably could give you a copy of it in the year.
Yeah, just know it's been a minute.
The only thing I would say here, Kelly, is that, I mean, I think it does paint maybe a picture that is not accurate, because that was based on the amount of households that not, if I remember correctly. The amount of households that did not receive municipal water. But if we look at the modeling from Jagger and we look at the modeling from you guys, that's probably a magnitude in order off compared to the amount of wells that will go dry. So we probably could take that down by a full magnitude, maybe only 186, and that still may be in the high side from the amount of wells that Jagger said would go dry with no reduction in pumping. So I think that 10.5 million would actually be a 1.5. I'm not saying it's a better alternative, but I mean, that paints a whole different picture than the realities that we know.
I want to say, wasn't that study like 2018?
Yeah, I do agree. I think it's overestimated on number of households.
It was, that's my understanding for 2018.
Okay. I will look into that. So overestimation.
I mean, none of your modeling shows 1,086 domestic wells going dry, does it? Okay.
No.
I don't think anybody's going to put one in if their domestic wells are working, especially at that cost. So,
No, I think you're right, though. It was,
residents.
it was residences, yeah.
So we could
Yes.
probably, find a magnitude and take it down based off of what we are projecting.
Yeah, I think it'd be
Yes.
more apples to apples.
Yeah. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it.
I missed the beginning of this slide, because my eyeballs were floating, but
Yeah.
when you're talking about putting in a cistern, where is this cistern gonna go? What households is it gonna service?
There's a whole study of the community-based water planning.
Karen will get it.
Alternatives to provide potable water to domestic houses. This was one of them. We looked at community wells. So I mean, you'd have to get, I don't think Kelly knows all
It's
that,
a
but I
high level
recommend.
discussion, it didn't get into necessarily specific areas. It might work where
Seems
you
like
live,
an
where you
important-
actually have some houses combined, but most
Otherwise, we got a
places,
lot of garden hoses.
we're not,
Yeah.
we're not combined that tight.
I just, not having seen the study that you're referencing, I don't understand how this is even a viable option.
That was the conclusion of the study,
All right.
is that a lot of those options were not viable. Yeah.
I mean, 7 layers.
Individual cisterns
You have
are
a
very
slide.
complicated.
And there are people using them, more due to water quality than quantity.
So, yeah, in the fiscal impact statement, we will talk about it's not viable, but I'm just trying to paint a picture, like, okay, here's how many wells are gonna go dry, here's how much it's gonna take. There has been an exploration of doing these alternatives, but it doesn't seem viable. Right, so I'm trying to paint that picture, a widespread picture of the impacts.
Thanks. I'm sorry,
It's okay.
slowing you.
No,
That's all right, no worries. So that was their first alternative. Their second alternative was, and maybe there's more alternatives, but within the business case, there were two that they looked at. It was kind of a mixture of building a cistern, drilling community wells 300 feet deep and connecting some of those 1,086 households to the Hines and Burns system. And they estimate to be $7.5 million annually and $6,800 per household for this second alternative. So I understand that the magnitude is probably off and then we can adjust that. And so what I plan on doing for the assessment is that we are going to take the number of dry wells, which is going to be told to us by the model. And we are going to then multiply it by the max, the median, and the min to get the cost to the impact. And we're gonna do that by two assessments, one with the 2018 pumping levels continued. And with our management scenario, and we're gonna see, I'm gonna take those two numbers, subtract them to give you a cost share, the cost savings of the two assessments. Does that kind of check out, make sense to you guys?
Yeah. Great putting that slide in there for my comment. Good job, Billy.
And then, thanks, Mark. But then we're gonna also be exploring that collaborative too, right? And assessing that collaborative. I believe I have the study, but if you could send it to me,
yes.
that'd be great. So is there something else that I'm missing? I guess is the question, and maybe you don't have the answer now, and you can always email me, and Mark, go ahead.
When we get to the rules, I mean, we need to make sure that through the rules that allow the community well systems.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and then John, did you have your hand up?
As complicated as that.
Lisa, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I was just wondering how you define dry wells and whether that's capturing, the need to sort of remediate or address well construction issues as the water table goes down. In other words, does it capture all the problems?
So I'm gonna let Ben speak to how we are quantifying dry wells in the modeling.
Thanks. Each model cell has a water level elevation, and for that, you can calculate the depth to water in that cell. And for all the wells in that cell, we ask, is the well deeper than the depth to water at whatever time period we're evaluating? If the well is deeper than the depth to water, then the well is not dry. If the depth to water is deeper than the well, we call the well dry.
And when we analyze for a dry well, it is possible over the course of the year that the water level will be above or below that well, right? And so we are using the water level elevation in September to identify if a well is dry. So if that well is going to go dry in September, but it is going to have water in March, we still call it dry because for all intents and purposes, that house is without water in September. And thus they have a dry well.
That's the analysis used in all domestic wells going dry through all portions of this PowerPoint.
That's right.
By September.
Exactly, and because you're using September for your basis and for the change, it ends up not having a huge difference. And in fact, the number of additional dry wells when you evaluate in September is typically less than the number of additional dry wells you get when you evaluate, say, in May or April, because as we model reductions in pumping, we tend to also reduce the swings in water levels within a season. So that ends up translating into fewer additional wells going dry.
Also note that this, using the actual bottom of the well as dry, does not take into account the fact that you need some head in that well in order to be able to pump. So these are true dry wells. We are not evaluating for loss of production as well.
So can I address that? Because I don't think that's gonna give you the right economic impact. Because certainly people are applying to these well funds before the bottom of the well is like totally dry, right? So, I mean, I'm not a domestic well expert. I don't know if Julie Weichel or somebody is here, but that it seems like you're underestimating the financial cost to the state to support these programs, because you're underestimating the wells that would be impacted. So I think this part maybe needs a little bit more attention to make sure we're capturing all of the wells that would be impacted or applying for assistance.
Zach and then John, but go ahead if you have a response.
Yeah, can we ask a couple questions about that? So I guess my first question would be, what is a threshold value for like amount of water, amount of head in a well that needs to exist in order to actually be considered viable? And I think that would depend partially on the geology, but also on the well construction, and that's gonna be hard to estimate. So we're gonna have to use something. Yeah, we're gonna have to use some sort of a proxy for that, and we're gonna have to decide on a threshold, yeah. So I guess what should that threshold be would be my question, and I'd love to hear everybody's feedback on that, because I don't know that I'm the right person.
You need the well driller and that's a well driller question.
I was gonna at least say, you know, there's 20-foot sticks of pipe, and so, you know, one idea would be, okay, 10 feet would be an average of.
You just need to ask a well driller, honestly, they are the experts.
Yeah, but I mean, or if you know, took that bottom well level with 20 feet, that would pull in everybody because they can't put another stick with a pump on it.
Okay,
In there.
thanks, John.
Zach had his hand up, yep.
Well, I had kind of a different question, but I would just add that, yeah, I'm recognizing that, you need pressure head in order to actually get any pumped water up. At the very least, you know, you put a few foot buffer onto domestic wells, you know, call it 3 to 5 feet or something. Below which you would, with high confidence, be able to say that those domestic wells would start to have productivity issues, productivity issues. And therefore, you know, be a little bit more responsive in the economic analysis. But I don't, you know, whether that's 2 feet, 4 feet, 6 feet.
That's for the expert.
I agree with you.
Define that.
It'd be useful to have.
Because it all depends on what size of pump you have within that well, determines how much you need.
Right, but water level at the well bottom or at the pump is not gonna be
No.
sufficient. So like,
That's the known.
yeah. So I think there's good agreement that like water level dropping below the pump level is like not sufficient to capture impacts to domestic wells. The other thing I was gonna add is just to address those seasonal acute impacts. You know, I think economic impacts, especially with drinking water security, they happen as soon as water security is lost, even for 1 month, right? Not just on a chronic scale across multiple years. And so I would urge the department to consider not just September as a kind of indicator month, but also consider whether the water levels dropped to your threshold for domestic wells at any month of the year in order to better approximate the economic impacts. Because I think if you ask somebody whose well is losing productivity for their drinking water, it doesn't matter whether that's in September or in May or in August, right? They're gonna have issues regardless of what time of year it happens.
So we chose September specifically to address that issue because the way that the model implements irrigation, September is going to give you the lowest water levels in each year. So it's a pretty good assumption that if the well is dry in September, or if it's not dry in September, it's not going to go dry any differently.
Okay, that's, I respect and appreciate that. I know you put a lot of work into this. I wonder if there's just a, it could be useful to double check that assumption within the model.
Sure.
And make sure that at least in a few sub areas, you've looked across multiple months and verified that, yeah, all dry wells, if they go dry, are dry in September. And if that's the case, then yeah, I feel good about that assumption.
Kristen?
Well, to speak to Lisa's point on this, she's making an assumption, so since the pumping started and there's a reduction within the groundwater table, there has been a lot of wells that have been replaced or deepened. And so what time period are we looking at? Because there has been a lot of work done, there has been a lot of replacements done, there's been, you know, across all exempt wells, there's been a lot of deepening that's gone on, and so there may not be the magnitude of more out there that still need attention into the future. Like, we're making assumptions that there's a whole slew of additional wells out there when there has been a lot of wells because they originally weren't either constructed right or they weren't drilled very deep to begin with, that have already been dealt with outside of the time period of this well fund. And so that needs to be kept in the back of our minds in this process, that you may not have the same amount that you may be thinking staring into the future because they've already been addressed. Because I know of a lot that people just went out and took care of it, realizing that it, like say, either the original construction wasn't very good or it wasn't set very deep to start with. And that you do have to make adjustments along the way. And so, like I say, we really don't know what that futuristic picture is that hasn't already been done with, because a lot have been done.
So the numbers we're gonna present today are gonna be as compared to the total number of wells dry in the model in 2018. So that's what we're using as our baseline, because that was the last year in which the model was, like, well data was put into the model. 2018 is the baseline.
That's been a minute.
It absolutely has been. Unfortunately, that's the best data we have to work with.
That also means that the model is not accounting for additional domestic wells that have been drilled since then and could also be potentially affected by declines.
Fixed. Deepened.
Correct, or are still at, have been deepened and are still at risk, right? Because it's possible that they could have gone 20 feet below the current water table and they could be at risk for the future as well. So there's a lot of unknowns there. That's all we're trying to say. These numbers are an estimate.
Okay, any other questions or feedback on this topic? Yeah, that's just your last.
That's it, yeah, thank you all. Again, if there's something else that I'm missing that just comes to you in the middle of the night, don't call me in the middle of the night, but give me a call the next day and just let me know. Thank you all. Then take over here.
Oh, can we go back a couple minutes in time real quick?
Sure.
Move on. For what it's worth, I understand the point that the dry well being the bottom of the wells according to the well logs compared to the water tables might not be accurate because of the head that you have to have. But I think because of the uncertainty with what has happened in the last 7 years in terms of wells going dry, new wells being drilled, I think it'll be a wash. And because we don't have the precision of data, I personally don't think I would recommend adjusting that water table height to run a new test on the model. That's just my personal opinion. Because of the variabilities, I think it'll come out in the wash from the 30,000 foot level.
Thanks for the input. We'll take that under consideration.
I'll provide a slightly different perspective. I think when crafting rules for the basin that we're gonna be thinking about for the next 30 years, especially for water security issues, I'd like to lean on the side of using the precautionary principle and erring on the side of caution. So if there's uncertainty, I get that. There's uncertainty in all these pieces of the puzzle that we're looking at. But we really should be considering what the maximum potential impacts are for the economic analysis in particular, because What's important is, yes, understanding uncertainty, but also considering what the potential fiscal impacts are of different scenarios. So my recommendation is a little bit different. I think it's better to figure out what a reasonable buffer might be above domestic well, bottoms of the wells.
Exactly. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it.
Okay, adaptive management is our next agenda topic. We have about an hour for this. I just wanted to check, see if everybody maybe needs 5 minutes to grab some coffee. Or you're good to keep on. Yeah, okay, take 5 minutes. So don't run off too far or get on some long phone call, but stretch and get some coffee.
Yeah.
That, not having.
It's interesting that.
You guys want to mute during the break?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, my guess is. Every one of them. Yeah.
Let's see how it
Okay.
goes.
All right,
How about that?
but yeah, your input's definitely gonna be helpful to determine if this is gonna be effective.
Right, so next slide, Kelly. So I want to start off by saying really quickly that the department has not done adaptive management in its 100 and some odd year history. It hasn't been a thing we have done with groundwater, period. It is new for us, and so we've spent a lot of time thinking it through and trying to figure out how to make it work. Second thing I'll say is that we certainly haven't evaluated this under the current statutes and rules until now. And so this process is the first time we're doing this. And I would really ask that you be open and listen to what we're proposing and why we're proposing it before jumping to any conclusions and, you know, providing rapid feedback. So there's a lot here. It's gonna take a bit.
It wasn't a lot of heat there.
It's only out of habit, Mark, I'm sorry. I'll focus elsewhere. No, so overall, adaptive management, as we pulled this definition out, I think we showed this here before, is, as Halling and Borman stated, adaptive management is a systematic and iterative approach for improving resource management by emphasizing learning from management outcomes. So essentially that means you take an action, you learn from that action, and then you take another action based on what you've learned. That's how we're seeing it. So as we talk about our authorities and what we're capable of doing, I want to lay out sort of an overarching framework, and that is that the rules we're talking about here today that curtail groundwater use must be supported by substantial evidence in the rulemaking record of the department. So the rulemaking record is the record that is created as we go through this rulemaking process from start to finish. So all these RAC meetings are part of the rulemaking record. The public notice and public comment period will be part of the rulemaking record. Everything we present to the commission prior to adoption will be part of that record. So that is the rulemaking record. Future information that we gather is not part of the rulemaking record. And therefore, these rules cannot use statements or future data to adjust PTW. So what we said in PTW, so the limits on pumping in rule today has to be based on substantial evidence today. So we can't say if the groundwater levels in Silver Creek decline 10 feet, then the PTW will be this value. And if the groundwater levels in Silver Creek decline by 5 feet, the PTW will be a different value. We can't do that in rule legally because we don't have the substantial evidence today to say that that is what the PTW should be. So from a limitations of, or a curtailment of groundwater, that is how we understand the statute to limit us. That said, in these rules, we can provide, we believe, a framework for management. So essentially a decision-making tool that can direct
I was about to ask that. I don't have any audio myself. I don't know if folks in the room can hear me. No, you can hear us. We can't hear you. Let's see. Yeah, we can't We can't hear anybody in the room. So before the audio went out, we were just seeing the presentation and not anybody in the room. Now we can see the presentation, although if you're advancing slides, we're not seeing that either. And we can't hear a soul. Thanks, Tim. I heard the very beginning of your presentation. Oh, I think I hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like the audio's back. Doesn't look like we have video yet.
Yeah. It's probably okay. It's just the folks online can't see anybody in the room, but it might be if you're sharing directly from Tim's laptop, maybe that's the issue. I don't know.
Here, so I don't know if the owls need like restart.
Yeah.
They want a break?
Yeah, they flashed really good right before we went on break and then they've been flashing, so that's probably your.
Okay.
But you can hear us now.
Can hear you.
Well, let's try to move forward.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah, we can see the screen. Can you just thumb back and forth just so we can make sure we can see it advancing? Yeah, okay, it is. It's moving now. Okay. I guess we'll just carry on and then maybe troubleshoot after the presentation. Yeah.
So for those online, a quick summary of what I said around this slide is that adaptive management is essentially a process by which we take a management action, we assess the outcomes of that management action, and then we adjust future management actions based on what we've learned. And from a framework standpoint and from an authority standpoint, rules that curtail groundwater use must be supported by substantial evidence in the rulemaking record of the department. And that means that this process that we're going through all the way up till the adoption of the rules by the commission is that rulemaking record. And so we cannot write a rule that adjusts the PTW or the amount of curtailment that is imposed through rule using future data that hasn't been collected yet. So we can't say if a future thing happens, then the amount of curtailment will change. But in rule, what we can specify is a framework for management actions and implementing that curtailment. And so orders are then what are used to actually implement the PTW, and orders can be issued based on the department's regulatory discretion. So we can essentially say the department can choose when to implement an order and when not to implement an order. So combining the rule framework that we can build with the final PTW number in that rule with orders and the regulatory discretion that the department has, we believe we have the authority to build an adaptive management framework and schema that we can use to implement the PTW that's laid out in rule. And I want to make clear that the orders don't take effect until a contested case process has been completed and water right holders have been given their due process related to the restrictions of their right. And so we have to go through that contested case process in order to implement the orders. That said, we believe we can go through a single contested case process and essentially go through all of the orders that could be implemented over the course of the management period in one single contested case. So we don't believe that we're going to have to go through, if there's 658 groundwater rights in the basin, we do not have to do 658 individual contested cases. We can roll them up together and do a single contested case. So that's sort of the approach and like the overarching strategy we're trying to use here to get to adaptive management. In the next slide, we lay out very specifically like what we can and can't do. And that was in your slide packet. I'm not going to go through these individually. I want to stay sort of focused on that overarching strategy. So if we go to the next slide, we've got here a proposed flow chart for our adaptive management plan. And John,
Quick question. about
yeah,
that. Contested case, is that something that we can get in like somewhat quick? Or is that something we're getting in the 10-year backlog before it can even be looked at?
so I am not an expert on the contested case process, so I'm going based off of what I have been told by others in the department. We believe that we can get through a contested case process in about 18 months, provided that everything goes efficiently. And we can request from the what are they called? The Office of Administrative Hearings that does contested cases, that we can request that they prioritize our case because of the need for swift in quotes action. And that process we've talked about in previous presentations. There's an entire information session online you can take a look at that details out all the steps there. But that's the short answer to your question, or maybe it's the long answer to your short question there, John. I don't know. So in this flow chart, we've got 5 different color schemes. The yellowish tan is evaluate. The light blue is adjust. The darker blue is announce. The pink red color is regulate. And then the green is pause. And so I'm going to talk about each one of those really quickly here. But essentially the goal here is to go.
Or when you go through this online, can you annotate so you point direction people online?
Sure.
Yes.
I can try to do that. If it will allow me.
I will make you.
So the intent of the adaptive management plan is to be a circular process. And we go from evaluate through adjust to announce to regulate back to evaluate again. And we're going to repeat that in this proposal, it's 30 years. So we come into the process at the start by determining a reference ground water level per subarea. And so I want to make it clear, the dark's going to get into the technical details of how we're going to calculate this. But we're trying to move away from a rate-based evaluation to a magnitude-based evaluation. So instead of looking at the change in groundwater level year over year, we're looking at the change in groundwater level from a reference point. And the intent of that is to get away from some of the short-term recovery events that happen when you shut off a well. And so the goal is to design a smooth trajectory towards success that can be measured in that same smooth way towards success. So that's the intent.
And you probably use this in the slide, a reference point. So you understand.
Yep.
What that means.
Dark's gonna dive into that here in a second. So every X years, we're gonna conduct a groundwater level analysis. So we had left this in this phase. Our proposal is every 6 years. As we talk through, that is not fixed. It's not a fixed value. We're open for discussion on that. Ben will present on some sensitivity analysis we've done related to the impacts of having different check-in periods. But for here, we're gonna say every X years, we're gonna conduct that groundwater level analysis. And then we're also gonna ask ourselves, has 30 years passed? Because if 30 years has passed, then we're outside our adaptive management window and we can either continue adapting, we go to that pause bucket, or we'll have to go through additional rulemaking in order to make further changes. So with this adaptive management plan, we're giving ourselves essentially 30 years before we're gonna essentially come out of it, reevaluate, and potentially do rulemaking again. If the answer is no, then we're gonna ask, is the permissible total withdrawal fully implemented in that sub area? If the answer is yes, So we've already fully implemented all the curtailment available. We again go to that pause box and we ask ourselves if rulemaking is necessary in order to make further adjustments. So if we've achieved the goal, we're stable at the PTW, then great. We're on pause and there's no future rulemaking needed. If we're not, then the department will have to at that time consider additional rulemaking to see if, to try to achieve the goal if it hasn't been done. If the answer to is the PTW fully implemented is no, then for each sub area, we're gonna ask, are water levels higher than, lower than, or at the expected trend? So are we at the water level we expected to be at in that sub area at this point in time? So using our modeling, we're gonna establish trajectories for each sub area for what the magnitude of decline is gonna look like. And we'll be able to evaluate that sub area based on that trend and identify whether we're inside that trend or we're off the trend. If we're on the trend, then no additional, then the next scheduled amount of curtailment will be implemented without change. So we have a schedule to get to success. If we're on the trend to get to success, then we'll continue implementing our plan to get to success. If we're ahead of schedule, so water levels are higher than expected, we've had, for whatever reason, better outcomes than expected, then we'll look at reducing the amount of additional curtailment that would be implemented in that next curtailment cycle. So instead of continuing to curtail at the same rate that we were curtailing at, we back off a little bit. And we'll talk in a bit about what that could potentially look like. If water levels are lower than expected, so we're not doing as well as we thought we were going to, we're off schedule, we're low, water levels have been impacted more than expected, then we're going to increase the amount of additional curtailment that's applied. So we had a scheduled amount of curtailment that we were going to implement, we're going to increase the amount of curtailment there in order to try to get back on track and get water levels back to where they should be. So that's our adjust process. Announce is pretty straightforward. We need to announce our findings. We need to tell people what's going to happen. And we'll have a process for doing that. And then once we've announced, we'll actually go through the step of regulation. So that's where Jason, field staff, Dally, Cade will issue orders, or they'll implement the orders that have already been issued and taken through contested case rather. And that curtailment then goes into effect. People are shut off. And then we see what happens for the next X number of years. And we track water levels and whatnot. In the critical area process, we're required to evaluate every 3 years any rule that curtails groundwater use. So from our standpoint, a check-in period should likely be a multiple of 3. So 3, 6, 9 is what we really consider. The benefit of that is that it lines up with our normal public process that's required by statute. It also is a reasonable amount of time for changes to actually take effect within the basin. And so that's why we've proposed what we've proposed. Without getting into the specifics of the numbers, which I'll let Dart get into here in a second, are there any questions on the sort of cyclical process by which we are proposing to evaluate conditions, adjust our plan for curtailment, announcing, regulating, and then doing it again?
Mark? It might not be quite in the sideboard that what you asked questions for, but you referenced evaluate groundwater levels. As we've seen now in the preferred alternative the department brought forward, there's other criteria for success now. Are you thinking of evaluating those other criteria or sticking with groundwater levels?
So I'm going to answer that really directly, and I'm going to say we're not looking at evaluating those other things because they are very difficult to measure. So they would not be included in our adaptive management plan. We want to stay focused on what we can directly measure, and that's groundwater levels.
Well, I'll put in a pitch for measuring base flow or spring flow as well, because that is, possible to measure, not overly difficult. But my actual question was just a clarification. So if we know the PTW is fixed, that's our end point after 30 years, reaching that PTW. And our starting point is whatever the reference, whatever our, reference level is that we'll hear from Dark about. So we're just talking about the pathway to get between our reference point and PTW. That's what we can actively manage, is the pathway we take to get there, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Mark,
So that raises a question of mine. So I don't think the goal potentially for the community is reaching PTW. I've said that before. If the goal is going to be stable water levels, that's where I think we're headed. Hopefully we achieve that before we achieve full implementation of PTW.
yeah, so that's a very good point. The goal here is for us to establish a trajectory to get to stable water levels. And that means that the change in water level year over year is 0. And that's the goal. PTW is the tool that we use to get there. And using our modeling, our best case analysis, we are trying to establish that PTW accurately so that it is the right amount of curtailment that needs to be implemented in order to achieve the goal. So the goal is stable groundwater levels and getting there on a trajectory. And the PTW is how we get there. And if we did everything perfectly, which we won't, but if we did everything perfectly, we would fully implement the PTW and we would see stable groundwater levels. And that would be the final outcome. But this process allows us to say, if we're ahead of schedule, maybe we don't fully implement the PTW ever. And if we're behind schedule, maybe we implement the PTW sooner than we expected. And once the PTW is fully implemented, then the department will have to decide if further rulemaking is necessary or not. But that is a future decision. It is not for us to make. So, Rob, I saw you had a hand sort of.
I think you just answered my question. I was just having a hard time visualizing the PTW is less than the 2018 pumpage amount. And if, for example, we were scaling back our curtailment, but we can't adjust PTW in the rules, then it seems like if we got to the end of 30 years and we lose half of our curtailment, but we hadn't reached PTW, then there'd just be a drop off because we can't adjust that PTW. But you just answered that question.
Yeah. Yes, the only way to adjust PTW is through rulemaking. And maybe in the future, the answer is we need to do a rulemaking to decrease the PTW and do more curtailment because we haven't achieved the goal. Or maybe we've achieved the goal and we reach 30 years and we say, everything looks fine. We can open up a rulemaking and we can adjust the PTW so that it's bigger and it matches what we're actually pumping in the basin right now. And then water right holders are not currently pumping are no longer at risk of being curtailed in the future.
So just to be clear, if we are only 50% of the way to the PTW, which is our end goal at the end of 30 years.
It's not our end goal. Stable groundwater levels are our end goal.
Okay, so if we get to year 27 and groundwater is stable and we're still way above PTW, that doesn't mean we have to hit that PTW number.
No. Mark.
So when we work through this, is there gonna be thresholds in the amount of adjustment that can happen per period?
Excellent segue. I'm gonna turn it over to Dark. Provided there's no more questions on this, and we'll let him dive into the details.
Well, maybe no question, but there's a lot to unpack in that dark blue rectangle, right?
Yeah.
Is that where Dark's going?
No, so
No,
the dark blue rectangle, we recognize that there has been a lot of conversation, discussion groups in RAC, like how do we engage with the community when we
Yeah.
start doing regulatory? We're not necessarily gonna get in that today. I see that more as a rule language, so we'll talk about what does the process look like with you and we need to have that conversation, but today it's all the technical part of the adaptive management. I'm sorry if that frustrates you.
No, I don't get frustrated that easy. I'm just trying to understand. Okay.
Travis.
So this is gonna be per sub area or basin wide?
And then we have police.
The evaluation of water levels will be per sub area and the adjustments will be per sub area.
Okay.
So it's possible that you could have an adjustment in one sub area and no adjustment in another.
Right.
So you could have an increase in in curtailment in one sub-area, you could have no change to the schedule in another, and you could have a decrease in another, because you have different conditions happening in each.
So we could have 6 to 8 different management plans really going.
So we will have a trajectory, a reference water level and a trajectory for each sub-area that's defined. And that is the number of evaluations that would be made and the number of possible adjustments that could be made. So if there are 6 sub-areas, there's 6 trajectories, there's 6 evaluations, and there's 6 possible adjustments.
You gotta go to Lisa next.
Lisa online and then Fred.
We can wait. I actually also had a question about that dark blue box and what the mechanism is after you've already issued an order. So it sounds like other people had that question too, so I can just hold it.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Brad, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, are we talking about the 15? Part of the time we're talking about 6 as a priority. I'm a little confused.
So in past RAC meetings, we've talked about a few different sub-area options. And that includes 15 sub-areas, 6 or maybe 7 sub-areas, and 1 sub-area. So depending on what the final sub-area map looks like, that affects the number of evaluations done.
Okay, so will it be clear for each sub-area in some format, what data from which wells will be used, and will that change over time?
It will be clear what data is used. That will be made public, just the way we've made the data public related to our water level trends analysis currently. So it'll look similar to our current water level trends analysis.
I don't know that it's clear what data is from what wells are being used now, but I might be missing something. So to me, that's a big deal. You know, it kind of goes to boundaries and what's going on in the outlying areas of the problem area, or an area distinctly separate from other areas. It's an area that concerns me. So the data points right now, if I was to go look at them, where would they be? Do they show up at?
So in our most recent water level trends analysis, which is posted on our website, I can't remember what RAC number it's under, but we can get you a direct link to it. We do the calculation by sub-area, but we also, at the end of that, publish the list of well log IDs that were used and that were used as part of the analysis by sub-area. So you can see the actual well log ID, which well was used. And then if you want to look up every single point of data, you can go to the groundwater information system and see the exact data that we used for that analysis.
Yeah, so I go to computer school and I'll do it. No,
We'll get that printed out for you today, the analysis. I'll make Dally go print it out for you. We'll get it to you.
What's that?
I can print that out, the groundwater trend analysis. I'll get that printed out. I'll send it over to Dally. And Dally can print it out for you. We can give it to you today. Yeah.
Barbara?
So each sub area has, say, 10 wells. Is that sub area the decision on it? Like if there's a worse well and a better well, they're all subject to what the worst wells do.
Let's let Jarek get into the details of how we're gonna calculate it. Yeah, that's a great segue. It's a good question.
Do it. Yeah, let's jump over and I'll just address that directly. And what we're proposing to do is to say there's 10 wells with water level data in the sub area. We'd be looking at the median of the water level, either decline magnitudes, or to set the reference level, we'd be looking at the median water level elevation for that sub area to set that target trajectory. So this figure here is a schematic diagram of a concept that we're calling the decline magnitude envelope. So to move forward with this process, we need a decision-making tool to identify if we're on schedule, if we're on that target trajectory, or if we're either above or below that trajectory, and how much above or below that trajectory we are. So we're using this concept called the decline magnitude envelope. We're proposing to use the modeled variability in decline magnitude in each sub-area to evaluate if our measured behavior is on track with our projected trajectory, or if we're off track either above or below. So as I mentioned, the target trajectory is that modeled median decline magnitude. So the median throws out the outlying, you know, if one's very high or one's very low, we kind of are ignoring the outliers when we use the median. So at each check-in period, we'll compare the median of the measured real world decline. So the median of those water level declines that we're measuring in actual wells. We'll compare that median against the model target trajectory. So as Tim kind of summarized in the previous slide, if we're on track, we'll keep to the planned curtailment schedule. If we're behind target, so if declines are greater than our target trajectory, we'll increase the curtailment schedule. And on the other side of it, if we're ahead of target, if declines are less than our trajectory, then we can decrease the amount of curtailment. So we need to establish this envelope around the target trajectory to identify how far off we are and whether we're going to stay with the planned curtailment schedule or modify it up and down. So what this diagram here shows is that we're proposing to use the variation in modeled declines over time to identify what we're calling the envelope. So this example here uses the median represents our target. So we're trying to hit that median decline magnitude. And we've used percentiles here. So we've used the 25th and the 75th percentile. That's the percentile of the variation in the sub area of the decline magnitude to identify kind of these thresholds across that distribution. So in this example, if we're in that middle 50% of decline magnitudes with our real world measured water level data, so if we're between the 75th percentile and the 25th percentile, we would consider that on track. So we're not right at the median, but we're within a buffer around that median that we're going to consider on track. If our magnitude of decline at the check-in period is below that 75th percentile of decline, so if the declines are lower than that threshold, then that would be a decision point where we would decide to increase the scheduled curtailment. And on the other side, if we're better than 25th percentile, we could decrease that curtailment schedule. So these percentiles are up for conversation. We're looking for input on those. They provide reasonable envelopes around our expected trajectories. And that's a decision point that will need to be discussed. On the next, I'll stop there, yeah.
So we're talking about a sub area.
We're talking about one for each sub area will perform this type of analysis.
If there's 12 in here and 6 above the median, 6 below the median, what does the 25th and 27th, is that say there's 10 or 12, does that mean there'd be 4? If there was 4 above the or 4 below the 75% percentile. Is that what that means?
Yeah, so the easiest way to start is to think about the median. That's the 50th percentile. So 50% of the wells are above that, 50% below. And then as you work through the different percentiles, the 75th percentile, there would be 75% above that and 25% below that.
Okay. So then how that looks when you get that graphed up, if you use equal increments, then the shape of that
says a lot. I guess what I'm headed, my longer term deal is in some areas, there's not a lot of data points, there's more in others. And we've decided to use XYZ 10 or 12 in one area. In another area, the majority of the data is on the outside of this. And it's my comfort level, lack thereof, that I get tied up in some of that because I'm looking for change over time in a data-driven system, and anytime I feel that we're kind of picking and choosing which data, then I get bothered, worried, and so I think I've got it straight with what you're saying. So if that 75 percentile line was way lower, that's a distribution of a wide distribution of monitored wells and data.
That's right, and in some sub areas, that distribution is gonna be narrower. And in some sub areas, there's gonna be a wider variation in the overall magnitude of declines. So it's gonna be sub area specific to each sub area.
And will there be if you start seeing that it's kind of out of whack, is there a process to adjust the number of wells or what you're looking at there? Is there a public process tied to that?
Well, the plan going forward is going to be to evaluate all available water level data that we do have. So that's gonna include, the wells that, our Salem staff, myself and others measure, Dally and Cade measure wells, and we'll also be looking at the permit condition data. So those data that are required to be submitted to the department.
The static levels that we're taking.
That's right. Yeah. So we'll be looking at all available data too.
And is there a public process at all tied to regularly every 3 years, 2 years, or whatever? Would it be appropriate to have a public process tied to that somewhat? Just, you don't have to answer it, but
Well, I think the answer is yes, and I think that's that dark blue box that folks were asking about.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's move on. Did you have something, Jim? Okay, let's move on to the next slide. And Fred, this image might help you picture what that looks like through time. So this is another way to think about what these decline magnitude envelopes look like. So the last one was just a concept snapshot in time. This shows how the decline magnitude envelope can change over time. And so really the same main bullet points here. I'll reiterate what Tim had mentioned, that we're looking again here at the decline magnitudes instead of the rates. And we need to do that because we know when we begin to implement curtailments, wells are shut off, we get these short-lived recovery events that can really skew the statistics if we're looking at decline rates on a plot like this. So on this plot, the dark blue line, that central line, is the modeled median decline magnitude, and in this case, in a hypothetical sub area. So that's our target trajectory. That's where we want to be moving forward as we're monitoring wells.
Rob has a question.
I mean, you can finish talking about this slide and I'll ask.
Okay, yeah, one more point here, really. And then again, here we have this envelope that we can use various percentiles to decide where are we in this trajectory? How far above or below are we from that median? And what are going to be the trigger thresholds to decide, do we need to make changes or are we on track?
I just want to point out that the one in the packet looks quite a bit different than this.
Does it?
We have the different.
That's true. We updated this figure on the drive out. So apologize for that. This one just is narrowed to I think that one's out to 2100. And if we're looking at a 30-year window for adaptive management.
So you took it to that 30-year window in that one.
And I think it may be a somewhat different curve as well. Yes.
Like it.
Yeah. Sorry about the updates there.
So relative to that question, then there must have been a number of scenarios like that you looked at.
So we can,
and it starts at 2030 Because
Because in all of our modeling, that's where we started curtailment.
so it's only a visual thing, the trajectory of change, which is kind of important, the scale issue.
Correct. The scale
Just
issue
trying to
is,
get my arms around that point, go ahead.
If the rules have to be made this year and based on this data that we're looking at and talking about now, what's gonna happen if when we start to implement this and check in 5 years, in 2030, because that magnitude envelope is so narrow at the starting point, we're way outside that envelope. How will we react, especially if we have adaptive management processes in place that have some buffers around how much we can adjust so that we don't over adjust, but if we're way above or way below, how will we react?
Well, I think that's a good thing to point out. In the early check-in periods, there's less of a buffer, right? The envelope is narrower earlier on, so we're gonna have a higher likelihood, just based on what we're seeing here, we'll have a higher likelihood of needing to adapt, because that central 50% is fairly narrow. As it moves out in time, our envelope widens. And you know, we enter kind of a more stable period where the likelihood of adaptation is a little lower as we move forward.
So in theory, in the next 5 years, if we start to implement CREP and voluntary agreements and some of the monitoring and enforcements of current policies, if we're way above that 25th percentile, it will dramatically affect the amount of curtailment that takes place over the next 30 years, if we stay above that.
I think that's right. And I think that's a really good point, that there's all sorts of other mechanisms besides just the curtailments that can help get water levels above, you know, either within our target trajectory or even above it.
And as Mark has reiterated so many times, the goal here is stable water levels. So if we can get ahead of schedule and stay ahead of schedule, and we do that without the department coming in with orders and shutting people off, the more the better. Like, that's wonderful.
Move to the next one, Kelly. So here, we're plotting a couple of things. We're zoomed in now to 6 years. So this would be one implementation period, basically. The blue lines are the same kinds of curves we've been looking at. So these are our target trajectories. The dark blue line is our median, and our various percentiles that define that envelope that we've been talking about. The red line here, now this is not real data, but this is how we would evaluate the measured data moving forward. And these are just three examples to illustrate kind of the simple cases of what these decision-making points might look like. So the image on the top right, we're looking at, if you look at each of the 6 years on the red curve, each of those 6 years, including on that 6th year, are within that middle 50%. So this is the straightforward, simple example of we're on schedule. We don't need to make any adjustments to our curtailment schedule. And we just move forward with the next implementation step. On the bottom left, that curve there, each of the 6 years, including on that 6th year at the check-in period, we're below that middle 50%. And this represents the case where we would need to adapt and increase the curtailment that was scheduled for that check-in period. And then on the bottom right is the opposite example, where for each of the 6 years, including that 6th year at the check-in period, we're above that middle 50%. We could adapt and reduce the scheduled curtailment in a case like that.
Sorry, this might be a dumb question, but so your every X years, like that number, that's the only time you're ever going to change with the curtailment. Is.
Yeah.
And so, and you're saying that has to be the 3, 6, 9, like 3-year increments is what you're.
We're
you're
proposing
six.
that. If there was some excellent reason for it to be different, I think we'd consider it, but I think you'll see that 3, 6, or 9, there isn't much difference. Ben will talk about that later.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So we'll have a point in the agenda where we're gonna get
Absolutely.
Feedback on that specifically.
Yep, we'll address that specifically.
So those are the simple, straightforward examples that kind of illustrate the basic process that we've been talking about. And of course, as in everything, there's potential complications. Things are gonna be variable. So let's move to that next slide, Kelly, and talk about how we might deal with that variability, because we know we're gonna have dry seasons and wet seasons, and water levels are likely not gonna necessarily be a straightforward, smooth trend from year to year. We just know that from what we see. So this figure on the left, again, we're thinking about a 6-year check-in period. And really, the question on this slide is, do we only consider the status of our trend in measured water levels at the year of the check-in period, so on year 6? Or do we also want to give some weight, some consideration to how we've been performing against that trend in the preceding years across that check-in period? So this example on the left, on years 1 through 5, we're in that middle 50%. We're on track. We get to our check-in period at year 6, and maybe we had a dry year, and all of a sudden we're way below that envelope. So do we only want to consider the status at year 6 for how we decide to adapt, or should we be giving some weight to those preceding 5 years where we were looking pretty good? The figure on the right is kind of the opposite. So if you look at years 1 through 5, 3 out of those were below. We weren't on track. We had maybe a wet year in year 2 and we bumped up. But then on year 6, at that check-in period, we were within that middle 50%. And so we're on track at the end. But do we want to give some weight to how many years preceding that we were below? We weren't on track. We were running behind.
Or in this case, above as well, right?
And potentially above. We may swing above and below as we go through that 6-year or X year check-in period. So it may not be as simple as just looking at the current year that we're in when we're checking in, but should we give some consideration to the preceding years as well?
So Dark, do we want to pause there? Is that a question out to the RAC?
That's a question that will be on the upcoming slides.
Okay.
We'll get there in just a second.
So just to prime you for that. So go ahead, Kelly. We're going to step through and ask for feedback on each of these, but to help you all think about how we've been thinking about it and what we might consider and propose for each of these questions around this. Like we've mentioned, we're going to be proposing to have a 6-year check-in period to adapt every 6 years and either adjust or not adjust our curtailment schedule depending on the status of our trend. And to that question of, do we just consider the current year at the end of the check-in period, or do we look back and consider how we've been performing in those preceding years? We're proposing a scheme that does consider those preceding years, but gives a higher weight to where we are today, to where we are at the check-in period. So if we get to year 6, and at year 6 we're above the 90th percentile, so we're doing way better today than we're projecting, then we can reduce that scheduled curtailment by 60%. If we're between the 75th and the 90th, we can reduce it by 30%. What's not shown here is if we're in the middle 50, then there's no change based on that criteria. And then depending on how far we are below the 25th or if we're below the 10th, we might increase by 30% or 60%. So that's how we're weighting the current year at the check-in period. And then if we're looking at the preceding years, we can add up how many years we were either above or below that central 50%. And make adjustments based on that. So if the difference between years above and years below is positive 2, so if we were above the threshold 2 more years than we were below it, 3 more years above 2, then we could reduce by 30%. And if we had the opposite case, we could increase the curtailment by 30%. So what this means is the maximum change we could make is
really 90% of what's the scheduled curtailment. So it could either drop down to 10% of the scheduled or up to 190% of the scheduled, depending on the combination of these factors. And I know that's a lot, and it's difficult without the plots and all the examples, but that's kind of how we're thinking about it is, let's give more weight to where we are at the end of that check-in period, but also give some weight to how we've been performing up to that point. So let's.
Yeah.
Bobby?
Just a quick acknowledgement, this slide is not in the printed packet.
Yes.
So obviously that's, yeah, lot here and seeing it for the first time. So maybe also just for the RACs, have in the back of their mind. What's the next steps on this? If they want to sit with this, get information for you, we can get some reactions, but there may be some, after some more thought, some input they want to provide.
So the intent is this will, based on the feedback we get, we'll adjust, but we will write this into rule language for next time. And so we will look at this both from a high level standpoint, but also from a rule language standpoint. And so there'll be opportunity to comment on it again at the next RAC. And then again in the final RAC in April, when we're talking about what is like our closest to final language. So.
Okay. Looks like Lisa has her hand up and we got a couple over here with Kristen and Fritz.
Yeah, are there some tables or data that supports the 60% drop in curtailment if you hit 90% of the target, according to your slide? I mean, because that, yeah, what's the data that supports that table? Or this slide, rather? Like, how did you get from 90th percentile of the water level to dropping curtailment by 60%? Like, what's the data? And would it vary by sub area, or this is for every sub area? So yeah, I guess to be able to sort of intelligently evaluate this, I think we would need kind of the back data.
So let me answer a couple of those. One, the evaluation will be done by sub area and the adjustment will be by sub area. So if a sub area is above the 90th percentile, then only that sub area's future scheduled curtailment would be reduced by 60% for that check-in period.
Yeah,
So
no, I get that. I'm just saying, so you think every sub area would respond the same way to these sort of parameters that you've set out here? In other words, for every sub area, if you were at 90th percentile, you could do a 60% reduction in curtailment. And that would work the same in every sub area. Functionally, not by rule, but like functionally the effect of it.
we believe it's a reasonable balance between simplicity and complexity that will have the desired outcomes. Yes.
Okay, and then is there data behind this?
So. Yep. So when we looked at those previous graphs, and if you go back, Kelly, a couple. No, one more. These. We can provide the actual data, but this is 2018 through 2024 data right here. This is what was modeled versus what we actually measured in the sub areas. And so this shows that, and I don't remember which sub areas these are specifically, but we can provide sub area by sub area, the actual 2018 through 2024 modeled versus actual measured data to help you see what the fluctuations are. We have not, I guess the challenge is here
is that we can model out what will happen in the, we can model out what will happen in the future, and that's a modeled outcome. But we have no way of assessing until we have started reductions of what the actual outcomes are going to be.
Right, because these don't actually show the pumping amount, right? These show that the effect, basically. And so
Correct. Yeah.
we don't know, I mean, because I'm thinking back to like many meetings ago where we wanted that information, right? The kind of, if X happens on curtailment, you know, Y happens on the groundwater levels. And so, I mean, I guess I would just say I don't think you have the data to say 60% reduction in curtailment if you hit a 90% groundwater, 90% of your groundwater level target, right? I mean,
Yeah, so a couple things I want to point out, make sure we're talking about the same thing. What we're proposing is that if the median measured groundwater level
yes,
exceeds the 90th percentile modeled outcome, right? So that means your median level has swung incredibly high out above what was projected by the modeling to happen. And so we believe that should be taken into account and curtailment delayed. That doesn't mean that curtailment won't be implemented in the future, because it will be if we drop back onto trajectory or below trajectory. But we don't believe that it is appropriate in that moment, at that check-in period, to implement the full amount of scheduled curtailment because we are ahead of the trajectory we accepted in this process.
yeah, no, I conceptually understand what you're proposing. I'm just trying to get at like, where's that 60% number coming from and what's the data behind that? Because that seems like a really big adjustment, like a really big adjustment. So I'm just trying to figure out if there's any data, you know, that you looked at to land you at that number.
Lisa, this is Ben.
Yeah.
Thank you for this comment and concern. And strictly speaking, yes, there is a risk that if the adaptation is too great, like if the amount that the additional curtailment in the adaptation step is allowed to vary, to adapt too strongly, you could create an instability in this process where, you know, you adapt too much in one direction during one check-in and that sends things the wrong way, and then you have to adapt strongly in the other direction during the next check-in, and that's maybe compensates and maybe even sends it the other way too strongly. And we would like to avoid that outcome. And there's a limit to how well we can predict exactly what the right amount of adaptation is under different circumstances. In part because we don't actually have a great way to predict what is the distribution of expected expected observed declines. We're using the spatial distribution within each sub-area as a decision-making tool here, but that doesn't really represent fully our confidence or uncertainty about future water levels. It's a decision-making tool that we can build with the data we have. What I will offer is that coming up shortly, we're going to talk about sensitivity to changes in overall long-term average recharge. And based on that, I think that at least many tens of percents of the proposed curtailment is a reasonable amount, the proposed additional curtailment at each adaptation step is an appropriate magnitude to adapt based on the sensitivity of the model to recharge. So if you're willing to hold that thought for, I don't know how long it'll take to get there, a few minutes, I will come back to that.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
So we got a few here. Just jump ahead to the question. Kristen, Fred, Rob, Mark, so let's go in that order, and Zach.
Two things, when you have Nally do a little printing at lunchtime, Could we get the new graph as well as that last slide shared with this group so that we have the current ones we're providing?
This one right here? Oh, no, That one.
That one, and then the one we just talked about with the 60/30.
yeah, yes, and get that. Okay, for you.
And then I'd just like to say that I do appreciate that this is an attempt in the conversations that we've had of trying not to pull the lever too hard, understanding that there are going to be some unknowns, and so you do have to find some data points to use. And we do have to see how those play out in time, given that recharge factor. We don't know what Mother Nature will do over time either. But to me, these are a very decent attempt by the department to take into consideration the request from the community to have some adjustment both ways, that we don't just keep ratcheting it down so hard that we go beyond the mark either. And if the mark's at 50% and we're at the 90%, that we are saying that there is some opportunity here to take that into consideration so that we don't have huge swings over time either, because it does affect us on the ground as a community. And so I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Fred.
I never had my hand up.
Oh,
Are
okay.
we talking about
Thought you did.
input or just go around the circle?
No, we just thought you had your hand up. Rob.
In response to the input requested of, are the percentiles appropriate for finding the envelope? I just was curious. I've had way more success using past data to predict future outcomes using standard deviations instead of percentiles, because sometimes percentiles are arbitrary, and I didn't know if that was a discussion that you guys had or if it would be too complicated to do a similar graph to that using standard deviations from past data.
So thank you. That's a good question. And I'll also acknowledge Ken Beerley made a related question in the online chat about if we've looked at what is the distribution of declines? Is it normally distributed? And I don't think we've looked at that in particular. Using standard deviation is an intuitive tool for a normally distributed distribution of something like declines. And we're not entirely sure that that's appropriate in this case. If you have a non-normally distributed distribution, using percentiles is more generally useful. And in particular, it's more robust to strong outliers, which we do anticipate is possible to see within a given subarea. So that's why we've stuck with percentiles so far, but we'll take a look at the distribution of declines, and if it seems that that standard deviation would be a more intuitive way to build this, we can do that. It still leaves a little bit of a question of, how many standard deviations is the right way to define your envelope. But I understand that that might be an easier thing to grapple with if that's a statistic that folks are more familiar with.
Because it's hard to know if 2 feet in groundwater level is significant over the course of 10 or 30 years. And the other input that I had was in response to the parameters. If you were above a certain level, you would curtail by this amount. And I acknowledge the fact that you kind of just have to pick a starting point. And I was thinking while you were talking about if you could adapt that as the process goes, but my personal input is if you don't have some parameters that are static and you're always adjusting every little bit in there, it's going to be really hard to get dialed in to follow that steady curve. And so I would recommend using the best data you have, like you have suggested, and not trying to adjust those constantly.
Thank you, that's helpful. One point I'd like to remind us all of is that we went through the process of defining sub-area boundaries, and Darek and Jerry did excellent work there. Spent a lot of time trying to group wells together that behaved similarly. So to try to reduce some of the variability within groups of wells, we drew sub-area boundaries. Now, we started with 15. We've come back to 6 or 7. So that increases the amount of variability, right? By making larger areas, you're increasing the variability. But the intent here is to try to get through sub-area boundaries to get to groups of wells that behave similarly. And so you hopefully won't have wide variability between outcomes within the wells, both from a model standpoint and in a real world measured standpoint. And so that's one way in which we have tried to reduce variability and minimize that potential for fluctuation. Now, how it all responds once we start shutting things off is really anybody's guess, and we'll that's why the focus on trying to adapt based on conditions. The other thing I want to say there is, you had said is 2 feet a significant magnitude for an area. It comes down to that sub area concept, and it's going to depend. Some sub areas, 2 feet is a lot. Like Silver Creek has been declining at, what is that, 0.5 foot per year on average, or at the median. Lower Blitzen has been declining at less than that, if I remember correctly. So 2 feet is a lot in those areas, absolutely. In Weaver Springs, 2 feet is less than the current median decline rate of 4.5 or almost 5 feet, something like that. So it'll vary by sub area too. But that sub area construct is what helps reduce some of that variability in our data and in our planning.
And if I can just add to that, I think your question points to an important thing for the community to wrestle with, which is what are declines that are, how much does a difference in decline matter in a given area? And those considerations can be used to guide what defines the envelope for adaptation in a given subarea. We're proposing to use percentiles as the way to define that envelope, but that's not nearly the only way one could do it. You could say, hey, in this subarea, we want the envelope to be plus or minus 2 feet, and that's all that we're going to talk about. You could say something else as a decision-making tool that factors in community values as well as the data. This is a data-driven proposal that we're showing here, but because we're in such a brainstorming phase of developing this tool, I think we're very open to suggestions of different or maybe even more complex ways to define the envelope for adaptation that consider other things like sensitivity to declines.
I think percentiles are going to be a more effective way to achieve success than an increment of water level, but I wonder standard deviations might be even more accurate, but I understand what you're saying.
Mark and then Zach.
Kelly, could you go to the proposed adaptation plan slide? And Ben or Tim, wherever it said, would love if the slides be shared of the modeling between 2000. I'd love for the modeling to be shared between the 2018, 2024, that'd be great. So, difference between simplicity and complexity is all in the eye of the beholder. So maybe I'll offer maybe a little bit more simplistic approaches. I don't know the percentiles. I'm fine with the 50, 75, 25. I don't know enough to make a different agenda, but we have to start someplace. But why not make your change representative of the change in percentile? So if it goes from 50 to 75, that's 25% reduction or increase. Real simple. And then I don't agree with taking the variability of the years. If we're going looking at trends instead of anomalies, and you try to adjust and do that, just take the average of the 6 years, come up, is it 72%? Is it 34%? But just average the whole 6 years to come up with the number that you use in order to make your pluses or minuses from. I do think 90% is whiplash. To be able to potentially go that far, especially with the sideboards in the first 6 years being so tight. And the reason I'll say that is from a farmer standpoint, if we reduce 90% more, and in 6 years we find that was an overcorrection, but it was our best guess, majority of that water never comes back on. These infrastructures we've taken out after 5 years from Harney Electric, they've gone out of business. So the potential for water coming back on is not there. So if you go back up to there, you could get to a point where you overcorrect. I would love to see a variability of no more than what actually the percentage from 50% up was or 50% down was on a 6-year period of time.
So you're saying if the median falls at the 60th percentile, then we would
10% correction.
do a 10% correction.
And you would average all 6 data points to come up with what that number is instead of a rubric of how many were above, how many were above, and you're just a linear average. Smaller, Jack, small. Go ahead, Zach.
I was about to echo a lot of the same things that Mark was saying with some slight differences. So first off, I do like the overall approach that y'all are taking to adaptive management. So agree with Chris, and that makes sense to me. The specific, like, I do think that this approach of the proposed adaptation plan is a little bit hard to communicate and understand. What I suggest, which is very similar but slightly different to Mark's approach, is taking the median of the pairwise comparisons of slope, like the teal sand slope approach, which you can do with 6 data points. And I see you chuckling because teal sand slope sounds jargony. It's easy to calculate.
Well, we've done sun slope before,
Yes.
absolutely. I don't disagree with you. I don't know that that's easier to communicate to people, but carry on.
Assume, like Mark was saying, you have an average, in this case, it's a median of pairwise comparisons, which is a different type of average of your different slopes. And that way you can calculate out the divergence between your expected median values and the send slope calculated median values in reality. And then use, as Mark was suggesting, use that difference to inform what the adjustment should be. So the send slope says you're undershooting the median, like the true median is 10% lower than the expected modeled median. You do a 10% adjustment.
And then your slope calculation is done on a 6-year time frame and no larger. Is that?
I think that's a good interesting question for period number 2, period number 3, and period number 4.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But sticking with just period number 1. 6 years is good enough to calculate the teal.
I'd say 9 years in period 1, just to give you a larger envelope to work from if we're negotiating.
Okay, but then Mark, that what you're accepting there is the higher rate of decline
Yeah,
in the first 3 years prior to the implementation of curtailment. And so your slope is going to be steeper than what is expected because we'll have modeled a slope that is a higher trajectory.
because we
likely.
start out with the higher level of curtailment and then you carry it out 9 years instead of 6. Before we adjust.
Well, so teal send slope aside, I would say what you currently have is, I feel especially that rider of the, if the net years are above 75th percentile minus the net years below 25th percentile, that part is especially confusing, I think. Is of finding some way to average out the data across the trends across the 6-year period, whether it's a teal send slope or something else.
Right.
And then applying that and making the magnitude of the adjustment, the divergence between expected and reality, then I think that's gonna be easier to describe.
Right, we'll definitely have to think about that. I've got questions for Ben related to like calculating slope when we're on a curve. And comparing those, but
A box of wizard graph might be more appropriate.
sure.
Fred.
Yeah, I just make a comment that we have a spring called Fisherman Springs and it went dry for the first time ever during our drought for 8 years. And it took, forget just how many years before, when the drought ended, before it started flowing in this historical amount. So these longer and slower on this stuff, if you pick up a lot of stuff that's hidden in the data, you know. What you measure, you don't know really what you're measuring. You're measuring the change in static level, but are you measuring the previous 3 years, 12 years, or what? The longer it's put in place, you get more accurate in what it'll, the results will be. Because you don't know what you're measuring when you see big, you know, fluctuations. I mean, so that you can look on that on either side of this thing, but I just make the point because in going through some of this stuff, and we were using data. We weren't using data, we were making conclusions based on springs and changes in stream flows associated with, you know, curtailment or whatever. And I'm just saying that some of that stuff is not tied to groundwater usage necessarily. We really don't know in some of those cases. So I appreciate the comments when we're looking at longer duration, even 9 years versus 6 or whatever. I just want to know that we're making progress. So I'm a big deal of rate of change, but you have to know that the rate of change, you look at about 6 years and then 6 years later, you're looking back at 12 years, all of us as a business of irrigating. We do that right now. We're monitoring 10 wells. We're using the 2 right now. So I just worry that we're gonna log into something and the adaptation. I'm not sure. I just don't see how that's going to work necessarily. Anyway, I just make that point on the spring because the results had nothing to do with pivots that are 1,500 feet elevation below it and 50 miles away. And a lot of the comments on springs are that way. Some aren't. Some are have that 4-year window back. You can measure and follow that aquifer back. It gets mixed together, and that's why I come back to trying to end up in a place where we have better data and we really do know what we're looking at. And we're not just kind of guessing. And I know that probably ticks people off because you got a lot of data there. But when you look at the distribution of wells in a sub area, that's why I hear you saying 6+1 sub areas. When it was 15, it was closer to representing aquifers that are functioning the same, that have the same source of water. Now, I get a little nervous when I hear us go there for good reasons or the wrong reasons. So thank you. I'll just leave it.
Thanks for that. Yeah, and we'll be talking sub areas later as far as, you know, what we're headed. So let's wrap this up. I think as we mentioned, we're gonna come back with a draft in the rule language on this for further feedback. There may be some opportunity for some of the folks in the department to check in with a few of you and some of the suggestions you made to kind of bounce some tweaks off of you. But I think there was some good feedback.
Yeah, I really appreciate
the
feedback. Thank you.
Yeah.
Everybody for thinking this through with us and trying to help us simplify. If that's important. So it's really helpful.
So let's keep on trucking. We got public comment now. So I know I had one in the back earlier. Do we have 2 in the back? 3? Okay, and 1 online.
Chris does not want to do public comment now.
He does not? Oh, he does.
He does not.
Oh, he does not. Okay, so we just have 3 in the room. So before we do this, what I ask is each of you in turn, stand up, state your name. If you're representing an organization, please state that as well. Provide your comment. We really please ask that you keep it to 2 minutes or less, just so that we can continue this forward. You know, we have a really tight agenda here. And feel free to ask questions. However, the department or the RAC won't answer the questions as part of the comment period. We will, they'll follow up with you after and get some information back to you if you requested that. But for the benefit of the meeting and moving forward, we won't be having a Q&A within the comment period. So let's go over here first. Yeah, you ma'am, I know you were here first. Go ahead and state your name.
Richmond, I'm an irrigator in the Harley Basin, and I'm really glad to hear my original question was, how much are you gonna use the static water levels that we've been measuring and the well monitoring data that we've been sending in? So I'm glad to hear that you're gonna do that. That's awesome.
Thank you very much. Okay, ma'am. Yeah, the black sweater.
Debbie Gouveia, irrigator. Just have a comment regarding the Echo Northwest physical impact study. I agree with Mark's comment. Taking only 2024 hay prices is not representative of our actual value of hay. I think it needs to be a broader evaluation than just 1 year, a bad year. Same thing, I found it astounding that cattle and livestock was not anywhere in it. That is a major income to this county and area. And like I said, I find it astounding that it wasn't even mentioned. The other question I have is in regard to domestic wells. The county actually has a firm number of domestic wells. It's my understanding, I'm not lifelong resident here, but it's my understanding that decades ago, domestic wells were not permitted and anybody could just put one in. Is there really a firm accounting, or is my understanding wrong that all domestic wells are accounted for?
Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, and one more in the back, yep.
Kurt Blackburn, irrigator, broker. So I had a quick question. On the prep program, say they do get the prep program kind of organized and done. How are you guys gonna do the adjustments? Say they're coming in between the 3 years or the 6 years. And we quite haven't done, but they haven't implemented them on there. How are you guys gonna handle those, especially if they're outside the PTW? You know, say they're older water rights and somebody wants to get rid of them, but you guys want so many acre feet up through the PTW, and you do a year like 2006 or whatever, and say somebody sell them on it. How are you guys gonna adjust those? Are you gonna adjust them, just take them as their, so year 3 and 6? Are you gonna adjust them on year 6 and say, okay, we got this credit and our 10%, like Mark was saying, difference? Are you gonna credit those ones that's in between before you make the adjustment? Do I mean? Thank you. Yeah, so.
I see what you mean. I'll follow, yeah.
I don't know if you've thought of that yet.
We absolutely have, yep. It's part of the allocation process, yep.
So we'll go to break now, and potentially then if, you know, if there's opportunity to have some conversation with the department, get some of those questions answered, we can do that over the next little bit. So let's take 10 minutes. We are a little bit behind schedule, but I think we all need to stretch our split. So 11:05, we'll pick back up.
That's the same for Mark said. Different type of. We haven't set up. Yeah.
Let's grab our seats. We'll start back up. So. Yes, the handout that I passed out is very small. There's some in the back, but we had, printing limitations. We wanted to go bigger, we wanted to go color. So don't worry about it right now. We're gonna get to that in a minute. We'll put it on the screen. It'll give you somewhat of a little bit of a visual reference when we're looking at it on the screen, so no reason to get an anytime pass. And we're not gonna get into that right now, so I apologize for that. Those of you online, I think, Kelly, we could email them that, or put in the chat probably.
Already doing it.
All right, so there's one more handout coming your way, and we'll get to that here a little bit later in this agenda item. So just looking at our schedule, we have this next agenda item just kind of running for a while. So, what we'll do is, we'll do a hard stop at noon for lunch, regardless of where we're at. High Desert Partnership is providing lunch, I understand, so we don't have to go anywhere. Is that right? Sorry, Brenda, I don't wanna make you run out. Good sales.
We're going somewhere, okay?
God, what? What told me? So what we could do is shorten our lunch to half an hour, so, and then just kind of pick back up. If we're all here, we can keep eating, we don't need to vacate the premises, so I think that'll help get us back on track, so let's go ahead and get started. So exploring model behavior, so a lot more model runs since our last meeting and a lot more new information to share. So the goal here at this initial step is build a shared understanding of how and what we learned from the model runs. So this is just informed, trying to share what the model runs are telling us, not necessarily getting into the discussion just yet about what we're doing with this data and what the scenarios could look like. So primarily inform to hopefully get everyone up to speed on the work that the department's been doing. So the process, RAC 11 and discussion groups, we discussed the result that you've seen so far, answered some questions of those results. And then since that meeting, they've been running some model sensitivity runs based on the input that was received. So we're gonna present that here today, what was learned.
All right, so diving into what we've learned so far, just want to remind everybody that these summary slides about what we've learned are based on the 5 proposed, like predefined management scenarios, 3 of which the RAC put together, 2 of which the department put together. The what we call optimization runs, where we tried to identify what the maximum amount of pumpage could be in each of those, scenarios. And then, all of the information that we've presented, these come from all that information that we presented over the past couple of RACs, as well as talked about in discussion groups. So
just want to highlight, we do have a memo highlighting all of the results from the 5 management scenarios in front of you, also available in the back as well. So these slides are kind of just really high level what we learned. This goes more into detail if you're interested in that.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. So generally, spatial extent, when we talk about sub areas, if there are more sub areas, that means we can generally have a larger PTW or less curtailment. So the more you divide up the basin into tight well groups, the more pumpage you can allow, because you're able to target curtailment at the areas of most decline. Next slide. Success metric. So how we define and measure success is going to impact final water levels and PTW, or how much we curtail. A more stringent success metric, e.g. an 80th percentile rather than a 50th percentile, would mean higher final water levels, and it also means a smaller PTW or more curtailment. A less stringent success metric means the opposite of these, lower final water levels and a larger PTW. We go to the next slide, it's timeline for success. Shorter timelines for success result in higher final water levels. It results in a smaller PTW, so we have to have more reductions, more curtailment. And it provides less time for adaptive management. So the faster we have to achieve success, the less time we have to adaptively manage. If we go to the next slide, related to phased reductions. So the timeline for phasing in reductions, how long we give ourselves to implement curtailment. Shorter timelines are gonna result in higher final water levels. We get to the curtailment quicker. Shorter timelines are gonna result in larger, natural discharge, or it's really, that was poorly written, Tim. It results in less impacts to natural discharge because you're gonna get to curtailment quicker and you're gonna have higher final water levels. It's gonna result in fewer drier wells, right? Because we have higher final water levels, we're gonna have fewer dry wells. And, shorter timelines for phasing in reductions are going to leave less opportunity for adaptive management. So again, if you have to get the curtailment done in a specific period of time and that time window is short, you have less time for adaptive management. If you have a longer period in which you're phasing in reductions, you have a longer period for adaptive management. So I'm now gonna, that's in broad what we've learned. And we want to keep that in the back, those principles in the back of our mind as we talk about the rest of what we're going to explore today. And I'm going to turn it over to Ben to talk about additional insights we've gained from the model through some sensitivity runs.
Thanks, Tim. The 3 sensitivity runs that are new we're proposing today are comparing 6 versus 7 subareas, that is splitting Weaver Springs from Dog Mountain, changing the frequency of check-ins and adaptation, the 3, 6, and 9 years, and what happens when you change the long-term average recharge imposed on the model. So next slide.
You maybe give some context of why we ran these particular 3s in terms of what we heard.
Sure.
Yeah.
These were issues that came up, questions that were raised during the discussion group in December. And as well as especially, I think previous RAC meetings had asked about sensitivity to long-term recharge.
Okay, thank you.
So if you split Weaver Springs from Dog Mountain and you compare that result against what happens when you don't, this is what happens. And in the comparison being shown here, both runs maximize PTW in all the sub areas as long as you get to stability after 30 years. So they're aiming for the same success, but they're able to get there slightly differently because in one of them, you have Weaver Springs and Dog Mountain combined, and in the other one, you split them up. What we see in this map here is that when you split them up, you can take some of the pumpage that was historically in Weaver Springs and move it to Dog Mountain. And that causes water levels to be relatively lower in Dog Mountain and higher in Weaver Springs when you split it, compared with when you keep them combined. That makes sense because when they are combined, in order to get to stability in that combined sub area, you have to curtail back pretty far to an early priority date to fill in that cone of depression in Weaver Springs. And when you do that, that early priority date also affects Dog Mountain water rights and curtails them off relatively strictly. If you don't try to do allocation by priority date over that combined sub area, if you can split them, then Dog Mountain can maintain more pumpage, and that means to relatively deeper water levels there and shallower in Weaver Springs. Overall, the basin-wide pumpage was equivalent in these 2 scenarios, so it's just a question of redistribution. All right, let's move on to the next slide.
Where that really comes out is in who gets curtailed, right?
And that is a different slide than what's in the packet as well.
So, yeah, the table was added.
Yeah.
Yep.
Table was just adding a little detail about, you know, how much pumping was shifted on.
I will make sure to send out this entire PowerPoint as soon as we're done with it to everybody. I'm getting those slides printed. That way we have the ones that requested before printed.
Yeah, just what you said there. That changes the curtailment. But the assumption you're kind of making there is the terms of both areas is that it's the same water mixing, moving back and forth, and I don't know that That, I don't know those areas very good, but I know in other areas, that's kind of the wrong criteria to use. If you just look at the curtailment, we're trying to fix the decline. So I'm a little bit confused on that, okay, we're gonna have more broader curtailment, but that doesn't mean it's going to benefit those static water levels in one area or the other. That has to be using the same source of water moving into the area. It's not just a total, it's not a question of usage. It's where the water comes from. That's why I've always, kind of got outvoted it. Aquifer specific management, where you're following and mapping out the aquifer. We haven't ever done that on the Weaver Springs even. I don't know much about it, but it's center cone type deal. You go down Mountain Sunset Valley, it's a different deal. I believe. Anyway, am I wrong?
I think your comment is addressing the question of groundwater flow between Weaver Springs and Dog Mountain in general, correct?
Pretty much.
So the effect that we're seeing here in the previous slide, if you don't mind, is not actually really related to flow between Weaver Springs and Dog Mountain. That it's actually a separate effect, the fact that you, in order to independently achieve stability in each of those sub areas in the model, and the model does allow for some flow between those two, but I think that what we're seeing here is not a result of that. I think that what we're seeing here is a result of the fact that this optimization tried independently to get water levels stable in Weaver Springs and water levels stable in Dog Mountain. And in order to do that, it was able to relatively increase pumping in Dog Mountain and decrease it in Weaver Springs when they're split. Whereas in order to achieve the overall stability in the median after 30 years when they're combined, you have to curtail back to a priority date that's driven primarily by Weaver Springs. And Dog Mountain is sort of a casualty of that approach.
Along for the ride.
But it comes back to where and how much, where the water comes from and how much is coming into the system on recharge. What is the source of the water? And so I get frustrated on that because just like Dog Mountain and the Sunset, I see hydrogeological structure up country. I don't know what the age of water is in each of those areas. But I really think that keeping them separate and is more accurate, tied to the water that you're using and what is connected or a high degree of connectivity of the water recharge. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, so I appreciate you framing it that way, Fred. That helps us. You're in favor of splitting Dog Mountain and Weaver Springs and not having one sub area, but instead having two.
Yeah, Sunset's really interesting part of that, but anyway, but I don't know those systems very good, but I know that the data shows a difference in the two.
Okay.
And I'm not sure that's reflected in portraying in terms of where the curtailment is coming from.
Well,
Rob,
I
go ahead.
agree with you.
Just for clarification. You stated that when there are more sub areas, so when there are 15, there's larger PTW. And then the slides really don't talk about how we got to 6 or now 7 of those. Is it because even though there's a larger PTW with 15 areas, the incidence of success in reaching a stable level was best reached when it's broken into 6 areas? Is that 6 or 7?
So what we learned through optimization previously is that more sub areas allows you to have a slightly higher final PTW basin wide. In an area like Weaver Springs and Dog Mountain, where you have the kind of declines you have, specifically in Weaver Springs, Weaver Springs has to take a big curtailment no matter what in order to get to stable. It's a unique area in that way. And so these numbers come out basically equivalent because this is a hot spot in the basin that needs to be addressed. This doesn't factor in all of the other areas in the basin that result in that difference in total pumpage when you use 15 versus when you use 6 or 7. And so this area is not likely, whether you have one sub area or two sub areas, to see a higher PTW or less curtailment because it is a hotspot all by itself. So we're talking about an area that has to be addressed, regardless of whether you have 15 sub areas or 6 sub areas or 7 sub areas.
I guess my question wasn't so much specifically about Weaver Springs and Dog Split, so maybe it's not pertinent to this slide. But I think I heard Fred say a couple of times, talked about the management of individual aquifers instead of bigger areas. And I was just trying to remember and get to the point of where we decided to run tests on 6 or 7 as opposed to 15. And I thought that was because even though the PTW is larger with 15, our success rates were better with 6 or 7.
I don't believe our success rates were better with 6 or 7. The reason for 6 or 7 was this RAC and the discussion groups asking for fewer sub areas so that there is less conflict, more adherence to the doctrine of prior appropriation, or more strict adherence to it, perhaps is a better way of saying that. And to take into account the extent at which surface water from the Rattlesnake Creek and Poison Creek drainages make it out into the lowlands. And so that was why we divided and why we combined some of that northeast and why we split the Rattlesnake Creek and Poison Creek sub area, making a larger Sylvies and a well, just sort of splitting the Sylvies and the northeast along that what would you call it? It's not a drainage line, but the extent to which surface water can reach across the lowlands. Those were the reasons for the 6 or 7. It wasn't because of better outcomes. And remember that better outcomes can be defined a number of ways. So if we're talking about PTW, 6 or 7 does not get you the maximum PTW.
Thank you.
Well, one more reason why we are looking at 6 versus 7 is when we said 6 sub areas, we were talking about, we were building that purely for understanding of the system. And so there was some hesitation around combining Dog Mountain and Weaver Springs. And so we're looking at 6 and 7 because of that.
Travis?
So going in the future, the outlook would really be adaptive management would probably play or come into play first here with Weaver Springs and Dog Mountain, because Weaver Springs would recover very quickly. Would that be correct?
That's a great point that one of the reasons for our proposal to build adaptive management around trajectories of water levels rather than purely considering the rates is because different subareas will have very different trajectories. In order to get to the, to the goal of achieving stable water levels in all the subareas, some of the subareas like Weaver Springs will actually need to show recovery. So the trajectory in Weaver Springs might be positive in time with an envelope that looks like this.
I think it will. Yeah.
And so it's hard to say ahead of time whether adaptive management will come into play there faster than elsewhere, because it might be that if we curtail approximately the right amount, that the recovery we see in Weaver Springs will be within that envelope. Thank you. That's a great question. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. We've talked about this letter X, how frequently an adaptive management regime, or even if adaptive management ends up not being implemented, how frequently to phase in the curtailment is still a decision variable that the department's looking for input on. And all I did here in this sensitivity run was to compare the optimized results, that is, the results using the same number of sub areas, looking for the same stability goal, using those different phase-in periods or adaptation intervals of 3, 6, and 9 years. And the results are essentially a wash within the accuracy of the optimization tool, which is, you know, order of a couple hundred acre feet per year. So to me, the results of this sensitivity run are that the adaptive management plan should be built not around the question of, you know, how much does it impact the final PTWs? It doesn't really have that big of an impact on final PTWs. It should be decided based on the balance of how much predictability versus how much responsiveness we want out of that adaptation. Do we want to be having, you know, less frequent check-ins that allow peak pumpage to remain the same over a longer period? Or do we want more frequent check-ins and adaptation that allow quicker response to changing condition?
Quick clarification, frequency of reducing pumpage, a 9 frequency means you've reduced pumpage 9 times, so every 3 years of 27 years, or no? Okay.
Thank you, I should have said that better. What I meant here is the length of the interval between between adaptation steps or phasing in, so 3, 6, or 9 years.
Got it, okay, thank you.
Apologies for that.
Mark.
So just trying to pull something outside of this slide, so if my memory, or if I'm looking at this correctly, so this is one sub area.
Oh, wow.
It says all scenarios, one sub area.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
It's one sub area, and with a 32% reduction, you would reach stability with a 50% mean in 30 years. That's what this is showing.
Yep.
Okay.
Say that again.
So this irrigation that is done, one sub area reaches stability on a 50% mean in 30 years at that reduction.
Okay. Let's move on. So the last sensitivity run that we did in prep for this meeting was to ask, what's the impact of changing the long-term recharge? That is, the model assumes a particular rate of groundwater recharge that's varies around the basin. It's spatially distributed. And in the historic model runs, we used data to vary what was the recharge in each year. Or not we, so the USGS used data to figure out what historic recharge, how that varied year by year. But in the forward-looking scenario, we don't have predictions of future recharge. So instead, the model report and our simulations have assumed that recharge starting in 2019 through the end of the century is the average recharge between 1982 and 2018. So that's the default recharge that's been assumed as an input for the model runs that you've seen us present so far in this process. And that's not guaranteed to be true. We don't have great forecasts for future recharge in the basin at the moment. But what we can ask is how sensitive are the model results to changes in recharge? If the model forecasts using the historic average recharge are wrong, how much will that impact water levels and the PTW values that you get if you're aiming for stability? So these first couple slides answer that first question. If you hold pumpage fixed at 2018 levels through the end of the century, how much do water levels change when you decrease recharge by 10%? And And we're looking at 3 different years here. In year 2018 on the left, we're still using historic data, so there's no impact, there's no change. We see 0 difference in the groundwater levels. As you look at the first year after you change that recharge, reducing it by 10%, you see mostly water levels decline pretty significantly in the uplands. And that makes sense. That's where a lot of the recharge occurs in reality and in the model. As you go forward in time to the figure on the right, in year 2030, some of those groundwater level declines and that reduced recharge start to propagate into the basin. You see declines of 1 or 2 foot throughout the lowlands. The next slide. Keep going forward another decade, you see on the left, those declines in the lowlands increase, and that happens essentially through the end of the century. And you get sort of up to around 5-ish additional feet of decline in parts of the lowlands. That varies around space. So there is some noticeable impact on lowland water levels of having different long-term recharge.
On your slides here, if I understand that right, what you're saying is the water from the uplands is going down and getting in the aquifer in the uplands.
That's part of it. It's also recharging in the lowlands. The model simulates recharge both in the uplands as well as what they call mountain front recharge, which simulates stream flow that percolates into the ground under streams right at the boundary between the uplands and the lowlands at the edge of the basin. And that also is getting turned down by 10% in these simulations.
Yeah, but that's what we've been told before, is that the only recharge that in the aquifers in the basin was what actually ran down the rivers and in. They said it didn't recharge in the uplands. Now you're saying that some of that recharge goes down and comes out, which is true, but not what we've been told other times.
I think I might have misspoken.
Well, no, I would point you back to the 2022 model report. There's a nice figure in there that is a kind of a flow chart of the water budget. And it shows that component of what we're calling mountain front recharge, is that stream seepage, but it also has a component of recharge directly from the uplands through the subsurface in the uplands to the lowlands. And that it's a smaller proportion. That proportion is a smaller part of the water budget. But the model report just points directly to that component.
So, good. Recharge reduced by 10. What are you trying to show there that due to climate change and stuff, that if the recharge decreases by 10, what are we trying to show in those slides exactly? You could have a recharge increase by 10%.
That's right. I believe that you would have roughly symmetric results if you increased the recharge by 10%. You would see similar increases in groundwater levels in the uplands and in the lowlands. And we don't have a good forecast for what future recharge should be at. I don't mean to imply by presenting this particular result that this is what the department expects will happen. This is just the model's sensitivity to this type of change.
Because, you know, so far, everybody, lots of people on this committee and others have talked about the recharge in our upper watershed, and you heard me talk about recharge in the floodplain. It varies considerable from one area of soils driven area to another. There's some great recharge areas that have never been mapped out, etc. But when you go uplands, scientists put together a paper, you know, the timber stand densities were correct up our watershed, In many, many areas, we're gonna actually increase recharge up to 7 inches per acre, and that's pretty much nobody wants to deal with that, but same with our juniper areas. But Riley's a great example. You have a natural fresh recharge to my knowledge, on a lot of that, and part of that is coming directly out of dense juniper. So that's being restricted. If that was taken care of and managed, you're gonna get an additional recharge. Part of the old burns actually gets a high recharge, and part of the area towards burns there didn't burn. So those things are what the community's focused on for many years: captured, storage, and release due to watershed conditions. It's the Watershed Council history on it, but so I'm back to this. I'm trying to understand what we're trying to show there, just sensitivity.
So, yes, and I think the reason why this is relevant is because of adaptive management. Our approach to deal with the uncertainty in things like future recharge is to acknowledge that adaptive management may be appropriate to modify the actual implementation of PTW as we observe conditions. And what you can see from this figure is that we do see changes in water levels on the order of a few feet in the lowlands. And to me, that says that having an envelope of water levels around our target trajectory on the order of a few feet is meaningful. That is, if we see water levels a couple feet off of the observed that are in median over a large sub area that are off of the expected trajectory by feet, that is consistent with something like a difference in recharge from what was modeled. So that this speaks to the appropriateness of the sort of size of the envelope that we've been proposing as a way to handle that uncertainty. The other thing that I wanted to present with this is the next slide. How much changing recharge then propagates to changes in the stable PTW. That is, how much pumping can still be allowed if you reduce recharge by 10%. And for this particular setup, when you had 100% recharge, the stable PTW was 93,000 acre feet per year. Whereas when you reduce it by 10% and have 90% recharge, you get 6,000 acre feet per year lower stable PTW. So a 10% decrease in recharge leads to a 6% decrease in stable PTW. And I think that that's a useful magnitude to have in mind. And I think it also speaks a little bit to Lisa's question earlier about what's an appropriate amount of adaptation in a given step. So I'm going to propose a hypothetical example here just to have some numbers in our heads. Imagine that the amount of curtailment required for the whole basin was 50,000 acre feet. That's not what we're saying is going to happen. I'm just going to propose that because it leads to round numbers in this exercise. Imagine that it was 50,000 acre feet, and we're going to implement it in 5 steps of 6 years, in years 0, 6, 12, 18, and 24. Then in each of those 5 steps, you would have to cut back 10,000 acres if things go according to schedule. If we're wrong about recharge by, for example, 10%, then the curtailment is going to, then that requires a 6% reduction in the stable PTW, which is actually going to be more like a 12% reduction in the curtailment because at least with the magnitudes that we have here, the curtailment is about half of what's left in the PTW. So to achieve to make that 12% cut in the total 50% curtailment, that's about 6,000 acre feet per year of PTW that we were wrong we're in this hypothetical scenario. And 6,000 acre feet is 60% of one adaptation step. If the adaptation steps are 10,000 acre feet per year, and the amount that we're wrong is about 6,000 acre feet, then that's 60% of one adaptation step. And that says that, you know, the department's proposal of 90% as the amount that adaptation steps could be adjusted is maybe on the high end, but not crazy out of, not the wrong order of magnitude. It does suggest that maybe, you know, if we think that 10% is our relative uncertainty in recharge, and that's the main source of uncertainty, which we don't really know for future projections, that 90% could be high, that we should aim for something more like 50 or 60%. But that is the type of insight that I would try to gain from this sensitivity analysis. So to recap, next slide. Splitting Weaver Springs and Dog Mountain redistributes pumpage and declines from Weaver Springs to Dog Mountain. Adjusting the frequency to reduce pumpage doesn't really impact the stable PTW. So we should use other considerations to decide that, and reducing recharge by 10% reduces that stable PTW by 6%. And now I'm going to pass it back to Tim.
So before we jump ahead, any questions on the sensitivity runs and what that sort of informs?
Do you happen to know off the top of your head, Ben, you're kind of talking about the variability in recharge in the model's period of record for the historical data? How variable is recharge?
I don't have that off the top of my head. Good question.
That's a great question to follow up on.
It'd be nice to know what that variability within a 6-year period of time. I mean, just if we're gonna do that, the management 6-year period of time, you know,
Sure.
for consideration.
Anything else?
I mean, I would, if I was following that, then it'd be linear. If we had a 10% increase in recharge, PTW would increase by 6%.
Yep.
You read that next slide.
Lisa has a question.
Yeah, and this will expose how I'm not quite following this, but and maybe it's a definition issue, but I'm not really tracking why reduced recharge would reduce the PTW, which is your allowed oh, forget it. I got it. Sorry. So I'm tracking now. Sorry about that.
It's all good. We'll have to talk through it sometimes.
Any other questions here? We're, you know, great conversation is gonna keep on going, so.
Yeah.
Jim, do you want me to do the first couple on this
Yep,
criteria, and then I'll hand it to you?
Yeah.
Okay, so the criteria survey results, the next slide. So you all recall, we did a exercise at the last RAC meeting where we had a set of criteria and we established weights for those criteria. We'll take a look at that here in a second, but just kind of the process we're on. That data that we captured from the RAC was then used by the department to develop 2 model scenarios using those results. And then that's what we'll be looking at here and getting feedback on in a moment. But before we do that, we can just dig into the criteria results for just a moment so you can see what we're looking at. Now, yeah, as I mentioned, this is really hard to see, but it could give you a little bit of help. Once you look at it here, then you'll maybe have a better idea of what you're looking at in your hands. So what this is these numbers across the top.
Second. People online, can you see the table?
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
Just say yeah or no, sorry.
Yeah, I can see it. It's zoomed in. So it's not the whole table, but I think,
It's for me to see the whole table. Maybe we could even probably zoom in a little more, just to help you folks in the room.
we can, yeah. So we can see the first 6 columns there.
Yeah, so basically what we're looking at, the numbers across the top represent the different RAC members that completed the exercise. We didn't have a representation of all RAC members. I think we got most everybody that participates regularly though. So that represents individual RAC members. Their criteria are listed down the left column there, A through G. So these were the criteria that we established. Impacted domestic wells, impacted groundwater discharge, impacted small business and economy, timeliness to achieve groundwater trends, strictly following appropriation, creating room for voluntary agreements and adaptive management. So through that exercise, what you're looking at is there's 2 columns for each one, the raw score and the normalized. What the normalized does is take the one that ranked the highest for that individual and give it a score of 10, and then everything else tiers down off that, just to kind of give it, so that we're all kind of on an equal playing field. The biggest takeaway that I would want you to take from this, and that you can sort of see graphically in a way in front of you, is that every criteria at some point in this was somebody's highest ranking and somebody's lowest ranking. So what does that tell us? It tells us, I think, in some ways, it's positive in that we got a lot of different interests in the RAC, right? That's what you want, is lots of different perspectives to come together, find solutions, but we got everything. And then if you scroll a little further down, Kelly, then same with the multiple choice questions. Every value was checked at least once, except for, the only one was reductions phased over 20 years from the start. That wasn't ever selected. However, we got sort of half on one side, half on the other, so it landed in the middle. But again, so just so for everyone's awareness, it's very helpful in that sense that we know that we have representation across Iraq where people's values and interests range across the board. It makes it more challenging, obviously, today, to refine that, identify how you're gonna take that data and move forward, but that's what the department's challenge was, and that's what they were, and that's what we'll kind of explain what they were able to do with that to create these 2 different profiles. And then also just to, for everyone's knowledge, this is not a scientific study necessarily. Like I said, we didn't have every RAC member represented, but like I said, I think we got most people to participate regularly. But we also have no way of knowing, or we have equal representation of interest in the RAC. So we weren't going to attempt to try to find a median or average or do anything of that sense, but try and get the snapshot of where people are at. So, any questions about that exercise? Now, Tim will tell you how he took that and made sense out of it.
Thanks, Brian. So the results, as Brian said, there was a wide distribution of responses. Using some of our in-house statistical knowledge, I didn't do any of it. They did a principal component analysis and some k-means clustering, which are just fancy terms for trying to figure out and make sense of the data. Like, I'll try to keep it simple for myself more than anything. And out of that, we identified essentially 2 main profiles of priority, if you will, of these criteria. And for ease of talking about them going forward, we're going to call them irrigation and conservation because of the focus of the criteria. And so for the irrigation prioritized profile, the top priority was adhering to prior appropriation, and that stood out all by itself. At middle priority was economic impacts, adaptive management, and voluntary agreements. And at the lowest priority was achieving the groundwater level trends on time, domestic well impacts, and natural discharge impacts. From a conservation prioritized standpoint for that profile, the top priority was focused on natural discharge impacts, domestic well impacts, and achieving the groundwater level trend on time. The middle priority was economic impacts and adhering to prior appropriation. And the lowest priority was voluntary agreements and adaptive management. So I think you can see there's essentially 2 sets of underlying values there. And our goal here was to try to take that information and define some parameters around it to move forward in proposing or looking at a couple of options for management scenarios related to that. So if we go to the next slide, based on the two profiles, we as WRD staff designed a management scenario for each profile, trying to capture the preference of each profile so that we could test the impacts of our success criteria on the PTW, so how much curtailment is necessary, final water levels, natural discharge in the form of springs, stream flow, and natural ET. Remember, natural ET is those groundwater dependent ecosystems that can tap into groundwater and use that. And then the number of domestic wells that would lose access to water and have to be deepened or re-drilled. And in both scenarios, we ran optimization to try to identify the maximum amount of pumpage that could occur and achieve the desired outcomes specified by the profiles that we set up here. So if we go to the next slide, what I'm going to try to do here is tie these two profiles back to some of the work that was done in the discussion groups and in past RACs to define management scenarios. So as we define those management scenarios, or as you all define those management scenarios in the discussion groups, and then we talked about them in the RAC, there were some things that stood out to us, and some objectives that were conveyed in the language of those management scenarios that helped guide our decision-making as we set up this irrigation and conservation, these two profiles. So if we look at groundwater levels, the goal was stable in scenarios A, B, and E, and I'm gonna refer to the letters. And you can look back at past RAC info to identify the exact scenario, but we were looking for stability in A, B, and E. And remember, A and E were proposed by the department, and B, C, and D were proposed by the RAC and the discussion groups. And yes, Kristen, you don't have this in your slide deck. It's another one that we. Yeah, I totally understand. So when we look at the irrigation and conservation profiles, we went for stability in both of those. When we talk about minimizing economic impacts, A, B, C, and D specifically called out trying to minimize economic impacts. Scenario E did not. Remember, scenario E was let's return the basin to 1990 pumpage levels, and that was an experiment the department wanted to look at. So in the irrigation scenario, we're saying yes, we're trying to minimize economic impacts. We're trying to get the maximum amount of PTW with the least number of constraints. And in the conservation profile, we're saying yes, but with some additional constraints on there that we'll talk about as we move forward. Targeted reductions. Scenario A was a targeted reduction approach. We focused reductions in 6, what we called high priority subareas, and we did no reductions from 2018 pumpage in the other 9 subareas. So that was that scenario. In the irrigation and conservation scenarios, we didn't carry forward any of that attempt to prioritize areas. For balanced reductions, which was a term that was used in the management scenario development information that came from the discussion groups and then was talked about here in the RAC. Scenarios B, C, and D all said balanced reductions. And so from an irrigation standpoint, profile standpoint, we didn't try to balance reductions. We tried to maximize pumpage everywhere. So I guess you could say that that's sort of balancing reductions. From a conservation standpoint, we're trying to implement balanced reductions there.
A little more on that, Tim. So what does it mean if you're not reaching stability? What are you balancing reduction to?
So, my interpretation of the scenarios B, C, and D was that balance reduction was in terms of balancing between different subareas as opposed to targeting reductions to specific subareas. And in that sense, the conservation scenario that we put together also allows for balancing of reductions because it has 6 separate subareas and allows all of them to have some degree of reduction.
But doesn't the irrigation scenario also have 6, 7 submarines?
In this case, no, we used only one gift gap because the top priority for that profile was respecting prior appropriation.
So economic adjustment period, their scenarios B and C had an economic adjustment period. In the irrigation scenario, we implemented a 21-year economic adjustment period or phase-in period for the reductions. And in the conservation scenario, we had no phase-in period, so it was implement reductions immediately. Looking at impacts to ecosystems, scenario C had said to try to minimize impacts to ecosystems. D tried to recover impacts to ecosystems. That was what was stated in the goal of the scenarios. For irrigation, we did not impose any constraints on impacts to ecosystems. And for the conservation profile, we tried to limit declines in natural evapotranspiration. So trying to reduce the impacts on groundwater dependent ecosystems. For recovery to springs and surface flow, the scenario C had said a gradual recovery of springs and surface flows, and D had said a rapid recovery of springs and surface flows. So in the conservation profile, we tried to implement recovery to springs and stream discharge and use different values to look at gradual versus rapid and try to tease those two apart. And in the irrigation scenario, we didn't implement any sort of constraint related to spring and stream flow. And then recovery to domestic wells. C had said a gradual recovery to domestic wells, and D had said a rapid, again, the same sort of terminology. For the irrigation profile, we didn't look at or constrain the scenario based on impacts to domestic wells. But for the conservation scenario, we did try to limit additional dry domestic wells. And so we put a threshold there to try to prevent and to optimize that scenario. So that's how we connect our past work with this current profile. We have these criteria that you all filled out this criteria survey. We built these profiles. We took past conversations we've had with this RAC. We took the past work of this RAC, defining those management scenarios, and tried to carry that intent that was specified forward into the actual development of these, the final profile numbers. And so if we go to the next slide.
Well, but it's 11:59, so I think the next slide will probably generate some discussion, some questions.
Great.
So this would probably be a good time to eat lunch.
Is it worth putting that next slide up, so we have something to talk about?
After I've got my food.
You'll ask questions, you won't be able to resist. So we're gonna take a half-hour break. So I believe lunch has been set out, yes? Okay,
Salad bowls.
great. It looks like there's a crock pot or something in there maybe, so.
Thank you.
Thank you for Brenda and Hydro Desert Partnership for providing lunch. We'll take a half-hour break, eat your lunch. Don't need to rush through it. We can continue eating at 12.
Well, I need
I
my,
think so.
I need my partner in crime, Ben, back, because I was about to hand it to him. All right, so next slide, Kelly, if you would.
Well, what's going on? Is anyone online? Can you guys hear us?
Oh, that's great.
I can. Folks online, we're getting ready to get started back up again.
A minute.
I came about a hour table. That's fine. That's right.
All right.
He's not even spread out. We're doing it.
Brian? Brian, what's up? Are we kicking off or are we waiting?
We're waiting for Ben, I think, but with that, everyone else, we're gonna.
Now we're good to go.
Open up the show as usual.
All right, fired off.
Okay.
So last slide, we talked about how the five proposed like predefined management scenarios correlated to these profiles. Now we're gonna dive into what the parameters are that were chosen by WRD for these different profiles. Yeah, Mark.
So sorry, not to interrupt you, but as we work through this, I'm still having a tough time figuring out how we transition from the 5 to these. Don't need to spend the time, there seem to be quite a bit of a leap on some of the things we're looking for.
Okay. So let me address some of that right out of the gate. And I think some of that is probably coming from our looking at spring and stream discharge, natural evapotranspiration, and domestic wells going back. Is that fair to say, Mark?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So in previous RAC meetings, we had heard from various RAC members that they wanted to understand better how natural discharge would be impacted by how groundwater dependent ecosystems could be impacted by these scenarios. And then we definitely heard the domestic wells and the number of dry wells was a really important thing to look at as we talk about management. And so our goal here was to try to help put in perspective what these sorts of criteria could do in relation to a management scenario and how those criteria may differ across the basin. So depending on the sub area, each one of these criteria might have a different impact on the final PTW. In some areas, dry wells are maybe not a problem. In other areas, dry wells are a severe problem. And so a sub-area's PTW might be limited by the number of dry wells that we allow in one sub-area and not in an area, in another area. So
When you say dry wells, you're still looking at that September date in the model.
yep. And so what we're trying to do here is to carry forward some of the thresholds and attempts at quantifying impacts to things other than just the amount of curtailment implemented and the water level, so that we can understand what the holistic impact to the system is, not just focused on final water level and final pumpage.
Okay, I mean, I'll just say now, and I'll try not to repeat myself too many times for the next hour. For 12 RAC meetings, we were talking about what does success look like and how do we measure it. And now we get to within 60 days of being done, and we put out a preferred alternative that has different success metrics than we've ever talked about in a discussion group. We have talked about some of them in RACs, but I mean, it was quite a surprise that we've now changed what success means to this community. And I'll say arbitrary numbers, because we've never discussed the thresholds for discharge to springs. We never discussed the thresholds for evapotranspiration or domestic wells. So to me, it's a huge curveball. And I'm a little disappointed. I was surprised in the last hour how we got here.
Okay.
Well, and I'll add to that. I feel like the survey, I know when I took it, it was a very big mental challenge to not fill it out in your own mind wrong and not unintentionally sway your answer one way or the other, from where you actually, you know, I just know in a lot of our RAC discussions versus what I'm seeing of the results of this survey, to me, don't line up. I don't look around the room at my fellow RAC members and feel like what I'm seeing on the screen today represents what I've heard in these RAC meetings from these individuals. It was a very challenging survey to fill out, and I don't believe that the way it got filled out necessarily completely, when you look at, you're saying half of us were this way and half of us were that way.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's what it's saying, that half of us were irrigation and half of us were conservation. That's how I'm interpreting that.
Sure, and that's a fair representation based on how I presented it. What I'm saying is that there were two sets of profiles that seemed to track the same criteria together in a certain order. There were more profiles than that, but they become less clear and less coherent in prioritization. So they might prioritize, or the scores do not show a clear preference for one thing over another. And so it's very possible that all of the criteria were scored close to the same, or in such a way that there is no clear profile for that individual. And so it's not half and half. It's when we look at this data, this is what we see as, trends, is for a subset of the people, these were the criteria that ranked top, middle, and low priority. And for another subset of people, these were the criteria that ranked top, middle, and low priority.
Could you have said,
Yeah,
like-
back to Mark's point, though, it feels like we'll keep the conversation given that survey. From where we-
and what I was hearing from Brian, how he explained it, like it was all over the board, right? And I just didn't know why, like, two scenarios had to be presented. If it was all over the board, it's like, we can't really do anything with this. Let's go back to A through E and work through that.
Okay.
Well, maybe, can you talk more about how you clustered the diverse responses to the survey? That might help.
Can I speak to that? Probably not. Ben, do you want to take a crack at it?
I'll take a crack at it. I was not the one who did this, but I did review it and I'm familiar with the methods. The two were principal component analysis and k-means clustering. They're both ways of identifying groups or clusters of responses that behave similarly. And in both of those analyses, the top two clusters or groups of responses that were similar to each other were representing these, what we're calling irrigation and conservation scenarios. So those were the two clearest, groups. Yeah, consistent, profiles, I think is the right word that we've been using to describe those. The idea is that no one respondent is necessarily exactly giving that response. But those are the responses that, especially with k-means, if you choose a particular number of clusters or profiles that you're trying to build, it selects the ones that best represent the responses that you get. So it's not the claim that the RAC is evenly split, was evenly split in these responses, or that there were only two responses at all, but that these two profiles are the two best ones that characterize the variability. Most people were strongly closer to one or strongly closer to another.
Now, like Mark was pointing out, though, now we've attached numbers to, these bottom three deals on the conservation side. And I think that this to me feels like we're ignoring that irrigators do believe that as we make reductions, that springs will come back over time and that, you know, that is not necessarily not a priority of the irrigators, but that survey didn't have latitude to indicate that it is a priority, but we do recognize that with adaptive management over time, that there will automatically be springs that come back over time. And that's a positive thing. But this, to me, I just am always concerned when I see irrigators pinned against conservation, because that is a distruth. The ag community is much for conservation as anyone. The livestock industry, we always get pinholed into how we make our living versus the fact that we're just as concerned about what goes on the landscape as anything.
And I would reiterate that there were several of us that had a conversation since this came out Friday. But you guys, just with titling the two, have once again polarized this RAC and polarized our view in the community, just like Kristen said. That was disheartening. And also, we were using the discussion groups to populate things up and to take them to the RAC. Now, when you put so many different criteria in so quick, and you have a preferred alternative, we don't have that ability to take that back to the discussion group, propose something to the RAC, and get it done with the amount of RACs that we have left. And I didn't see the input specifically on some of these, where maybe even we discussed in discussion groups how we could increase the speed of reduction in one area compared to the other and what balance that would be. We spent a whole discussion group on that. I don't see it here.
Thank you. That's fair feedback. And I think that we wish that we had chosen some different ways to represent that. They were shorthands that I agree don't well represent the diversity of priorities and the fact that I think most members of the RAC do value all of these things to different degrees. And we certainly are hoping to come to a set of constraints on a model one that does better represent the priorities of the community in a more balanced way. And I think that we're going to get the way there with what we'll present in this RAC meeting, and hopefully keep working towards something better moving forward.
The last comment is, even when we filled out the rubric, I articulated rating of value within a vacuum doesn't work. You have to understand the trade-offs and differences. And as we looked around this room and people were filling out that rubric, I asked one person, why did you do that? Because I knew that's not what we had discussed in the past. And they said, I want to make sure I have the balance for the person that does the other thing. So even the data in the rubric, where value propositions taken in, and values don't represent, I think, the majority of the people that build it.
Good feedback. Fred and then Lisa online.
There is no major relationship to any of the springs and pivot irrigation. There's assumed, I believe, is there a relationship there. There is no data set that I'm aware of showing a direct relationship to irrigation, groundwater irrigation, and the springs. The springs have fluctuated substantially over many years. USDS was here, they never measured, tested the age of the water in very many springs. There was no increase or decrease or even study of the streams. They picked one or two areas and they talked about it and did. Because partly in defense specialists is, it takes a long time. It is intensive studies over many years to really do a good job. And there's one spring that I believed was related to pivot irrigation. I changed my mind now. Because I don't see, the evidence I see is reflected in my earlier comments on springs that have dried up or decreased substantially during the drought. So it's not that I'm anti-spring, I spent my life working to improve riparian areas and their functions thereof, which is both a storage of water temporarily, changing the timing of water release, and all of our uses that we enjoy. So, but that reflects that there's data behind the direct relationship of pivot irrigation and the springs. And the data isn't there. It's very difficult. I understand this. It's very difficult to measure and document flows of springs and to understand why those fluctuations occur. We have 5 different types of springs on our place, 30-some good springs. I can tell you, in some cases, I know that comes from the snowbank based on water temperature and it doesn't fluctuate any of the 12 months. Others, they're warmer water, it's not clear where they're coming from. Maybe real deep, just similar to when you drill a 900-foot well, you get into a little bit warmer water.
So Fred, why do you think Sunhouse Spring,
What?
why do you think Sunhouse Spring dried up?
I don't know.
It hasn't come back.
That's the
We've
one.
had wet years, we've had dry years, and it's not back. It's
That's the one I've changed my mind on. And I've changed my mind on a little bit because of where I assume the water is coming from. It makes no sense that it didn't show back up. But I think that water comes from further away than I thought it did. That's what you know me. I love that spring and that area and all that. And that's what bothers me a little bit is we make those assumptions and they get kind of frozen in time and we lose the opportunity to find the answers. I don't mind regulating and management or something like that, but I don't want to know more about that and including the increase or decrease of functions up through the Woods Valley. They never studied that and there's not as many pronounced increase or decrease of functions as they infer. I'm not trying to be critical. But that's the uncomfortable level I have is when, and you guys have been pretty careful not to lay something out in numbers because then you come back, when you don't have justification, you come back and it's wrong. It's fine to say, I think we have a relationship of groundwater and some vegetation in some areas. And if it's that important for wildlife, let's study it and put a measurement on it. We can do that. My point is, it hasn't been done. It's been a professional judgment that it's going on. And I want to know why Sunhouse Spring doesn't have water right now. I've been looking at it 3 or 4 times a year. You look at it every day. So, that's my point is it doesn't, you gotta make decisions and go forward, but some of these things, they have a broader relationship that sometimes we lose when we start pigeonholing.
I do think that 6-year groundwater study that went on, we learned a lot about the aquifer in the basin. And using that information, Steve Gingrich published that model that now Ben and WRD are using. And the model is the best available evidence we have for understanding how groundwater moves across the aquifer. And so, by using the model, we do have some evidence about which springs are impacted by pumping, which ones aren't. And you're right, not all springs are impacted by pumping. That would make sense. But we can see how groundwater moves and how it moves after it's been pumped and altered, and how those movements and those changes can affect the natural discharge. And there's a really nice picture in the integrated model report that came out earlier this year that shows the changes to natural discharge in different parts of the basin.
With measured points or assumptions based on model result.
They calibrate the model using measured points, using things like natural discharge in streams, and spring flow, and using precipitation.
Okay, I think let's, I think it's a good discussion, good knowledge, but we'll kind of circle back to the task here and move forward. Lisa does have her hand up, and then I'm gonna, Lisa, go ahead and answer your question, but just so you know where we're gonna go next, they're gonna propose maybe a slightly different path forward on how we have this conversation. So go ahead and ask, go ahead, and we'll see if it's relevant.
It was more of a comment, so if we're gonna pivot, I can hold for later.
Okay. What I would propose, and hearing the comments and understanding them, do you have a question before I continue?
Yeah, whenever's handy for you.
Okay, yeah, if it's relevant before I go forward.
Just for clarification, based on this slide and the several slides after it, it looks like even though there are other parameters like natural evapotranspiration and stream to spring discharge, the only actual success metric is the median of well cells. And that's something that came up earlier. Is that the actual, that is going to be the one thing that success is measured on, and these others are just for our information, or is it a combination of all these other factors?
It's a combination of all of them. Thank you for pointing that out. That's, I would say, a legacy of the language that we've been using to describe the percentile among well cells in each sub area for the rate as our success metric, but it's not the only success metric that's been evaluated in some of these simulations going forward. It requires, yes, that you get water levels stable within 30 years, and also that you respect the other constraints on things like natural evapotranspiration, spring and stream flow, and dry wells.
Specifically, Rob, why I asked the question through adaptive management, what was the goal going to be? To see if we had expanded the goal through adaptive management, and the answer we got was, no, not at this time. I mean, no, I added not this time in my own words.
So hearing what everybody's sharing, and I think you're absolutely right, you know, it was never the intention of the criteria exercise to create camps, and that's not the intent of this group or any group like this. So that's, apologize if that's kind of where this landed, or at least where that appears. I think it was, I think to Ben's point, maybe it was more how the statisticians frame things, and maybe not the best way to represent it to this group. So apologize for that. One thing to note is the criteria exercise was a tool, just like the A, B, C, and D different scenarios that were created, and all the various iterations that they've been working on to help drive us to the point where we have what we're calling the proposed alternative or proposed action by the department, but really this is the straw man, something that we can look at to react to and discuss. So we can move past these two profiles and move straight to that, and not get into, you know, why this one told us this and this one told us this, and this is how we landed somewhere in the middle. We can just go straight to that and understand that proposal by the department is a straw man for us to play around with, but it is informed by everything we've been doing, not just this criteria exercise. Yes.
I'm good with going that. I would like to understand if we jump there, that we have time to talk about the 80%, the 120% of 2022 discharges, and how the department came forward with those as initial proposals. And I'd also like to say, Frank, is I really appreciate the department on the 50% median. I really appreciate the department on the phase in for 24 years. There's some good things in here that came from the discussion group and came from the tracks that I see there. I want to make sure that I'm just not being negative on the different areas you said.
So if we move forward with looking at sort of the proposed, we'll have new numbers to react to there. You know, those were the numbers applied to that conservation or that, you know, that profile. So if it's all right, we can look at that, and then we'll be able to kind of react to what you proposed with this compromise.
But will that work?
So. Jumping ahead then, this is where we are. This is the proposed management scenario to gather feedback on. This is this is involved, this is this is a great opportunity to have some rich discussion and gather some feedback that's gonna help inform the direction that goes ultimately in the rule.
So if we go to the next slide. Speaking directly to a proposed management scenario, RACs 2 through 5, we proposed a 15 sub-area scenario. With curtailment in 6 specific sub-areas and no reduction in use from 2018 pumpage in 9 other sub-areas. Since then, we've obviously come a long ways. Rob, I see your hands up.
Well, yeah, you didn't have to stop right in the middle. I just don't understand. We spent a lot of time looking at and talking about the marginal envelopes earlier and how that could help us adaptively manage. I don't understand how streams and springs and evapotranspiration factor into that marginal envelope.
Yeah, so let me try to take us back to where we were when we first started defining management scenario. We had asked the question, what are we trying to manage to? And what impacts are we willing to accept in our management? And we focused on stabilizing groundwater levels because that's our overall goal. We also tried to have a conversation around, are there other impacts that we should consider as we try to define the best path forward for water management in the basin? And should we consider impacts to dry wells, impacts to streams and springs, and impacts to groundwater dependent ecosystems as we model the outcome? And we didn't have a clear way to put thresholds to those or to incorporate those in our modeling, to constrain our modeling so that we could prevent certain negative outcomes. What we've finally been able to implement in the last month is the ability to add those constraints and have the model tell us, if you don't want to lose more than X percentage spring and stream flow, here's what you can pump and achieve the goal of stable groundwater levels and not lose more than that. And so by adding these criteria in, I don't think the department is suggesting that our final scenario needs to include any of these. What we're trying to make clear is that there are impacts to our choices about management. And if we allow a certain amount of pumping in the basin, this is the impact we're allowing as well. And so as we get into the actual numbers, I want to talk about what we're accepting in our trajectory if we allow, if we curtail to a specific amount. Right? So what are we accepting in the number of dry wells? What are we accepting in percentage reductions to groundwater dependent ecosystems through evapotranspiration? What are we accepting in losses to stream and spring flow as modeled? And I think that's important for us to have our eyes wide open as we decide on a final amount of pumping that's allowed in the basin. I think we need to have our eyes wide open about what those other impacts are and what that looks like. Because there's no win-win scenario here. This is a hard conversation, and this is a hard path forward to have to plan. And the impacts on you folks are severe. There's no way around that. And I think we need to also consider these other impacts and at least to have looked at them before we decide on a final amount of pumping that we allow in the basin. Or said another way, before we choose an amount of curtailment that we implement. And so we've spent a lot of time thinking about this in the last month. And my hope is that today we can think about that as a group and start to get to some of those values. And yeah, we did a really poor job presenting value criteria and how you all think. And I'm really sorry for that. That's my fault. I thought we could make something out of the numbers, and clearly it was a bad idea. So I apologize for that. But I'd like to make sure that we talk about these things, because these, to me, are really important. And I think to you, these are important as well. So let's have that conversation if we can. Does that make sense, everybody? Is that fair?
I think it's fair, but like you're saying, it's a really hard conversation to have for the community, but I get that you're in the water resource department, but we can't consider the impacts on the community, right? But we can consider, you know, how many dry wells we have or whatever, right? Like, you know, Kristen said it a few times, like, we are at risk of losing the fabric of this community and potentially losing the community. And how do we weigh that in to how many dry wells we have or how many springs we have? So.
Tim, I really appreciate how you said it. But I do believe there's value in this, even maybe where I identified it wrong, and I use the term a lot on myself, it was clunky. But now there's something that we can have a conversation here on. I think there's some things that we need to understand on thresholds and stuff like that as we move here. So I appreciate the way you did that.
Good luck. So that was a really long answer to Ralph's question.
Lisa has her hand up. Lisa, go ahead.
Lisa, you have a question?
I just.
Yeah, I
sorry.
mean,
One second, we were just finishing up this one. Go ahead, Rob.
No, let's keep going, because I'll save the question, maybe it'll be answered.
Okay, Lisa?
yeah, I just want to say that I appreciate all this conversation. I do think those parameters are all things that we have talked about a lot in the RAC. So I think it's a useful kind of discussion piece. I do agree with Kristen on the kind of like not voting or not viewing these things as like voting matters because of, you know, the balance of the RAC and all that kind of stuff. But I also just want to say that I think we do need to keep our eye on ORS 537, 525, which lays out the factors for the preservation of the public welfare, safety, and health. You know, because that's kind of ultimately the umbrella that this is happening under. And if you read those, you know, it does specifically call out adequate and safe supplies of groundwater for human consumption. It also calls out within the capacity of the resource, which I think addresses some of the ecological issues. And it even talks about, it does talk about maximum supplies of groundwater for agricultural, commercial, industrial, thermal, recreational, and other beneficial uses. So I guess I'm just pushing back a little bit on this, what I think I was hearing, which is that these other things like springs and domestic wells aren't squarely, you know, in the like set of parameters that we're supposed to address here, because I think that would be incorrect.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a hard time hearing that. Could somebody repeat
My core takeaway from that, Fred, was that ORS 537, 525 lays out some policy aspects for the Water Resources Department to uphold, and that includes ensuring, you know, water for the public health, welfare, and safety, in determining and maintaining reasonably stable groundwater levels, and a couple of other things, which include ensuring water for human consumption and ensuring water be maintained within the capacity of the resource. And, the last one, hopefully I'm summarizing this okay, Lisa. I think the last one was ensuring beneficial use, maximum beneficial use. For all of the different beneficial use types, including irrigation, recreation, etc.
I thought that's what I could hear, so that's more the groundwater too, that's water in general, or is that specific to groundwater?
That is specific to groundwater.
Okay, thank you.
525 is part of the Groundwater Act of 1955.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just say that when it says other beneficial uses, I think we are also talking about springs and rivers and groundwater dependent ecosystems and things like that. So the uses aren't strictly consumptive as it's laid out in the statute.
Thanks, Lisa. So, obviously we've done a ton of work between RAC 5 and today. And as I said, we're going to present this management scenario and we're looking for your feedback on it. But we're also looking to have that hard conversation about the trade-offs between different aspects of it. On these slides, we're going to have the two profiles presented side by side with the department's scenario. So you can sort of get a feel for the range of values that exist as you add on these additional criteria and what that means. So Kelly, if you go to the next slide. Here's the parameters that we proposed. So we said the spatial extent would be 7 subareas. We split, for everybody's clarity, we split Dog Mountain and Weaver Springs apart. So it's the 6 subareas, except that the Weaver Springs Dog Mountain subarea is 2 subareas instead of 1. So 7 subareas. The stability success metric is a median of well cells. So that means the 50th percentile. The timeline to achieve the goal is 30 years. And the phasing timeline, so the timeline over which we implement curtailment, is 24 years. And the frequency of adaptation, or the check-in period, as we called it previously, is every 6 years. So that means there would be curtailment in year 0, curtailment in year 6, year 12, year 18, and year 24. And then discharge to streams and springs, we said at least 50 to 70% of 2022 rates. That means we're accepting 30 to 50% reduction in groundwater discharge to streams and springs. For natural evapotranspiration, we said at least 60% of 2018 rates. So in that case, we're accepting a 40% reduction in evapotranspiration, which is a direct impact on those groundwater dependent ecosystems. And then for dry wells, we said no more than 170% of 2018 counts. So if there's 100 dry wells in 2018, we will not allow more than 170 to exist at the, was it the 30-year mark or at the end of the century? Ken?
How many dry wells were there in 2018?
We'll get to that, it's on a slide.
What's in, like
83 over the model domain.
How many? 83? 83.
And you, I assume you haven't broke out that same number in the 7 subareas.
We have, yeah, so.
And they were previously not dry wells. Meaning when they drilled them, there was water.
I can't speak to that.
There's assumptions.
That make a huge difference in having drilled a number of dry wells. I say.
Yeah.
So
They're the same price as one with water.
So if we include those drilled dry wells, we'll call them, in this number, and we say we can allow 170%, that gives you a larger number of dry wells that could occur in the future.
So that does lead to a question. If someone drills a well and it isn't dry cold, is that counted or is that not in it?
I don't believe that the model included drilled dry wells because they wouldn't have a water level measurement to calibrate into the model with.
Okay.
And so it wouldn't, it isn't a helpful piece of data for a groundwater model. Other than you know that the water level is deeper than that point, but that doesn't tell you where it actually is, so you wouldn't use that data point.
Travis, you had your hand up first.
What about test wells? Are they included?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
We'd have to go back to USGS and ask that question specifically,
And then we don't have a copy of that. It's not in our packet.
is it not?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, you gotta skip ahead. We skipped about 10 or 15 slides, so.
That in the lunch.
And I'm sorry that they don't have, page numbers. Our new template apparently decided to leave off template like page numbers.
Fred, did you have something on this?
Yeah, I did on these dry wells, Kenny makes a good point on. We have a lot of dry wells on our place, and almost every one of them was either tied to a drought, but more often they're tied to how the well was constructed. That when they, way back when, you know, the rules have changed, guys are implementing better standards and practices of well construction. We still have some drillers out there drilling bad wells, and we shouldn't accept that, but all, when, way back when, you know, you didn't have the knowledge and the technology to put liners in, and the perforations, that they used were pretty weak need. And so data in, data out, I think it's fine and good to investigate and track dry wells, but why are they dry? I mean, we're along, some of the wells I'm talking about are 80 miles from the nearest declining well. I mean, I'm just saying that I know a couple in an irrigation area that were absolutely drilled incorrectly, and in some cases it was bad water, not necessarily, but you had to redo the well either way. So I think it's good stuff to look at, but the number of dry holes, I really think, make sure you characterize them accurately and true, because you come onto our place and we got 6 or 7 of them, and not a thing had to do with water. In some cases, they were almost dry when we drilled them. 180 feet on one that's 50 feet or 50 feet from the stream. 180 feet, we only had 3 gallons a minute, and we lost that. And it was drilled illegally, and it wasn't properly lined, and a whole bunch of stuff. So this is not really clean look at, there are dry holes tied to water use around.
Yeah. I appreciate that feedback. I think we're doing the best we can with the data we've got.
We just want Downey to go look at all of them and verify.
Sure.
Ben, go ahead.
Just kind of stay along the threads there, and I think you will find if you inspected these, the lot, I shouldn't say a lot, but quite a few. The reason they're dry is poor construction, and they caved. Or something, they weren't lined, weren't cased. And so people got on the bandwagon and said, hey, I'm dry. Wasn't necessarily a water level problem, it was other problems, and I think you'll find a lot of them have that.
Okay, Mark?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
I think Ben's gonna talk to the actual data.
So you both have pointed out some real world problems with identifying and classifying dry wells. Those are challenges that do not affect what we're talking about in the metrics presented today. What we're looking at in this is cases where in the model, the water level drops below the bottom of the well, where it started above there and now it's below there. That's what happens when the well gets dry in this sense. So it's not really affected by the well construction issues that you all bring up, which again are real problems, but what we're detecting are the impacts of water level declines over a large period.
And so the model isn't gonna identify places where caving in has caused the well to go dry. It will only identify cases where the water level has dropped below the bottom of the well. So there is no water for that well.
Because you're saying
But
they're
it
not
will in your
reported
100.
dry wells? They're model dry wells.
Correct. We are modeling what's happening to groundwater levels, and then we're comparing those groundwater levels to the depth of those wells. And if the depth of the well is shallower than the depth of the water, you have a dry well. Because your straw doesn't go down into the water.
So in year 6, how are you gonna count these wells?
So in this proposal, these are constraints that get us to a PTW, so an amount of pumpage that could happen. We are not proposing an adaptive management to look at anything other than groundwater levels. So it is possible that the model could be way off and we end up with 20 or 30 or 40 dry wells more than we expected in real life. That does not mean that our adaptive management plan would change. So these are additional impacts we're trying to help bring to the surface so that we can wrestle through and say, do we want to try to model to these and set our trajectory based on these? Or do we want to leave them out completely and focus solely on water levels? That's the goal.
Mark, Tim, or Ben, or work me through how you came up to 50 to 70, 60. Was it irrigative runs or was it a value statement that is spring? Work me through that, because that I think was done in a complete void from this group, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is that a magical number?
So those numbers represent an intermediate target between not having any constraint and imposing a constraint that represents the spirit of what was described as a goal of the scenarios A through D, or especially scenarios C and D, which described as like having as a goal recovery in these three things: stream flow, spring flow, and drought and domestic well production. So one could come up with a threshold that actually asks for recovery in all of these things, meaning you have more than 100% of 2022 rates and discharge to spring streams, more than 100% of 2018 rates, and less than 100% of earlier dry domestic well counts. And that would be, that's close to what was represented in the conservation scenario. This gets partway there. The other answer to your question is that specifically for the question of what would be relevant targets in terms of recovery and protection or protection for natural discharge, both springs and streams and natural ET. I did chat with Zach Freed for some input based on his experience working with some of those groundwater dependent ecosystems. And we came up with some of those targets for the conservation scenario. So I think that what this does is it presents an intermediate set of goals that includes a mix of some of the interests that were represented in the survey of priorities that was filled out in RAC 11.
But there's nothing like sacred about these numbers.
We have Lisa online, then we'll go to Zach.
Yeah, I would just say I don't think this represents a mix, because saying you're going to dry up streams and spring 50%, you're going to cause an up to 50% drying of streams and springs as compared to 2022, which, you know, we're already pretty far into kind of an impact timeline here on these things. I don't think does represent the conservation interest. So, and same with the evapotranspiration, you know, to say we're going to dry up natural vegetation up to like a 40% level as compared to 2018, I just think it's inaccurate to say that that represents like the conservation interests, which is what I think you just said. And same with the dry domestic wells. I mean, I don't think you can read any of the responses to the survey or any of the discussion, over the concern of domestic wells to say like, well, let's, like not quite double the impacts to domestic wells. So I think, and the same with the phasing timeline. Like, I don't think that phasing timeline is sort of a middle ground, either. So I think you need to be careful on how you characterize what you did here.
So we got some hands up. We'll go Zach and then Rob, and I guess I would ask, I mean, I think this is all good feedback, but providing also, we're gonna provide feedback of, I don't think this is right. Be good to get some ideas of what we think is right. Right, so we've got some things to play with here. So maybe consider that as you provide your input. Zach, go ahead.
Two things, one's really quick, and the really quick one that I'll start with is there is a lot here. There's a lot in all of these scenarios to think through. There's new ideas in some cases, or ideas we haven't talked about in a couple of months. Is it okay for the department, for the folks to provide written feedback after the meeting in case we need time to think through what these different scenarios mean? Always. Great. Okay.
Brian, on your question, it's tough for me to weigh in if 170% domestic wells is right or not, because I don't know, was that a 1% difference in what the stabilized water level, or is it a 50% difference in what stabilized? I don't know what the level of magnitude of the reduction in PTW means for each one of those. Some of them I can look at. Silver Creek was huge because it was, but the rest of them I don't know what the level is, so it's hard for me to, and I'm not a scientist, so I can't really tell you that 180%.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't mean to say that limiting that to what kind of input we want to gather. We want to answer questions and clarify and help build understanding. Zach only got one question now. Okay, go ahead.
I'll just be quick. Again, I will try to be, just providing additional context. Lisa alluded to this, but for folks wondering about percentages up there, I don't know about the department's proposed management scenario, but earlier in the packet, you could see a scenario labeled conservation, and it had some percentages on that. Some of those were informed by the Gingrich model that came out in 2024, earlier last year, that showed that in the Silver Creek Basin, spring flow has declined about 400 acre feet per month since pumping began. And so additional, interpret an additional 50 to 70% reductions in the context of 2022 rates, which is after that 400 acre feet per month decline has already occurred, is something to keep in mind in terms of the context of some of these percentage thresholds. So that was Silver Creek Basin. The Blitzen Basin has had about a 500 acre feet per month decline since pumping began until 2018. And so again, consider the impacts to streams and springs within the Blitzen Basin in perspective, even a small-ish amount of pumping that I think to me that provides some more context for evaluating what does 60% mean, what does 70% mean. We have some of those numbers we can match it to using our published available information. And when did that report come out to? In April of 2024.
So, okay. It'd be nice to, for the group to see that maybe and for the discussion group.
You're talking about the model report?
Yeah, model report, figure 49.
That's publicly available. We could show that here if that's helpful for the discussion.
Maybe later.
That is on the department's website already, and happy to provide it.
Rob, go ahead.
To go back to my earlier question, Ben used the term goals, but didn't use the term impacts in talking about discharge and evapotranspiration and the dry wells. And I think a comment was made that those impacts wouldn't have any bearing on the adaptive management. So I guess I'm still unclear if those are going to be metrics used in managing, or if those are just impacts so that we can see and visualize them. And I guess my sub question to that would be, if we have to pick something, and if all the studies show that those three last items are related to static groundwater level, then wouldn't it be assumed that if the groundwater level goes up and we stay within our margin envelope, those parameters will improve as well? Sub question, do the spring studies take seismic activity?
The last question. No. Seismic activity is not included in the modeling. This is a groundwater flow model, not a different type of model that
So
might,
you're not considering any fissures in the ground and changes?
not that will change in the future. The model is based off of our observed measurements over, well, since 1930 on. So 1930 through essentially 2018. In answering your question, Rob, if we include these parameters as targets that must be met when we optimize, they become a goal in the modeling. They are not a goal for our adaptive management. They are a goal for, we don't want to see these impacts go beyond this level. And so the model then will constrain the amount of pumping to the level that allows us to achieve stability and achieve these other goals. And in each sub area, the amount of pumping that's allowed gets constrained by one of the four parameters. The groundwater level trend, the discharge to streams and springs, the natural ET, or the dry domestic wells. Whichever one is triggered first, that's the amount of pumping that's allowed to occur in that sub area. And so you're essentially setting a trajectory and a PTW that is more strict than it would be if it was just based on groundwater levels alone. In some sub areas, groundwater levels alone, we're the limiting factor. So it depends on where you are in the basin. And so we could dive into those slides as well, but we haven't, I would like to talk about at least some of the numbers and try to get into some of our conclusions here before we go look at those. So, yeah, please address.
To your second, maybe your first sub question, which I think also Kristen also mentioned earlier, the suggestion that if we follow the trajectory and adaptively manage correctly, that some might assume that these other things like spring and stream flow, natural ET and dry wells would fix themselves to some extent. That's not necessarily true. In most of the sub areas, if your only goal is stabilizing groundwater levels but within 30 years, your trajectory is going to show declines that eventually level out. There will be no recovery, and there will be no improvement or no guarantees of limits on the declines in any of these three other criteria metrics. And we'll see in the next slide what would be the impacts of that type of scenario.
So Kelly, can you go to the next slide? And then,
So I just had one question on that really quick there. So there could be a threshold if you lose your springs where they're not gonna come back, even if the groundwater then goes up again a little bit. So I guess we are dealing with quite a bit of unknown in all this, and this doesn't necessarily take care of that unknown relationship between groundwater and springs. Because otherwise you just say, well, it'll adjust and then they'll come back. We just don't know if that would happen, so. Okay, thank you.
John, yes, go ahead. Yeah, I guess I just kind of wonder if and no offense to domestic wells, I live off of one. But the dry domestic wells as a trigger, that's the one item that money can fix. And there's there's already an OWRD fund for it. And so I guess I'm skeptical of that being a trigger to regulate more, when I'll bet everybody in that sub area would be glad to throw in $20 and deepen that well.
Okay.
so let's go to the next slide.
Yeah, so just real quick, process wise, these guys have a lot of data. We're gonna come back to a slide just like that. So we'll be able to look at the summary again and kind of after you've gotten some of this information. Just looking at our agenda, we have the critical groundwater rural area language on the agenda scheduled for now, but we may blow right through that and just, it's not critical that we do that today. So we got some time to spend here. But also say we don't have to run this in the ground either. This could pivot to discussion group and other conversation in March. Yeah.
Yeah, please do.
So here we're looking at the IVGAC-wide results from these three different scenarios, from a bunch of different perspectives. The following slides will look at these results broken out by specific type and basin area. But if we look at the whole basin together, the PTW that you get varies somewhere between 95,000 acre feet per year and 71,000 acre feet per year, with the WD proposal being about 83,000 acre feet per year. The second row shows how much of a change in pumpage that is, how much curtailment each of those PTWs corresponds to, and the percent change in pumpage from 2018 values. So the scenario we call irrigation would require a 31% curtailment. The WRD proposal would require 38%, and the conservation scenario would require 48% curtailment. In terms of water levels, you can measure the median change from either 2018 levels or 2030 levels, and those show more declines, negative 5.9 feet for the irrigation, only less 2.2 feet of decline with the WRD proposal, and 0.8 feet of recovery under the conservation proposal. And the next row shows the declines from 2030. The following lines are these new things that we've only been able to really characterize, quantify, and build as targets since the last RAC. So the change in lowland, spring, and stream flow, those are combined as a percentage of 2022. Under the irrigation scenario, you have a 15% reduction. Under the WD proposal, you have a 9% reduction, and under the conservation proposal, you have a 3% recovery overall in lowland, spring, and stream flow. I'll mention that I use 2022 numbers here as a way to get better initial estimates of that from the forecasted model, which if you look at the figure in the published model paper, shows sort of a ramp up period where it's still getting to equilibrium in the first couple of years. So there's nothing special about year 2022, except it was handy to get a more reliable estimate of early values. The next row shows change. Oh, no, now I need to say something specific. One area of interest to many members of the RAC and is ecologically sensitive is the group of springs around 00. So we characterized that, the changes in that spring flow specifically. And under the irrigation scenario, you see 67% reduction in that flow, compared with 30% reduction in the WRD and 22% recovery under the conservation proposal. I should also mention that some of these numbers may be a couple percent different from what you have in your packet. I was able to get a slightly better result from a couple of these over the weekend, so I've included that here. Just closer to optimized. What's that?
So what's your definition of better, maybe a bit more accurate?
Better meeting the goals of that optimization run. So better hitting the targets and also better maximizing pumpage.
Fine tuning. Fine tuning.
Fine tuning, exactly. The change in lowland ET varied from negative 31% to negative 29%, pretty close under the irrigation and WRD proposals. And I think that reflects the fact that the goal under the WRD proposal was to limit it to no more than 30% of reductions. So we basically hit the target there. The conservation proposal shows only 5% reduction. In terms of dry wells, you see about 53% more dry wells. That's 42 additional dry wells under the irrigation scenario, 24% or 19 additional under the WRD proposal, and 1% or 5 wells more under the conservation scenario. So this gives you a range of what are some of the impacts depending on how strictly you would limit the reductions or require recovery in some of these additional metrics, right?
So tell me what evapotranspiration means in this context.
Here, we're talking about how the model represents the way that plants transpire, they pull water from the ground, from intermediate depth groundwater, and use it to grow. So it's,
Yeah, so that gets, that's a swivel driven deal and, most of the uplands have a hard pan and those sorts of things. I understand that, but evapotranspiration has to do with the type of vegetation in terms of structure and cover as much as it does to the context of how it taps groundwater. In other words, this, the high desert area, you get a lot of run-in moisture on wet years and it sustains vegetation. Some really dry vegetation for 6, 10 years or even 12 in some cases. It fluctuates dramatically. The evapotranspiration is, in terms of farming, cropping, is how you deal with the cover of those crops and you decrease evapotranspiration by how you manage those crops. Well, the same is true in non-irrigation areas, like the different plant communities. So to me, that's one part of ET. I'm not sure I agree with that. The other thing I want to make a comment on is the change in spring levels, like Double Spring. I don't know anything about Double Spring, but I don't think there's data over time, 15, 20 years on that spring, is it?
And we have flow.
Do you have?
But you're talking about connectivity data?
No, I'm just saying, flow over time, so we have a big history to be able to judge how weather, precipitation fluctuates in addition to other factors that may influence this spring.
It's a constant every year. It doesn't shift with weather changes.
And double
in
spring.
seasons, no, it's been constant.
Because on our place, those kind of situations tell you a lot about where the water comes from.
Yeah, this is a constant flow.
Okay, so do you feel comfortable, just that we know the 30-year history, 40 years on that spring?
Well, we have anecdotal historical, but from the early to mid 2000s on, we've been doing annual readings based on flow and root canals. I like that, and as a part of what we go forward with, I hope that if there's springs that are somewhat tied to groundwater, that we do a better job of measuring and helping you as a landowner get to that, because other springs that have had this assumed tie don't, and in my mind, and so that when we document that as a fact, it's sort of like we quit measuring it, we quit studying it, and the factors are pretty complex in some cases on some springs. And I just like to make sure that as we go forward, if that's one of the big parameters, what we're gonna look at, we do a better job, or maybe we already are, of documenting it, monitoring it. Because in many cases, I don't think we have. That's
So as I've said before, Fred, we are not proposing to measure spring flow and use it as a tool or as a metric in our adaptive management.
We are simply talking about here what the reductions look like in these modeled scenarios and what possible impacts we would see under these different curtailment schemes.
So you're saying, well, maybe I misunderstood. So you're saying that you're projecting this decrease
Correct.
and it's purely on water contours or water levels. Is that right?
It is based on all of the work that was done throughout the groundwater study by the USGS and WRD staff. And the work done to build this flow model based on the physics of the system. And all of the calibrated measurements, all of the measurements that went into calibrating the model.
Thank you.
Measurements that extend back to 1930 for groundwater levels, miscellaneous measurements on springs, all of those things. Much of the data as we could put into it was put into there.
That sounds good. I guess then does the model say why Sod House Spring is dried up?
I don't think we have looked at that, and I don't know that we've asked it that question.
Zach, go ahead. And then maybe after that, we can kind of keep on trucking here. We got a lot.
We got Zach.
Sure, well, I was gonna say, I actually agree with Fred on, the need for understanding spring variability more in the basin. I think it would be valuable to add in as a potential adaptive management component to measure spring flow and understand how over time, whether the modeled spring flow is diverging from actual spring flow. And if that's partly due to climate, then we wouldn't want to consider those springs. If we think that's due to groundwater declines, then we should incorporate that information into management moving forward. But I would propose that or suggest that as a consideration for monitoring alongside well levels.
Okay, can I ask you to send us a comment in writing or how you would propose we include measured spring flow in adaptive management?
You bet.
Thanks.
Well, we're already providing that information to Valley. At Double O Springs, and so we could easily, well, you already have it then, because.
I'm not asking for how we would measure, I'm asking for how do you then take that into account? And what adjustments would you make based on that data? So if spring flow is lower than anticipated, what adjustment do we take? If spring flow is higher than anticipated, what adjustment would we make? And how would we take that into?
This is a really hard table to digest, because I'm seeing pretty much a devastating reduction in irrigation, yet still very dismal and devastating figures of, I mean, this is gonna kill the refuge. We might as well give that 20,000 acres away,
Okay.
if what you're seeing. is-
I'm in first line, so.
All right.
So just I'd like to understand how much of that water to the lake is based off the streams flow compared to Double O Spring. I think that's a pretty bold statement, that a reduction in Double O will kill the refuge. I'd like to understand that. Just with the numbers I've heard of decline in 2024, the amount of water that comes off the streams. I don't know.
It's completely separate. The playa is between them.
So one thing I'd ask is that we try to minimize the language, like devastation and whatnot. We don't know that this is 100% accurate. I totally agree with you, Jess. I called this the lose-lose slide in our dry run before this presentation. This is painful.
If farmers were gaining something substantial at that price, that would be one thing, but everybody's losing.
Yeah.
Big time in this slide.
I would, to reiterate, I mean, if the refuge, what is the threshold where that's gone? So if it's gone, I mean, there's a conversation to be had. And now, are we managing is something that's gonna disappear? And if so, why? I mean, I don't mean to be harsh, but I mean, that's what I take from that statement.
Right.
And I mean, I value the springs, you know that, you know me, I mean, but if we're managing is something that's going to disappear, why are we managing to it?
Well, because we didn't think it was going to disappear.
But I mean, that
It's
needs to
been
come
there
in
for
the conversation now.
years.
I mean, I don't wanna see another 40 pivots be shut off between irrigation and water resource department proposal, because it's 12,000 acre feet, if we're going to be still managing something that's gonna disappear in 30 years.
If it makes sense.
Look, I want to chime in on that, but Larissa was first, so you go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna point out that in the first model run were no changes, everybody pumped. Full 2018. Double O springs were still there. The reduction was there was a reduction, but so in 2100, they still predicted that the Double O springs are still running. So we have 75 years and they're probably gonna run past that, and that's at full. That's at everybody, that's like Weaver did, that's 2018 Weaver levels, it's 2018, the whole basin levels, that was full pumpage. They still predicted in the model that it would still be running. Just to answer the question, are we managing this to? So it's not, it'll still survive. It's just at what amount?
And I'll chime in briefly that, I mean, what we know about those springs, especially in Double O, first off, I would say, when you asked about the lake and Steens, like the Blitzen is flowing into Malheur Lake, the Double O springs are flowing into Harney Lake, right? So different systems. But those springs, what we know about them is through radiochemistry measurements, we know that they have a carbon age of 8,000 plus years, which means that they're really resilient to climate forcings. Just mentioned they're a pretty consistent flow from those measurements. That's good from an ecosystem perspective. We want to preserve the springs that are going to persist for a long time. But just because they're climate resilient and drought resilient does not mean that they're resilient to pumping. Anthropogenic impact can still affect those springs. So the trade-off that we're talking about here isn't managing for a system that's going to disappear. In the absence of human intervention for a long flow system spring like that, or set of springs like that, those springs are they have persisted in the past through climate changes, right? We should expect them in the absence of human intervention to persist long into the future, and therefore be a high target, a high priority for conservation.
Humans have to exist alongside them too.
Totally agree with you. Totally agree.
Well, I think it's important. I thank you for pausing on this slide because it is a lot to take in, and I think it's healthy to just digest it together as a group. Because yeah, it's to talk about it is one thing, but to start to see numbers based on a lot of science and modeling is quite another. Yeah.
Larissa.
I have, in my brain, trying to digest this and clarify the whole, just looking through these slides. Some of them we haven't probably got to, I could wait. But I'm trying to figure out what is affecting those Double O springs the most. And to me, it's Weaver. But according to your slides, when you go back, unless I'm reading these wrong, which is very possible, it says that the lowland springs Weaver has no effect on those springs. And to me, that doesn't make sense because the contour lines are showing that the flow is flowing away from the springs and taking the water that should be flowing down gradient originally to the springs is now flowing towards Weaver. So I'm trying to figure out what the biggest impact is. And to me, those flow rates away from the springs towards Weaver is the biggest impact, but Weaver supposedly has no influence. If I read the not applicable sign that's on the one chart in the lowland springs and springs chart at Weaver. So I was just trying to understand if I'm completely wrong or if those mean nothing.
So let's that's a great question, and we will get to it when we get to that slide. So rather than jump ahead 2 slides to answer that question, can we go through the next couple and get there?
Yeah, let's do that.
Well, the one question I had, just we can come back to it, but the water testing remark was made that I believe the water testing up in the Riley country, upper Silver Creek, showed that's pretty new water coming from you've heard me talk about the, dry mountain. It's called dry mountain for a reason, because everything that falls goes subsurface. You can't hardly dig a water level to get, collect moisture, it disappears. So that's wonderful, fresh air opportunity there, main, where vegetation management does influence. And the data from Silver Creek is minimal decline. And I believe that the age of the water is real recent. So then when you look at Double O Spring, it's not, right? Is that what I heard?
Double O Springs older for sure.
And I don't know what the age of the water is in Beaver Springs, but my point is, I like the age of water thing too, because it kind of gives you a double check of assumptions we're making, and I believe that kind of separates Silver Creek, Upper Silver Creek, right, the country out. And I think it needs to be separated out.
Thank you. All right, yeah, let's keep on moving, because I think a lot of questions could get answered by the information that's presented, and we can kind of have some Q&A at the conclusion of this.
So this begins to break out the results by sub-area, and the things presented here are the PTW in each sub-area and the percent change from that sub-area's pumpage in 2018. So I'm not going to read through individual rows. You have this table in front of you. The last column is the limiting constraint. That's what Tim was referring to earlier, that only one of these four constraints is the one that sets the PTW in each sub-area. It's either the requiring the rate to be stable after 30 years, meeting the goal in terms of spring and stream discharge, meeting the goal in terms of natural ET, and goal for dry wells. Each of those has, each of those is checked in each sub area, and one of them is going to be the one that limits the PTW. The pumpage is going to be the maximum one that satisfies all of them. So only one of them is going to be the one that is the ceiling on that pumpage. And what's shown here is which of those four constraints is the ceiling in each of these sub areas. So it's dry wells in Dog Mountain and Lower Blitzen Voltage. It's natural ET in Northeast Crane and Weaver Springs. It's springs and streams in Silver Creek. And in particular, that's because for Silver Creek, the constraint was applied specifically to the set of springs right around Double O. And that ends up being the limiting constraint. In Sylvies, the limit is imposed by requiring declines to stabilize after 30 years. And in Upper Blitzen, none of those is the constraint. So it's just 2018 pumpage. Let's look at the next slide.
So on that one, then maybe it'll kind of answer itself as we go through the slides, but I mean, still, I don't understand. I'm gonna pick on Northeast Crane. Natural evapotranspiration is the limiting factor. But did that trip 1,000 acre feet before or 2 acre feet before the next one? I don't understand. If we're making that as a value proposition, at what cost? Is it at 1 acre of irrigation or 10 pivots of irrigation? I don't know. If it's a value proposition that we're trying to balance, I need to know at what cost it's coming.
So thank you. That's an excellent question, and I would love to have time to get there. We have a set of 7 bonus slides that if we get through all the rest, you can have your dessert. But you need to eat your veggies. So let us eat our veggies together here. And
Yeah, you want to email this to me so I can multitask?
Not until after the RAC. Okay. All right, next slide. These are percent changes in each of these 4 sub areas, specifically just for the proposed WRD scenario. So this starts to get at your point. You can see that in Northeast Crane, the change in discharge in lowland ET is minus 47%. That's almost hitting that limit, which I believe was for this one. 60%. 37%. It's surprising that's actually that much. But for each of these 4 columns, the pumpage is the percent change versus 2018. The lowland spring and stream discharge is percent versus 2022. lowland ET versus 2018 and the number of dry wells. We've been presenting that in terms of numbers now because that's more intuitive than percentages. Maybe I'll give everyone a minute to look at this and ask and invite questions if they're specific.
And can you answer that NA related to Weaver Springs and Lowland Springs?
Thank you. Right. So the reason why Weaver Springs gets an NA under Lowland Spring and Streams is because there are no active spring and stream model cells in that sub area. So that's not asking about the impact of pumping in Weaver Springs on springs anywhere. It's just asking how much change was there in spring and stream flow in that sub area. Because there was none to start with, you can't have a change for nothing.
What about Weaver Springs?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Weaver Springs because there's an actual spring there.
Before we started pumping, but.
It's still there, it still flows the same volume for 20 years. It has not changed.
Interesting. That is, we'll look
I mean,
into that.
I own Weaver Springs for 17 years. That's why it's called Weaver Springs.
It was his bathroom.
Yeah, we'll look into that.
It's like 50 feet from our house.
Larissa,
Look at
go
it
ahead.
every day for 17 years.
So can I follow up? So so I get that. So how does Weaver impact the Double O Springs?
That's an interesting and difficult question to evaluate that we don't have information on to present today.
Okay, 'cause I just want to make sure that we know the impact, because I think the impact to those springs is greater from Weaver than 15-20 miles of gradient, 40-50 elevation points. Because the contour lines are getting closer and closer together as it gets to the springs, not up above where all the irrigation is. So I'm just trying to understand that relationship, that I think the impact to that springs has to be more down closer to the springs than farther up. And so that's why the numbers in the Silver Creek are hard to swallow, because we went from 0 to, to this suggested 45% reduction. And we're all taking it towards that springs, to me, is saying that we're the only impact, when I believe Weaver is the impact, and I believe the impact is going to continue to that springs. Even if you shut all O'Reilly off, that impact is going to continue until Weaver starts filling in and stops drawing the water from it, which is going to take many, 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 many years. None of us will be around to see it, because it's probably hundreds, thousands of years. So the impact of that spring, I believe, is being affected by something that is not going to go away, no matter what you do to the rest of the pumping, until it has created stopped flowing towards it. And the only way you're going to do that is by filling in those contour lines to keep the water close to the springs. That's my knowledge, which may be wrong.
Well, I think you point to an important aspect that we haven't really discussed much yet as a group, and I think is worth discussing, is that it may be, from some perspectives, fair to limit the amount of curtailment in some sub areas, like Silver, for example, even though you could curtail in this scenario in the 45% in order to achieve the goals that were stated for the scenario. You could also maybe achieve those goals by not curtailing so much in Silver and curtailing more, for example, in Weaver Springs, is I think what you're suggesting. And we could create a proposal of how much to reduce pumpage that does have those limitations on how much curtailment could be imposed on particular sub areas. We haven't really tried to do that yet, but that's an option that we would welcome feedback about.
Okay. Okay, so yeah,
I don't know if I'm the only one that when I get proposed management scenarios, my brain went to, this is what you're telling us you're moving forward with. So what you're saying is this is just a starting of another tool like our other models to talk about. This isn't your final thoughts on curtailment, or is it?
Correct, it's not our final thoughts.
Okay,
Because this includes these other three limitations.
okay,
Spring flow,
it just,
natural discharge to ET, and dry wells.
I just wanted to kind of put that out there because when it first comes out, proposed management scenarios, it's like, oh, this is now because we were supposed to, I guess my brain was like, because in December, originally, we were gonna get, you know, what your guys' proposal was. So I was thinking January is the time that we would then get your new rule proposals. So this, when this came out, I just wanted to make sure that we understand this is not 100% what you're proposing.
So what we're looking for is for you to tell us, and we'll get there in a couple slides,
Okay.
is did we choose the right parameters?
Yeah.
Or, yeah, exactly, and if not, why? And how would you adjust them and why, I guess is where we're gonna get. So if we can keep cranking through the information, let's get the information done, make sure we all understand it, and then we'll ask those questions. And we can dive into the feedback.
Mark, you had your hand up?
Yeah, just real quick, so Ben, up at the ESD, we did talk about on Weaver Springs specifically, either faster curtailment to see that what that would do, so I would, you know, highly recommend we go with what Chris is asking. Because I mean, if you talk to the people in Weaver Springs, 50% of the water is not pumping there now, did not pump last year. So what does a faster curtailment in Weaver Springs do to the Double O Spring and do to possibly Silver Creek and Lower Donner? I think that's still an outline.
I'll pile on. I think I agree with Larissa also. I think Weaver Springs is probably capturing some of the spring flow that's going out the Double O Springs. And so I'd be interested in seeing what would happen if, even at the exact same pumpage or exact same curtailment, if Weaver Springs happened quickly without a phase-in period, what would be the impacts and the trade-offs to the springs around Double O and potentially Silver Creek curtailment?
Thank you.
Okay, let's do, yeah, unless you got a question clarifying what you're looking at. Let's try to burn through some of these so we can then ask those questions. Is it quick, Fred?
Really quick, Lord, what's the voltage on this previous chart? Which one? Yeah, has dry wells. Again, is that based on water contour? You know, that water comes down and apparently, we don't know for sure, goes east. And then you guys included the Princeton area with there's just a lot going on in Princeton, Windy Point, and I'm not sure that's a factor that I understand hardly anybody who lives there.
You want to give a quick answer to that and then we'll move forward or get back to that later?
This is the output of the model that has been put together, including a whole study, including work in the lower Blitzen area. And the counts of dry wells are looking at cases where the depth to water drops below bottoms of wells. So it says that the modeled changes in depth to water are causing those wells to lose access.
And remember, we're doing it based on a percentage. So if the number of dry wells in 2018 was one dry well, 170% of that would be 2 dry wells and it would be limited. Obviously, it's more than that since it allows 5 dry wells.
It was 7 in 2018, so
Right.
70% or 7 or more.
Yeah.
If you round up or down, I don't know.
So that is a function of not that many wells going dry and then limiting it to prevent further impacts that way. So.
Okay, next slide. This breaks out the changes in pumpage since 2018, showing the 2018 pumpage in the first column, and then the 3 scenarios in the next 3 columns for each of the subareas in different rows. And you can see the overall in the bottom, you have total 136.5 thousand acre feet per year over the whole area, and total curtailments of 31, 38, and 48%. This is in the packet, so I might suggest we keep going to the next slide. This is a new example of type of figure that we can, information that we can get out of the model, which is what are the priority dates that would be, that form that cutoff of which one would be allocated water and which one wouldn't during different phases of the curtailment. So here we're showing the proposed scenario, and each of those lines is a different sub area. And you can see that over time, the priority year that separates the rights that are allocated water from those that aren't marches backward in time, marches earlier because the allowed pumping is ratcheted down as the curtailment is increased. So each of those steps is a different amount in terms of pumpage, and you see a different impact in terms of priority year because of the distribution of priority years in each of those sub-areas.
And while this is an estimate, to be very clear, this is an estimate based on the assumptions we've made as we've been modeling, based on allocation.
And probably nothing with decline permits in there or any of that.
Correct.
Yeah. All right, next slide. This is a summary of the changes in water levels in each of the sub areas for each of those three scenarios. I think we can keep moving on through this. Next slide. Changes in low-length spring and stream flow is discharged to those from groundwater between 2022 and 2098. So you see the 2022 discharge in that first column, and then the percent changes in the following columns for each of the three scenarios: irrigation, the WD proposal, and conservation. So we've seen the springs are on double row previously, the 67% decrease under the irrigation scenario, 31 the WD proposal, and 22% increase under the conservation proposal. And we've seen the bottom row for the whole basin. Weaver Springs and Dog Mountain don't have any active model cells with spring and stream discharge from groundwater, so they've stayed up. No applicable change. Next slide. Same type of result, breaking out the results for natural evapotranspiration. 2018 values in the first column aside from the sub area, and then the three scenarios after that. I'm sure that there will be comments and concerns and questions, and as we mentioned, we welcome those in writing as well after the ranking. So let's go to the next slide. Keep moving. Changes in dry wells. This is breaking that out also by sub area.
Our numbers way off than what you have up there.
So as I mentioned earlier, I was able to get a slightly better result from a couple of these runs over the weekend that I wanted to include. They shouldn't be terribly different.
I think this is just a percentage versus.
Oh, thank you. Good point. Right. We started presenting percentages and that's what you got printed there. We realized that it's much more intuitive to think about actual counts of wells than percentages of wells. So we're just switching to a different unit.
Okay.
Thank you. And again, apologies for having different slides. This is us doing our best to give you the best information at the RAC meeting and also something in advance. So based on all that, next slide, we would like your input over what we presented from those scenarios and which parameters should be changed and why. We'll use this feedback to, we'll review it all together. We'll make adjustments as appropriate. And we'll return in the March RAC meeting with a proposal in rule language, and reasoning for each of the parameters and adjustments that we need.
So maybe kind of a process question, because this was a lot to take in and a lot to digest, and I don't, up to all of you to decide how prepared you are to provide this feedback. Is it appropriate to spend some time here, gather your input? Would you prefer to sit with it? Maybe have this pivot to discussion groups and providing input, in between meetings in writing or other, so that then in March, as it shows, ideally, there's enough time there for the department to take that in, synthesize it, and then come with some written language in March to review.
Problem if you send it to the discussion group, the discussion group is supposed to populate to a RAC, and the RAC makes recommendations to the department. So if you have a discussion group, you don't have time to go that process.
I suppose it would be more of a discussion group and then RAC individual feedback that we could take in. And then fold that in, and then we're still gonna have a point in March where we're reviewing it as proposed, right? It's not final.
I would like to take the time to digest it. I think we could spend the next 30-40 minutes without seeing the bonus slides. Not only the percent change is gonna be tough for me to provide meaningful impact, and people are getting tired of being exploited or something out of that mouth.
We're not really.
Any other thoughts, just process wise, not digging into the feedback right now?
So the question that Larissa asked, that you said we've got a slide for that, that's in the bonus slide package?
No, the question Larissa asked about Weaver Springs and the NA was related to, there's no active well cells in no active spring cells in Weaver Springs, and therefore you can't have a change in spring flow there.
Oh, I thought you got the contour flow question,
I think
or
that's-
maybe then you answer that you don't know.
And that is the answer, is
Okay.
yeah.
And we've asked them to maybe do some modeling there to give us an insight.
Right, my apologies.
Is it 174 through?
Okay, any other comment? Yeah, John.
I just gonna say, I, again, would question the use of dry wells to trigger this, especially when we're looking at, Silver Creek 4 wells, Dog Mountain 5 wells, triggering a 75% cutback. We don't even know if those wells were ever even used. He said that they could have been drilled and they gave up and they're still sitting there. I guess to me, and again, I would say they could be fixed with deepening if that's what we're looking at. It sure seems like a pretty serious cut to irrigation for a small number that we don't necessarily, I think 4, 5, 7, or Upper Blitzen is even one, but it seems like we would need to know though, what's the situation for each of those individual 5 wells?
Well, and another answer is Mark's, I think, that we could look at those bonus slides, the sensitivity of the PTW to all the different constraints and show, well, if you did remove the dry wells constraint, what would be the next one that would limit, and what would the PTW that you'd get?
Absolutely agreed.
So we could do that now. I don't know how that impacts process.
Well,
I have a quick question, and maybe Jason can answer this one. So with exempt wells and an irrigation well, so kind of if we're gonna set the standard that the dry well is going to be the trigger, what's the legal ramification potentially, or the ORS that currently dictates when a dry well can shut off a well?
When a dry well can turn off a
A
irrigation?
exempt well, or a domestic well can shut off another well.
Yeah, I mean, typically, in this basin, really can't. You just have to keep deepening until you fully develop the aquifer.
Well, and that's what I thought I understood the law is, and so that's why I kind of have a concern making this a parameter for this when that's not statutorily how it's handled.
So I want to be clear that an individual dry well making a complaint and shutting off an individual irrigation right for substantial interference
But it would have to.
is one thing.
trigger that, yeah.
It would have to trigger that. In this case, we are talking about a broader look at the basin as a whole and ensuring that water is available for human consumption. So I think that falls under a different sort of standard within the law, from my personal opinion, is that including dry well counts, we're not talking about an individual, like any individual well. We are making predictions about the number of wells that would go dry. We're not saying that if this one well goes dry, then we would shut people off. What we're saying is we want to prevent dry wells from happening, because that means that people are losing access to water for human consumption.
But in each one, the dry well was the standard for setting the BTW.
Sure, for a couple of them it was, yeah.
That's where I think we would want more information on what that looks like, because currently they would have to be the.
Absolutely, yep. Yeah, and I think what Tim's saying too is we have to look at more than just that piece of the law. We have to look at the groundwater protection law too, is that, you know, we're dipping into that health, safety and welfare of the community. And,
Right.
You know, as we're considering.
I'm just
access
saying
to water.
that I'm only seeing certain ones be that, and so I think more information on those ones being set, it's not, currently they would have to go deeper in, unless we said it differently in this rulemaking process.
Sure. So, hold on one second, Fred, I just wanna check in on our time here, so we do have a couple more things left, we have the SWAMPA and classification rule language, and I do think we need to spend time on that today, we got about a half hour set aside for that. We do have another public comment, is there anybody that wants to provide public comment in the audience today? Got one in the back, anybody online?
Chris Hall did have a question about the timing of submitting comments prior to the upcoming or the next RAC. But I don't know if we've got a deadline for that.
Follow up with you, Chris. My brain is too tired to tell you a date, so I'll follow up with you on that, let everyone else know.
Does Chris have a comment today though?
As soon as possible.
I mean, as soon as possible, yeah. No, Chris just has pointed out the particular RS, the groundwater policy that we talked about.
Okay, all right, so we got one comment here, so what I would propose, if you, this bonus slide, if you guys can do that, spend 5 minutes on that. Then we can stay, we can't.
We can spend 5 minutes on it.
I think if they're gonna go home and think about it, I think the bonus slides will provide a lot of good information for them to think about.
Okay.
And having an explanation of it will allow them to digest them when we send them out.
SWAMPA, we have talked about a couple of times now. And I know you want to talk about ET, John. I'm sorry, we keep kicking this down the road and I don't want to. So I don't know how you guys want to approach, and we have not talked about classification either. Like at all. So I don't know how you guys want to best spend your time. Is it better to look at these bonus slides or go on and talk about SWAMPA and classification?
I would say bonus slides and maybe even set up a virtual rack if we don't get through the stuff to have people participate so they can get us speak for our bit of the stuff we're not gonna get through.
Yeah, we could, I don't know, if that works for you guys, we could take the swamp on classification rules and do a mini online just on that. I don't know if that's, and not get into this conversation there, focus it there. Zach?
Let's do the bonus slides first. We can get to classification if we can, since we haven't talked about that at all. And then whatever we don't get to with classification and the swamp conversation, let's punt to a virtual or other time.
Got it. Okay, bonus round.
Bonus.
7 p.m. The expectations are high now. They are very nice. 5 minutes per person per slide. I better love it.
1 second, I'm gonna stop sharing. Never mind, give me a second, I gotta get to the slides.
The dog has a more concerned look on his face since the beginning of the meeting.
Uh-huh.
You have a PTSD on your puppy, so be more concerned.
The dog wants to go back. We're starting with 170. 75. Let's share. Let's share that.
Okay, you gotta wait till it's ready for that.
Yeah, especially.
I'm sure.
Come on, Fred.
Did you expect like fireworks and stuff?
Did he say a phone call?
Do we have these or these are not?
Yeah,
We will send them out.
we will send them out, yes. Okay. So these slides show how different model runs have different values for each of these goals. The 4 plots represent from left to right the future, the rate, and it's the future minimum rate in order to get durable stability. But think of it as the rate of change 30 years after you start curtailing. The second one is the drain package, which is the sum of groundwater discharge to spring and streams. The third one is natural ET, and the fourth one is dry wells. The y-axis for all of these is the PTW for a particular iteration, for a particular model run. So in this particular case, it goes from 7.5 to 10,500 acre-feet per year in the lower Blitzen voltage sub-area. And each of those dots is one model run. The x-axis on the first subplot is again that rate, which is in feet per year, and it's very small numbers because you're looking at the median rate among all the well cells, and I started with values that I knew were pretty close to the goal, so that it was able to optimize pretty quickly. So that's why you see pretty small values there. The others are in percentage of the value in the basis year, which was 2022 for the spring and stream flow, and 2018 for the other two. I guess in this case, the 5 dots are 5 different scenarios that were relevant to this optimization. So they obeyed the same rules, and they had the same schedule for implementing the PTW, like over 24 years, you step down in 6-year increments, so that they're comparable. And the 4 dots are connected by lines. That's just sort of a visual cue to help guide the eye towards building understanding of what the sensitivity is of each of these metrics to the PTW in that sub area. And then let's talk about the dashed lines. The blue dashed line in each figure is the limit for that particular criterion, that particular constraint. So with the future rate, it's 0 feet per year. That's a vertical blue line on the far left. With the drain package, it's, I believe, 60%, maybe 70%. I think it's 70% in this sub area. For ET, it's 60%, and for dry wells, it's 170%. And to keep in mind, the rate, drain, and ET packages need to be greater than the limit, whereas dry wells need to be less than the limit in order to be acceptable. The horizontal dashed line is the PTW that you get that is associated with whichever of these constraints best matches its limit. And in this case, it's the dry wells on the far right. So that's the one where you have a simulation that's able to closely represent, like hit the target And the PTW associated with that particular iteration that had, looks like 9.2 thousand acre feet per year, basically hit 170% of the basis year dry wells. And that was the smallest PTW that you would get hitting the limit among any of those four. So that's the limiting constraint is dry wells in this particular sub area. You could imagine if you took away the dry wells constraint entirely, then you would depend on one of the other three. And we actually don't have an intersection of the scenarios, the iterations that were run with the limit on any of the other three, but you could sort of visually project and say that probably the rate figure on the left, if you projected it up, it would intersect with the limit at about 11,000 acre feet per year. That would probably be the next limiting constraint. So to the question about what's like the cost of imposing a limit, this limit on dry wells, it's about 2,000 acre feet per year for this particular sub area. You asked, this is what we got. So one can look at this set of plots for any of the 7 sub areas and see which is the constraint that limits the PTW for that sub area. And you can imagine, play games with what would happen if you took that away. So yeah, let's look at Silver Creek.
Yeah, and so this is in their PowerPoint slide.
Oh, they do have that, right?
They do have that. So,
But can we not be distracted by that?
well, I mean, that would help them visualize.
Everybody will know because they're gonna be looking at something different.
Okay. Ben, I'm not sure if anybody, I mean, I'm not sure we're tracking this, unless there's a more dynamic difference. I might be the slowest one in the group, so tracking.
And one of them slopes that way, other than that.
Yeah.
my brain is about-
So the constraining value is where the blue line intersects the dark black line, right? That is the constraining value. So here, the black line does not intersect the blue. Here, the black does not intersect the blue. Here, the black does not intersect the blue. All right, so if you project the black line back out that way, and we don't know that it's linear, but let's just say for the sake of this, if we project it back that way, we'll hit the blue line somewhere up there above the chart, 11,000 acre feet or so. This one, that line is going basically vertical. It probably won't ever intersect that blue line. So this wouldn't ever be a constraint. This one, angling that way, may become a constraint before that one or after it. We don't know. We would have to do more modeling to identify it. But in all of these cases, this is the most restrictive because you can go up a long ways in PTW before you get constrained again. Does that help?
It does.
That's huge.
On great feature min, is that great? I mean, I understood drainage is a spring to streams, EVT is natural graphic transpiration, dry wells. What's that?
This is a rate of change of 0 feet per year. So this is positive 0.02 feet per year, positive 0.04 feet per year. So the constraint is the groundwater level change year over year has to be 0.00 feet per year.
So if you took that one out there where it crossed the blue line, that would tell you how much you could pump for stable water level.
Correct. And because we added this additional constraint that constrained before this one did, we're actually experiencing recovery at this level because Ben marked the dotted black line matches the place and that dot. So we're actually recovering at 0.03 feet per year under this scenario because we've been more restrictive in order to achieve the goal of dry wells.
And then you said about 2,000 acre feet. Where do I decipher the 2,000 acre feet?
So the dotted black line going across is your PTW value, so it's about 9.2.
Alright,
If you project that up and off the chart, you get about 11.2.
okay.
The difference between 9.2 and 11.2, yep. That's how you get that 2,000 acre feet.
And so does that mean that basically if about 1,000 acres was dried up or fallowed, then 5 wells would not go dry?
Yeah. Difference between 2,000 acre feet a minute and 5 wells going, 5 more wells going across the chapter.
So when we're talking about.
I don't think we can, say that. What we're saying here is, we don't know how many wells specifically go dry if we increase pumpage to 11.2 thousand acre feet. We just know that at 9.2, this many go dry.
But isn't that, from your chart, isn't that,
5 wells, yeah.
5?
Yeah, so this is 5 wells, but what I can't tell you, John, is if we increase pumping to 11.2, that it will only be 5. It will likely be more than 5 because we know it can go there, but we also go vertical there, so I don't know what to make of that. It might,
So it depends on the distribution of depths of wells.
Yeah.
And where you would have declines within the sub areas.
so
It's hard to predict.
we would have to actually model out what that would look like. So this is a quick extrapolate, like you can do some quick extrapolation from this. But this is giving us the sensitivity, right? And we can see that with this level of sensitivity for dry wells, you're taking a pretty substantial cut in PTW.
Yeah.
Because for sure, you can go up to 10,000 acre feet and likely higher before you hit a limiting constraint there. So, Zach.
Let me make sure I'm getting this right. So in the lower Blitzen voltage sub area, the first limiting factor is dry wells. The second limiting factor is one of either evapotranspiration or PTW or reason or whatever, durable stability.
Correct. Likely, this could, I don't know, for some crazy reason, tilt over and rapidly go out. Unlikely.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's how we can kind of, we can use this type of approach to rank the different bottlenecks and understand.
Sure. So if you go, if you go to the next slide, Kelly, we can look at another example and try to make sense of it. So here, evapotranspiration.
Is this still based on 2018 data?
All of the modeling is based on 2018 being the most recent year we had data that calibrated the model.
Okay, so you're not capturing what's actually happening.
We have not captured any additional pumping that may have occurred in the Blitzen since 2018.
So that's when pivot development really started in that area, so.
Sure.
So that's theoretical or a splash point in history, but not current.
Correct. We're as close as we can get with the information we have. Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to jump on that one real quick. Is I would like to understand the department's position on the transfers that have occurred in 2018. Specifically in the lower Blitzen, because they've been significant. And how that affects regulation of people now that have a more junior water right than the ones that were transferred in. These are some, in my opinion, some inequalities there. And you don't have to answer, Jason. Sure, just.
So we'll table that for Jason. So looking at this one. He can deal with that later. Here, evapotranspiration was the limiting factor. It looks like. Because that's where the blue line intersects the black line, and we didn't quite get perfect, but we got close. So at this point, we have a PTW of, what is that? 26,000 acre feet? 27,000 acre feet? Let's call it 27,000 acre feet to make it round. In this case, dry wells are quite a ways from that 170, so it wouldn't limit. At least not for a while. Here, we're a long ways from that blue line, so you could go up probably quite a ways before you hit a limiting constraint there. And here, the rate future min, or the rate of change, still quite a ways away. So in the northeastern crane, evapotranspiration is a pretty serious constraint. Now that said, it seems to have changed, so you could, with small percentage differences, probably gain a substantial amount of PTW.
There was a range on ET between 160. I'll follow that.
So we had said it was I believe it was 60%.
Okay, there ain't none.
And this is 100 and 200, so these are really big gaps here, so that's a scaling issue, so. If you go to the next slide, Kelly, really quick.
Could you walk this through and annotate outline for people having a hard time seeing where you're pointing?
Sure.
Yes.
That's fair. Can I sit down and try to do that?
Yes.
Yeah. It's like, I managed to draw sub-area boundaries once, so. So here in Silver Creek, the red box outlines, that's showing up.
And you have your drawing on the screen, your drawing features on the TV screen.
Oh, well, I was gonna. All right.
Good luck.
So you've got a red box around drain, which is springs and streams. And that's because the blue line intersects the black line here. And we can see across, I can move that somewhere else, so it's more helpful. We can see that the PTW value is about 11.5 thousand acre feet, or 11,500 acre feet. So this is the PTW value right here. If you remove springs and streams and say, we don't care what happens to those, we can look at dry wells and see that dry well counts don't, oh, this is Silver Creek limited by, yeah, so this is limited by 00. We see that dry wells are not really a problem here.
In the range of PTWs that were tested.
In the range of PTWs that were tested. So as you get higher, it's possible that this could move this direction. But based on this basically vertical line, I'm gonna say that that's likely to not likely to be the case until you hit some substantial PTW value. Looking at evapotranspiration, we've got a pretty clear correlation coming back this direction. And so likely you would intersect the blue line if that, that trajectory holds somewhere around 18,000 acre feet. So that would be the PTW if that was the constraint. But here we know that the line intersects, black line intersects the blue line for rate at about 15,500 acre feet. So if we drop drains, the next limiting factor is going to be the rate of decline at 15,500 acre feet per year. And so that's how you could interpret these and see what the difference is. So in this case, the difference between 11.5 and 15.5, 5,000 acre feet per year is quite substantial in the Silver Creek area. Oh, is that only 4,000? Yeah, sorry, you're right, Zach. 15 minus 11 is 4. Simple Tim's showing his math skills. And so you can see that not impacting 00 springs is very costly from a pumpage standpoint, from a curtailment standpoint.
And question on that, I get, one of the things I'm trying to reconcile here is it's costly on the 00 springs, but didn't I hear some gentleman down here saying that 00 springs hasn't changed rate forever?
I don't think I don't know, Jess, what did you say about 00 springs? I was trying to remember.
I said it was a constant flow. Now, yeah. It's not, you're not seeing the huge fluctuations that we're talking about with some other systems.
Right. So it's a pretty steady flow. That is is it fair to say, guys, that reduction that we're dealing with here? Well, I don't know. What is our thought on that?
Is that's steady going back to 2000? What is it steady going back to 19?
Well, we
Are
applied
we
for
talking seasonal?
water right 2018, and so we started doing monitoring after that. But recently we had to change our monitoring for the state, but we were collecting well to the best of our ability for the last 20 years. Very almost. And then before that, it's just always been kind of known ever since family had it, but that's what it pretty much was, yeah. Going back a century.
So I guess we'll have to spend some more time thinking about that to really be able to answer that question, John. Like why are we predicting with the model these kinds of declines in spring flow? When historically we may not have seen the same. And so we'll think that one over. Thank you.
And I want to be clear, what we're modeling here is not, because there's an individual spring called 00 spring, right? And I'm not sure. if
Well,
that's
we
what-
have 3.
Okay,
Yeah, but there is one that's called double.
so there's the one that's called 00, there's several others around, there's a lot of them up and down that Warm Springs Valley. And what this is using is that entire area of Warm Springs Valley and all of the discharge from all of those springs.
Yeah, because there's some on BLM, there's some on private. You're talking about the collective.
Hibbard and Sizemore and Barnyard and. all
And I
of
can't
those.
say of the consistency of some of those other ones.
Brett, aren't some of those warm water springs?
Some of those are, yeah.
So there's a big difference in, water quality in terms of temperature, even within that warm springs, that's why it's called that regime. And then, the water testing element of pretty old water in Harlan at least, and new water up at Silver Creek. So I think that's a very deficiency in where the model is taking us. What I would do, I'm not trying to badmouth the model, but I think it's fine to be used to identify things that need to be looked at more closely and come into play at some point in time, but just dry wells, that's basically, if the water table decreases below the bottom of the well, in the model, it's gonna be called a dry well, and we're talking about mainly livestock wells, very few house wells back in the Blitzen voltage. To me, that's not real, it's real when you get an impact to a spring. And then if it's got information that's not clear, then we'll focus monitoring and get better information to find out what those relationships are. But, with John, I think the cost and the accuracy of dry wells is really going to hurt where we even try to figure out to go. That's my belief that, but I believe it helps narrow out what we need to look at more closely, but I'm not sure I like regulating, total withdrawal on any of those scenarios. I think it should kick us to, what information isn't real good, it's not real accurate. You're talking about very limited in some cases, maybe not. Let's fix that. Back to one other thing on the crane deal, well construction, a lot of the old wells were constructed incorrectly with modern day stuff. They intentionally captured the low elevation shallow wells, which was a lot of the house wells. They linked like 3 different flows. Let's fix that. The well construction, we need an incentive program to fix the old wells. A lot of them just, house, livestock and irrigation wells have fallen apart because they're really old.
Yeah, it's great. I think probably a different future topic for a different forum maybe, but,
Well, it comes into play, because
Yeah.
you're talking about dry wells.
well,
and
yeah.
stuff.
So I hear you loud and clear. You don't think dry wells should be used as a constraint as we move forward? Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Okay.
But this, additional slides is perfect. I mean, as far as that sure helps make that decision.
And I couldn't see it good enough, but I think I got the gist.
Tim, do you want to just kind of summarize again what kind of feedback we're looking for? We're not going to have time to do that now. well, after this, we'll go to public comment.
Yeah, Lisa too, Lisa has a comment.
Okay. After this, we'll go to public comment. Then we'll talk about kind of our next steps and how we're gonna use our time between now and March. to Be effectively moving forward to what we anticipate doing in March, but, I guess, Lisa, why don't you, will you go to your question, Tim?
Right.
Wrap on this and then we'll move forward.
I just want to make sure that that summary comment that I just heard, because this is sort of a pattern that we have in this RAC of things being said and then being represented later as something that the RAC said. So I just want to be clear that, like, I don't agree to not use domestic wells as a parameter. So I wasn't sure whether when you just summarized Fred's comment, whether you were intending to say that that was the RAC's position, because I don't think it is, so.
No, we'll include in a summary report that a RAC member provided this recommendation.
Okay, I wasn't sure, thank you.
And thank you, Lisa, for providing your input about that same constraint, so. Mark?
I could use just one more, if this is too much, let me know. But, okay,
Thanks, Ken.
potentially we're basing PTW on other success metrics, which is sometimes making the PTW less or more regulation. But if we do adaptive management and we phase it in over 24 years, we're only going to take a percentage of that proposed reduction in the first 6-year block. And in the next 6-year block, we will only calibrate off of stability groundwater levels. So there is a built-in potential correction there.
So what we would be setting by adding these additional constraints would be a trajectory to success that results in a higher final water level. And when we manage to that, if we are on track for a higher final water level, then great. But if we get there without implementing the full PTW, even better. But the full PTW will be the number that gets us to the final water level that we're trying to achieve.
So to summarize, in some of these areas, like we'll pick on Crane again, because natural evapotranspiration was quite a bit of limiting factor.
Yep.
We saw rising water levels. So our goal now, if we add these other ones, is not stability. It will be rising water level. Because of natural evapotranspiration coming to the conversation.
Correct, but I guess I need to think this through a little bit better before I fully respond to you. But I think.
That's what I thought I heard you say.
Yeah, no, that's fair, and I think I should pause and think it over a little bit better, and maybe.
We can talk later too, it's different than I thought we were talking about adaptive management.
Right, I'll probably need to write an answer out for you as opposed to talking it out loud. Like, I'll need to think about it a little bit and chat with the crew, if that's okay.
No, it's fine.
So.
It makes a difference on what comments that I make as we.
Absolutely, completely understand. So, I'll probably commit to sending that out to the RAC as a whole.
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible. Yeah. So to wrap this up, because Brian asked me to do that, the feedback we are looking for is regarding our proposal and all of the parameters that were lined out in that table. And we're looking for you to tell us whether we are getting it right or not from your perspective. And if you would change something, what would you change and why? So based on all of the information that we presented, and I know there is a lot of information, I mean, we're always happy to answer questions, so feel free to email us, or call us, whatever the case may be, and we can talk it through. But we're looking for what would you change in our proposal and why? And that could be as simple as don't add any of these other constraints. Or it could be as complex as, I think you should consider this at this value because of, this reason, right? So
Sorry, just kind of clarifying, maybe it's along the same lines of this, but is your proposal to have those other constraints, like the,
That is what
that
we,
is your proposal?
that is what we have proposed today. I'm not saying that is what we are going to do. That is what we are proposing and we are looking for your feedback on. How does that strike you? How would you change it? And why?
Yes. We got 2 hands from the department in the back.
I defer to Alexander.
Yeah, Jim, I just wanna, what I've heard you and other folks say today is that folks in the community need time to think through this. And we welcomed written feedback from folks. I think it's always important to remember when we ask for feedback to give folks a deadline. What I've also heard today is that people would like the RAC materials earlier, preferably 2 weeks in advance. We're 6 weeks out from March 5th. So I want to keep that in mind and recognize that this is a busy time for everybody and everybody's got busy schedules. So if Kelly or perhaps Tim, if you guys can give a rough estimate of when folks should try to have comments in, because you as staff still have to take that input and turn around and prepare for the next RAC and get RAC materials out. So I just want to put that out there, that it's not just comments at any time. We're in pretty quick step here, coming towards the end of things. And if we're gonna ask for input, we should make sure we tell folks as much advance as possible when we need that line.
Why don't you guys give yourself 5-10 minutes, chew on that. And then we'll go, Doug, if you had something to say, then we'll go to public comment, but that was it? Okay. All right, so let's do public comment, and what we'll do is then wrap this up and really see what we at least can figure out we can do with next steps. Could be that we need to get back to the RAC with some dates, but public comment, we had 1 in the back or 2? Just 1, 2? Okay, right ahead. So again, 2 minutes or less, and won't be any responses to questions, but certainly we're about ready to wrap up and you can probably get your answers then.
Well, I'm Justin Bowen, I irrigate out by Crane. I've got a couple questions here, so bear with me. One was, I'm not able to make all these meetings, I don't want to sound redundant, but how do we get from 15 sub areas to 7?
Yeah, and we can answer questions at the conclusion here, but we're not gonna do it in the context of the meeting.
I guess the reason for that is that you had an argument earlier trying to separate Dog Mountain from Weaver Springs. And based off the information that I was reviewing earlier, the difference between those 2 sub areas, they wanted to reduce one by 76%, another one by 82, that's only 6%. For some of these other sub areas that are next to each other, going back to the 15 sub areas, they're quite a ways apart. So I assume the geologists put together this map of the 15 sub areas, and I guess I'm wondering why I went to 7, if that's what made more sense.
Okay, yeah, let's, after we conclude the meeting, maybe somebody can grab you and we'll give you the rundown. Okay, 1 more.
So I gotta have to kind of agree with Fred's stuff. Those 3 criteria that you guys want to add into it, I think you could watch them and monitor them through the things. I think it's really hard. From what I've heard, you don't understand, I mean, there's no well depths to see for dry wells. There's a lot of criteria there that seems like it's a shot in the dark, and to tie it back into the PPW seems hard. And like Weaver Springs, you don't even know it exists. I'm sorry, it's been there for forever. Like Jesse said, the wells at Double O have been consistent. You know, some of the other ones, I think we should moderate. I'm not saying we shouldn't. But just use it as a side note that there is something to see, because we don't even know if they're really hydraulically connected somehow and how everything's going to affect in the future. So that's my thing there. Dog Mountain, the hot spot on Dog Mountain that you guys show is a well up on top of the mountain. We've talked about it numerous times. It's probably 200 or 300 feet up there. And you guys are tying that in as a hot spot. Well, yeah, it did start out higher, but it must be, what do you think, Travis? 300 feet, 400 foot above the valley floor. And everything else is in the valley floor. So to pick that one well out and cause the whole
it's a whole different situation. They're starting from, I think there needs to be some scenarios saying, okay, yeah, they started and maybe it was higher, and maybe it was part of Weaver Springs, but now, I mean, you're not shooting from the same depth, and I think you could also, if it's right on your line, you could almost just push the line less than a quarter mile north, and you'd have the inclusion of Weaver Springs instead of adjusting the time altogether.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's take a look at our next steps here. Go ahead and advance one more slide. So, just kind of putting everything out on the table that we have. We talked about adaptive management. There's likely some more discussion there to refine that. We only dipped our toe, I suppose, into the, well, we went all in on the proposed management scenario, but we didn't really spend a lot of time on the feedback piece of that. So that's another thing that needs to occur. And then we have agenda items, swamp classification rule language that we just weren't able to get to, but that's okay. This was good discussion that need to happen. But how do we fit all this in? So we kind of have some tools at our disposal with the discussion groups. We have potentially an online meeting to cover some of these with the RAC between now and March, or maybe some of these can pivot to the March agenda. I don't want to necessarily put the department on the spot unless you're ready, but it could come out here in the next day or so with a plan for all that.
I think
Any reactions?
for feedback wise, I would appreciate, like, to make things actionable, it would be great if we could have comments by February 7th. That's 16 days from today. And would give us 2 full weeks to incorporate that input and deliver a RAC packet by the 21st of February ahead of a March 5th RAC meeting, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So the RAC packet would not come out 2 weeks ahead, it would come out 10 days ahead, 11 days ahead.
Okay, so staying on that, then for discussion groups, Bobby, we got 2 Mondays between now and the 7th. But do you have a plan right now for if one's gonna occur on one of those? Or could?
Yeah, hey, everybody, Bobby Cochran, Oregon Consensus. We're open, so we can use any Monday. We have a 10 to 11:30 slot on Monday that we usually reserve. Like if the RAC wanted to use that for department convening meeting with. And then also we could do it on the 7th, the 10th is the Monday.
The 3rd is a Monday.
What's that?
The 3rd is a Monday.
The 27th and the 3rd are the Mondays before that deadline. Then you have one after the 10th.
Yes, and then we have the capacity if we wanted to convene them in person. It really just depends, we're here to serve, so whatever the group decides.
Okay,
Agenda yet from it.
okay, so any sense, I guess, from the RAC, what you would propose, or so we have a deadline that's hopefully we can work with. Would you all like to get together on one of those Mondays and in discussion group? That makes sense? Okay. These other 2 items, I guess, to the department, were they swamp on classification rule language? Do we need to have those? Do we need to work through that before our March meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so that means we need to schedule an online meeting.
An online meeting. Yep.
Okay. So
Is there a time that works best for people?
when do you want to have that done by, or does it matter?
We're prepared to have.
We're
meetings
prepared to have
as
it
soon as
anytime.
possible.
Yeah, we have the materials.
Okay, so it could be next week.
Could be next week. Yep.
Okay.
It'd be
Can I ask you
Okay.
guys, while you're polling folks in the room, can you also just check in with RAC members online to make sure they're good with what you're proposing? Because I'm not sure we're completely tracking what's going on. Thanks.
Oh, okay. I'm not ready to say a date now. I need to coordinate with the team, but I will get you a date by the ending of this week. Well, I'll send out a meeting invite for the virtual meeting.
Can it be a hybrid, option?
Brenda, could you open up HTP for anybody that wants to be here, or you want to come in person?
Yeah.
That's typically what I think we've done in the past, so that option be available.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I guess summing up for the folks online and maybe and anybody else, there's gonna be a virtual RAC to cover those two agenda items that we didn't get to today. The Swampa and the curriculum groundwater management area, or excuse me, the classification rule language. You'll get a invite from Kelly by the end of this week. For that, it'll be hybrid, so online, or if you want to join in person, it'll be set up at High Desert Partnership. There will be a likely discussion group either the following 2 Mondays or on one of those Mondays with the focus on more discussion on this topic that we've had here today. On the proposed scenario and also potentially on adaptive management. Bobby.
It would help if you just give us clear direction, like, are we ramping up for a meeting on Monday? Just, no problem, we can turn and burn.
Yeah.
I need to know what I'm doing on my drive home.
Okay, yeah.
Driving.
Yeah, 4 or 5 days away, Bobby. Sometimes y'all take time to take care of the way you deserve.
Anybody not want to meet next Monday? They got an issue with next Monday.
All right, we're gonna ramp up to go for Monday.
All right, it's gonna be Monday.
10, it's always 10 to 11:30 when we're going. Virtual.
Okay, so 10 to 11:30.
Yeah.
And you got an invite that goes out on that?
Yeah, we'll notice it, we'll do invites and agenda and everything else, that's why I'm
Yep,
asking.
yep, I hear you. Okay, so expect that. There'll be a deadline then on the 7th to get feedback on this proposed scenario. Okay, appreciate everyone sticking with us. This has been a lot. I think it's been some good discussion, a lot more to go, but again, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to reiterate that. Thank you all for your time today.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that.